Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the April 11th meeting of the Charles County Board of Education. Can we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you today, and we are going to start off with the recognition of some fantastic young people in our school system. Is there someone here that's going to lead the way? Mr. Lee, how are you, sir?
Doing well.
Yep.
Chairman Lucas, Vice Chairperson Lee,
Yep.
Members of the Board of
While he
Education,
talks, we're going to go forward.
and Superintendent Dr. Navarro. I'll go ahead while you're moving around. It's my distinct pleasure to present to you an exceptional group of young ladies that won the state championship in a dominating fashion several weeks ago. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. John Lush, the athletic director at Henry E. Lackey High School.
Thank you for having me here. It's my esteemed pleasure. I'll talk a little bit about this group for 30 seconds before they come up here, because I told them at the beginning, I'm a former coach, and for anybody who's been a coach, at the beginning of each season you talk about legacy. It's what everybody does. It's very cliche. And this group really established their legacy because they're the first team in Lackey history since we started the SMAC championship that got a chance to play in that game. All right, they're the first team ever to win a regional title. And obviously, they're the first team ever to win a state championship. So as I told them at the end of that game and that coaching staff is that, 50 years from now, people will come into that building, and this group they're going to be legendary forever. So, and it's a lot of hard work that goes in hand with this group. So without further ado, on behalf of our principal, Ms. Perello, who's standing next to me, and that it makes a lot of sense because when I was a coach, she never missed any of my events. All right, and now as an AD, she does the same for all of our kids. So it's great to have her next to me as we present to our young ladies. So without further ado, Kylie Banks, Michaela Bowman, Leah Graham, Olivia Hairston, Kennedy Hall, Alicia Ham, Andrea Harley, Hannah Kavlik, Ray Lynn Lee, Azori Milstead, Nadia Regala, Heaven Saxton, Sophia Wind, Trinity Wright, and as you know, behind every great team, you have great managers and a great coaching staff. So our two great managers this year were Tanaya Stewart, and Malaya Payton. And representing our coaching staff, our own guidance counselor, Eddie Hall. And our head coach, Janelle Barnes. Amanda never stops smiling.
good point. That's a good point. First time. That's right. Just might put yourself around. Gonna have to block in the neck. Yes. They're gonna have to stoop. I might say. They're gonna put the board member in front. All the cameras.
All right. Good. Okay. All right, Dr. Navarro.
So good afternoon, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Morley, board members, staff, and the rest of our community members following along with today's meeting. After a nice 10-day spring break for students and teachers, schools reopened today as the school system moves into the fourth quarter of the school year. I'm excited to watch students progress over the next few months and look forward to our high school graduation ceremony set for the end of May. A question floating around the past few weeks has been, when is the last day of school for students? I mean, at least that's what I get questioned every day at home. I am happy to announce that the last day of school for students is Thursday, June 8th, and the last work day for our teachers is Friday, June 9th. Charles County Public Schools so far has not used any of the 4 inclement weather days built into the school calendar. We technically still have the inclement weather days to use, but do not anticipate having to use the additional days. The calendar has been updated on our website to reflect the official last day of school. Parents, please remember that the last 4 school days, June 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, are 2-hour early dismissal days for students. Later this month, the Charles County Commissioners will release the general fund budget for the fiscal year 2024. This will include the proposed operating budget for the school system. The commissioners are hosting a public hearing on the budget at 6 p.m. on April 26th, and I highly encourage public testimony on behalf of the school systems. As you know, our budget request of nearly $480 million maintains core programs and supports new initiatives, but also heavily focuses on employee compensation. I am hopeful that our budget request will be fully funded so that we can continue to support our hardworking and committed employees. The school system's fiscal year 2024 budget request is posted on the school system website under the Quick Links menu area labeled Budget. I want to take a moment to thank the board for hosting the town hall last month. We heard a lot of comments about student behaviors and safety in our schools. Later this week, a committee comprised of staff, union leaders, principals, and many more staff will begin its work in reviewing the Code of Student Conduct, our guiding document that includes our policies on student behavior and disciplinary actions. We do plan to expand committee representation once this group has its first meeting and plans become finalized for community participation. On the agenda this afternoon is an important presentation on school climate. Chief of Schools, Dr. Marvin Jones, will share some additional discipline data, but the presentation focuses more on how the school system is working to help students avoid offenses or suspensions. I also want to take a moment to thank all of our assistant principals. The school system recognizes National Assistant Principal Week the first week in April, and many of these phenomenal leaders were out of their schools, enjoying a well-deserved spring break. So we want to make sure to thank you now for the work that you do each day for our students and our families. Do we have any assistant principals in the room with us? No, because they're in school with our students. So there you go.
Well done.
I also want to take a moment to once again share information about the new Partner in Education program. Next week is Public School Volunteer Service Week. The Partner in Education program targets businesses and organizations interested in partnering with schools and their communities. Charles County Public Schools is in the process of expanding volunteer opportunities for all our community members, so we really do urge the community to come and partner with us. To further recognize public school volunteers, the Board of Education has once again launched its Be the Difference Volunteer Awards program. Schools and staff can nominate a volunteer who makes a difference. The Be the Difference Awards program features 5 nomination categories: elementary school parent volunteer, middle school parent volunteer, high school parent volunteer, Charles County business volunteer, and community organization volunteer. The deadline for nominations is April 28th. We encourage you to please visit our website and look for the Be the Difference Award information on the main homepage. I appreciate the continued support of Charles County Public Schools from you, the community stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro. Next, we're going to hear from Mr. Heil, the Education Association of Charles County.
Good afternoon, Chair Lucas, Vice Chair Moore-Lee, Superintendent Navarro, my Board of Education, CCPS leadership, and viewers online. As we come back from spring break, I'd like to start on a good note with a glass kind of half full approach to my comments today. I've addressed concerns about student behavior, and this does remain a major concern area. However, there have been a couple things that have happened that have reminded me that there are other people that see the current challenges that educators are facing. Last month's town hall was a great outpouring of community leadership, including educators, parents, students, and concerned citizens. While it was noticeable that there are varying solutions being offered to the current challenges facing education, it was clear that the community cares and wants to be involved. One of the things I spoke about last month was to have educators be heard by this board. I find it necessary to point out that the BOE initially intended to have the town hall end after a couple hours, but the decision was made to make sure the entire community could be heard and extended the meeting, which did not end until after 10 p.m. There were many people with many different points of view, and this Board of Ed made sure that everyone had their opportunity to speak that night. It was a great step in acknowledging all community voices, and I would hope that the power of that town hall has not been lost by time or spring break. Parents and organizations have offered to help and want to know what they can do. Members of this board made suggestions that night. I encourage all of you to pick up on the momentum of that night and follow up with the organizations, parents, and educators who took time because they care about our schools and our students. Although we realize there will be hurdles to cross like volunteer background checks, EACC urges you to consider how to best to deploy and tap the organizational resources of the Charles County community. One potential solution that does not require a full-day commitment would be having some of these volunteers help with lunch shifts. That would aid both teachers and administrators. This should be set up consistently across the county with training to support them in this volunteer effort for the benefit of the school community. CCPS has been reaching out to all stakeholders to help solve the current educators shortage, and there have been several opportunities to support both new educators and people entering education for the first time. As someone who gets to attend the ongoing onboarding sessions, as CCPS has been hiring all year, I see a lot of information given to new employees. Let's work together to implement some solutions that assist in growing and retaining our workforce, especially instructional supports. EACC is currently working on our own resource for new educators on topics to expect at the end of the year. Together, let's continue to focus on the supports we're providing to educators, administrators in our schools to aid our efforts to retraining all employees in Charles County. A colleague recently asked me what changes I'd like to see in the discipline matrix. I would answer that question in two parts. The first part would be to see it implemented with fidelity across all grade levels and across all schools. It is essential that students and educators seek consistency in the enforcement of the discipline matrix to provide a safe and orderly environment for all our schools. Many administrators feel their hands are tied in handling behavior disruptive situations, and a county-wide message of support for our admin needs to be sent to address these severe situations. Admin needs to know they'll be supported by CCPS and this board in their decisions to curb severe behavior if they follow the escalation of consequences for repeated behaviors. This is a fundamental necessity in establishing safety in our schools. The second thing that I'd like to see changed in the discipline matrix would be to have a clear, structured process prior to a student re-entering after an incident. EACC recently hosted a workshop heightening staff awareness of the impacts of trauma on a student. This carries over to the class and faculty after a severe incident. There needs to be a system in place to address all involved in an incident and a plan if the incident is repeated. A student, if age appropriate, and a parent should be participating with admin to bring the student back to class. But what about the class and the staff? If a student tears up a classroom and is removed from that classroom, some form of reentry should be done with that entire class. If a student bites, spits on, or attacks a teacher, this could certainly cause trauma for the educator and the class. Admin and counseling should bring the student back to class with a discussion about what happened, the total cost of that behavior to the whole classroom environment, and a plan should that behavior continue. I continue to respect Dr. Jones' acknowledgement that this era has a severity of behaviors that have not been typical in our schools prior to this year. We need to continue to seek different ways to address even our most severe issues. I'd like to close my remarks today on the great success of EACC and CCPS. Great strides were made at the bargaining table this year during negotiations to address not only elements of the blueprint, but to make progress in addressing the salary, benefits, and working conditions of all educators. The EACC membership has voted to ratify the tentative agreement, and it is with pride that I share several employees in recent conversations had said they are not retiring due to the tentative agreement, and others have said that they will not leave because of the new TAs potentially, all the TAs potentially providing. Thanks for that. The collaborative work is essential in this time of workforce shortage to not only attract, but to do everything in our power to retain educators in Charles County. The relationship that EACC and CCPS have worked to foster with the county commissioners is an essential element in moving public education forward in Charles County. EACC believes we have the same goals: to educate our students to compete in a global economy and to create an informed, active citizenry in our community. We must continue to build our relationships to achieve that goal, because if we do, the community of Charles County and the students that we serve will reap the rewards. EACC would love for Charles County to be the model for what happens when the union, CCPS, the Board of Ed, and the county commissioners work to build the most supportive and beneficial educational system for all stakeholders. When we make that goal a reality, then our collective glass will be overflowing. Thank you.
Me?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sarah Birch, president of AFSCME Local 2981. On Thursday, March 23rd, Tracy Newbold and I drove to Largo to attend an AFSCME meeting about AFSCME Council 3 and Council 67 unifying. Our local will see no immediate changes. Contracts are the same. Some of the top officials in Council 67 retired. Some were moved. So there are some new officials. Local 2981 will transition to Council 3. The newly elected board members were all at this meeting, so we had the perfect time to network. It was a good mix with others in the union, and to hear different opinions or the same as ours is even better. This month, we need the approval of the Charles County Commissioners to fully fund the 2024 budget. I will need help from our members. Emails will be going out this week for those requests. AFSCME members and some special guests look forward to our Christmas in June picnic. Also, AFSCME is teaming up with EACC and CCPS on an August 26th back-to-school baseball bash. All CCC employees can purchase tickets. Support personnel, teachers, supervisors, 400 tickets will go on sale for a picnic and other surprises. AFSCME is setting up early for a full run at the 2024 contract. I have asked a few new members to join the committee as the entire contract will be open for changes. Members from food service, building service, IAs, computer analysts, secretaries, and bus drivers will be on this committee. Local 2981 has realized the importance of support personnel came to the forefront due to the pandemic. Now support personnel are recognized as the shining stars they always have been. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Birch. Next up is Dr. Jones. Along with Ms. Kiesling.
Yes, and Ms. Keesling, yes, Director of Student Services, will be joining me, and you may notice on the title, once we, let me get the clicker and pull it up, I'm sorry. Once we pull up the PowerPoint, you'll see several other names there. Principals and teachers are joining us here in a little while, so let me.
Maybe under PowerPoint. I think it might already be loaded.
All right, Mr. Conley's going to help us out. He's going to pull it up on board docs for us right quick. But we are here to talk a little bit about school climate in Charles County Public Schools. A couple of weeks ago, we had, as a part of the town hall, we gave you a snippet of what we were going to talk about today. We titled that just an abbreviation because there were lots of questions that we needed to get answered that night. And so, so today we are here to offer a more formal presentation regarding the state of Charles County Public Schools and school climate as we know it to be right now. Acknowledging what it is and what we'd like to see it to be, and then some things that are going really well. So we want to be sure that we share the full perspective today. Again, the first, go back to the very first page there if you don't mind, Mr. Conley. The first page does have the title of all of the folks who are joining us today, and thank you for making it bigger. Myself and Ms. Kiesling, again, the Director of Student Services, And the principals who will be joining us here in a little while are Diane Roberts from Westlake High School, and a teacher at her school will be joining her as well, and we will allow them to introduce their folks at that time. Ms. Erica Williams from Benjamin Stoddard Middle School, and Mr. Michael Hoffman, the principal at Mount Hope Nanjaway Elementary School, will also share with us a little later today. Can I click now? Okay, you got it. All right. All right, so we thought we would offer a very general description of just what we are talking about when we talk about school climate, and then how we're going to talk about it today, being two ways to measure school climate, quantitatively and then qualitatively, of course. And so some examples of if you were looking at school climate, how it's measured in a quantitative fashion. Some examples might include the behavior interventions and discipline violations, offers referrals, and all of those are hard numbers of these items that we receive or see in our schools. Very definitive. Qualitative responses to school climate, if we were to measure them, might include some things like staff morale, might include survey responses from staff as well as our students. We are a system who believes highly in student voice, and so we hear our students loud and clear, and they are getting better at making sure that we hear them. And so we are receptive. So that's pretty important, and it does factor into our school climate, as well as the levels of volunteerism in your schools. Those things speak to school climate. The staff and who wants to stay after school to help support a club or sponsor a club or whatever it is. All those things we believe sort of speaks to a school climate, and so those definitions could go on, and so we just wanted to give you just a snippet of what we are looking at. And so every number tells a story, and then every story has a backstory. We'll start with the data that the data range that we are looking at today when we talk about these numbers. We're going back a couple years, but we are looking at the 1920 school year. And just for the sake of comparing apples to apples, we are stopping the data points that we're looking at right around the second week of March. Certainly you will recall that back in 1920, that's when school ended for our students pretty much due to COVID. And then the following year, they for the most part were not in the building. And so the next year after that is where we will pick up with looking at the rest of our data. And again, stopping somewhere around the second week of March, again, just to be sure that our comparisons are about the same. Currently, if we look at student violations, this particular school year, we always, not always, but we share this visual a lot because it's helpful, we believe. But if you're looking at our student violations, the major and the minor violations, and we'll talk about the differences in a little bit, what stands out most likely is the large part of that triangle, the green part, which is what we are most happy about. They represent the percentages of students who have no behavior violations this school year up to the second week of March, about 79% of our students. And then in the yellow part of that triangle, the 1 to 2 violations, about 12% of our students have received 1 to 2 violations. And then at the tippy top, the red portion there, about 9% of our students have received 3 or more. And so the green we obviously are very happy about. The 1 to 2 violations, those are students who have received just that. They may not be your repeat offenders, if you will, but with 3+ students, we get concerned. Clearly, there's a pattern of behavior that you see being established at that point. But again, the positive part of that image there is the green. The vast majority of our students are doing the right thing and are not receiving behavior violations. If we can go on. So looking at the next chart here, yes, so look at this visual, the percentage of students committing the violations. Again, that top row going across is pretty much the same as that triangle you just saw, the 79, the 12, and the 9%. And so looking at the other 2 years, the 21-22 and then the 19-20 going back on this particular chart, the numbers are relatively comparable. If we were looking again at that triangle, in 21-22 it would be 84% would be of that triangle would be green. And then the 10% would be yellow, and then was that 5.7? I think that is over there in the middle row there, it would be the red portion, the students receiving 3 or more violations. And then, of course, in 1920, again, about 78%. So running neck and neck. Again, just some hard numbers there. And I'm going to try to keep moving because we have a lot to share and a lot of folks who need to get in. So the acknowledgement, what it feels like and why. And Mr. Howell did mention that I often do acknowledge, where we are, because I think there's no need sugarcoating it. We have some real challenges, and sometimes it does feel worse than it is, as unbelievable as what that may seem at times, because we see some of the worst, and it may feel like it's worse than it is. But if we're just going to be completely honest, here's where we are. The discipline violations and suspensions are slightly lower this year compared to 1920, but noticeably higher in particular areas. So we'll look at a little bit more of this a little later on. Threatening and fighting, major attack on adults. These are areas that are showing up a little more, and sometimes a little more violent, which makes it feel, again, a lot worse than that. What we say, 79% of our students not receiving any violations. Sometimes it makes it feel worse than that reality. In 21-22, the numbers were significantly lower, and we haven't mentioned this yet, but they were significantly lower due to the intentional extension of grace. And so you all will recall that, some of you may recall that when we welcomed our students back to school after having been out for a year and some months, last year we welcomed them back, we did tell our staff, our administrators and our staff, to be reasonable with how we administered the code of conduct with our students reacclimating back to being away from school for so long. And so we asked our staff to extend some grace. And so some of the discipline consequences that you may have offered right away in previous times, maybe let's look at that a little differently. Let's look at some of those behaviors, maybe not a little differently, but let's at least extend some grace. Let's look at other ways to address some of those matters. And so as a result of that, some of those violations were down. The numbers that had been recorded as referrals were down. And while we were doing what we thought to be the right thing at that time, we can certainly acknowledge that some of that got away from us over the course of time. Some students took advantage of that. And so it was a rough time when they first came back that year, but that's the reason that you see some of the numbers are a little bit lower at that point. Some other factors that contribute to our current state, some of the retaliatory recurrences involving some repeat offenders or folks they are affiliated with, some of the increased occurrences of ignoring or resisting adults. Again, some of it may be attributed to some of the time lapse when they were out of school, where now when their emotions get the best of them, it's hard for some students to really pull it back under control, even when being commanded and directed to. We are seeing, increased occurrences of that, where students are just not compliant. A big one that we see and believe is the whole idea of sensationalizing some of these violent acts, and the immediacy of that, where students are able to take out their devices and record and share and post and all of those things. And that whole idea of sensationalizing these things, we again believe that these are some of the factors that contribute to the way things feel, the way things are. We believe that's a contributing factor. And then the easy availability of some inappropriate and illegal items. It does appear that some things are more, for whatever the reasons, easily available to some students than they should be or used to be. The vape pens, the paraphernalia, the drugs, the look-alike weapons, real weapons, all those things. These are real challenges we wanted to acknowledge. To start with how we go about addressing student discipline in our schools, though, we do have to follow certain guidelines even before it gets to implementing our Charles County Student Code of Conduct. And it starts at the very top, and this goes for pretty much any district in Maryland, that we are all we must be in alignment with the federal laws to start with, starting at the very tippy top with the Constitution, the IDEA, the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Title IX, acts that are in place regarding special education students or students with disabilities, and students who have issues that are related to sexual assault or those kinds of things. Those are our federal laws and guidelines that we must follow. But before even, but after that, there are state guidelines through COMAR, the Code of Maryland Regulations, that must, again, our code of conduct must be in alignment with, trickling down to the Maryland State Department of Education policies and the state's code of student conduct. Again, that our code of conduct must be in alignment with and cannot go beyond the discipline allowances that the state code of conduct goes. And so, again, just the parameters, we thought that's an important piece of context for people to have an idea of where, how we have to, the guidelines we have to follow in order to create and then implement our own code of conduct. So we thought that would be important to share. And then we look at some of the actual raw data. So I guess I can click now. Yes, okay. So the violations comparison, 1920 to 22. And so if you can see that at the very bottom, maybe going across the bottom is a better way to start this. 1920 and then 21, 22, and 22, 23. So there are 3 rows going across the bottom. Those are the years that are represented right above the violation categories right above. And so starting at the left there, major bullying and bullying, what? Harassment, I'm sorry. Yes, and so you'll see the 3 columns over that represent those 3 years. And so if you're looking at the first one, 174, I think that says in 1920, and then if you're looking at the current years, 139. And so the ones that stand out, of course, are the major disruption, the ones with the taller columns there, the major disruption, the major disrespect, the major fighting. As I move over to the right, the major physical attack on adults. Again, those are the ones I talked about. The numbers are a little bit up. The major physical attack on students. And so, so if you look at those, again, the one that's down in the middle, again, there's a year that we extended grace. These are in comparison, in some areas they're a little closer than others, but the ones that that feel the most violent and the ones that I think get the most attention, the major physical attacks, those are the ones that are up. Now, in comparison, that one in particular, major physical attacks, it looks like we're down just slightly. But again, it doesn't feel a lot like that. We certainly understand that. And then you look at the far right column there, major verbal physical physical gestures of threatening on students. Those numbers seem to be just above a little bit. And so there are lots of contributing factors. We talked a little bit about some of them, but those are just some of the raw numbers when you compare the last few years. And then looking at the disposition, so the consequences that are rendered, you can certainly see the highest columns, I think, probably jump out to you. So the parent calls and emails home this year. I'm looking at that very first column there. This year, it's just way up there. What does that say? 6,155, I think that says, are the number that we have recorded calls and emails that have been made home as far as the dispositions in comparison to the 4,100 or so a couple of years ago. In-school retention and interventions, you can see that those numbers are up a little bit, 4,600 or so. In comparison to a couple of years before that, about 4,000. The behavior warning and corrective and apologizing, I believe. You can see those numbers are up. And again, this is just the gamut of the different dispositions or consequences that are rendered. Moving over parent conferences, class changes, loss of privileges, but moving a few more rows over, you can see the out-of-school suspension numbers are up. More was 2,887 or so in comparison to about 1,500. and whatever that is a couple of years back. And so suspension, we certainly know is not always the answer, but there are times when that is the appropriate decision to make, and we support that when it is. And we have certainly said that to our administrators, that, you know, what you have to do to keep your building safe is what you have to do. That's really what it's about, keeping your building safe. And so you'll see that some of those numbers are up. We support it when it's appropriate, and so we make that clear as well. Student disciplinary violations compared to enrollment by year. So this one, if I can just explain a little bit, because it could be a little tricky to understand, because we haven't had 29,289 students in our schools at one for an entire school year in a long time, if ever. But looking at the 1920 school year, there was a time when we had upwards of that many students in our building at any one point in time because of the transiency of our students. So if you're looking at that right column, the darker bluish tealish color being the enrollment numbers, and then the one on the left being, for example, 1920, the 22,634 is the student disciplinary violations compared, again, the number of violations compared to the number of students. And so if you were to do a little math on that, it would come out, for example, in the 1920 school year to be about, if you wanted to do some averaging, about 1.3 violations per student, per those 29,000 so students. In the current year, again, if you did that same kind of comparison, it would come out to be about 1.1 violation per student. And so, again, just another way to look at numbers. I think you can probably manipulate numbers to look at them and get whatever understanding you want. I think we know that, but we thought that was an interesting insight to have on to share today. Minors versus major violations. And so this one here, the top portion of each one of the columns represents the major violations. And then the lighter greenish color represents the minor ones. And so probably the easiest way to explain that is that the minor ones typically do not result in the harshest consequences, removal from school. Those are the ones that typically are, maybe they are repeated disruption, maybe they are throwing stuff in the classroom, maybe they are throwing stuff in the lunch line or late to class a number of times or what have you. Minor referrals, parents are notified, and there are some consequences given, but typically not the harshest consequence where they're removed from school. Whereas a major violation, they more likely than not are the ones that receive harsher consequences where students are removed from school. And so just again, the 1920, the 21, 22, and then the current year, about 18% of the students the referrals received, the violations received have been major versus the minor ones. Percentages of violations by school level. The top portion of each one of these columns is the high school level. So 1920 was 44% of our high school the violations were about 44% of them were by high school students. In the current year, we're just about 40% of the violations recorded are from high school students, about 36% middle school, and then about 25% of the violations this current year are from the elementary level. Use of exclusionary discipline. So when students are suspended out of school or students are suspended to the superintendent, which is where students are being considered for a suspension beyond the 10-day period, which could be removal to an alternative center if you're a secondary age student. But the top row is this particular year. So again, we talked about the out-of-school suspension numbers being up this current year. 2,064 out-of-school suspensions, and then 165 of the suspensions to the superintendent. Compared to the other years there, again, and all of this data goes up through the second week of March. Compared to 21-22, you can see the numbers a little lower there as expected, but then in 19-20, a little lower there as well. You can see the use of exclusionary discipline. And then we look at, we're going to look at safe screenings, risk assessments, and threat assessments really quickly, just the numbers. And so just so you have an idea, I mean, you can certainly see the numbers have risen, but to have an idea of what they are about, the safe screenings, and Ms. Keesling will certainly correct me if I don't say this right, but the safe screenings are the ones where students have shown some sort of sign of trouble or what have you, but it has to be considered by the counselor as to how serious this particular thing is, and the counselor will consult with the psychologist to determine if it needs to be reviewed at the next level, which is the risk assessment, right?
Safe screen starts when there's an incident and there's an administrator that brings it to the attention of the counselor, because it could be a threat or could be something that was stated, a written statement, something that shows there's some type of threat to either the student themselves or somebody else. So that safe screening is just an initial set of questions that's asked by the counselor to determine whether or not this should be moved forward for more. And they always consult, the counselor will always consult with the school psychologist to determine whether that's necessary or not. So the next two screens you'll see are the threat assessment, risk assessment.
And so the risk assessments are the ones typically where students have displayed some sort of risk of self-harm. You know, they've said something, they've drawn something, some sort of message where they're considering some sort of self-harm. And so then the psychologist is involved with, you know, looking to see just how high that risk level is. And you can see the number of those have gone up as well. And then the threat assessments, when students are making comments or statements or messages in some way, shape, or form that show they are considering hurting others. And you see that those numbers are up as well. And so this is not, it's not a bad thing that they are up, because it does show that there's intervention from the right people who need to be involved in those discussions with these children before something happens. Most often we get that information you know, in order to at least talk to all of the right people before something happens. So you'll see those numbers going up. We want that as opposed to the act just happening before we get a chance to have those discussions. And so what are we doing to prevent and reduce and address student discipline? So just some sample efforts of some of the things that we're doing differently, just a few notes that we thought would be shared. More often than not, families are being referred to the Charles County Mediation Center, which is based out of the College of Southern Maryland. If you have not heard of it, it is a group that is managed by Ms. Julie Walton, and so their program basically helps families to mediate when there is a concern regarding their children. And so when these things come up in our schools, often we will hear from the families, I want to meet with that other family, or I want to meet with this other family. And honestly, we do not always support that being facilitated by our school administrators, because we have not trained them in the art of mediating families with our students all day, every day. With our families, that's not something in our area of expertise. And so in some instances it goes well, but in some instances we know that families are sometimes just as emotional as what the students are, and that can be a challenge for us to really mediate and get to the place we need to get to within the school day. And so groups like Ms. Walton's group, that's what they do. And so we refer them to them, and the families agree to meet with each other. They are skilled and trained to facilitate those kinds of meetings with families. And so we do more and more of those kinds of referrals. Working with many more of our student mentor groups, facilitated through the Office of Community Engagement and Equity. That office within our office is doing a lot of pushing out mentor groups that are contacting us to say that they want to partner with schools. We're supporting that, and we are absolutely, and not just through our office. There are some Stella Girls, works with one of our schools here today. It doesn't come through our office, but we certainly support the idea of different groups who want to work with our children, having been vetted and all of that to do that. This year's school improvement planning process, schools were permitted to use their data to select their own individual school culture and climate focus for the year. And so And this, was launched back in August last year. And the big areas that came out that schools wanted to really be sure that they focused on restorative practices, positive behaviors, interventions, and supports, our social emotional learning, trauma-informed care, community care, or community engagement partnerships. So those were the areas that our schools did select that they wanted to work on with our school improvement. And I think we talk a little bit more about, that moving forward. Through the school improvement plan process that was launched, we did have 27 of our schools that selected either one of those areas that we just mentioned, and then 12 other schools selected the community engagement and equity office to support their efforts. And so these offices, through Ms. Kiessling's office, Student Services, and through the community engagement office, they have been working with the schools all year on their particular area of culture and climate. And so, again, just to touch on some of the efforts that we have put into place this year, and you have been working diligently towards, we did just want to share a few of those. But now we can move into some of the mental health, behavioral health side of things that Ms. Kiesling can chat a little bit more about.
So, well, we have one more, but the last slide
Sorry,
there.
did I miss one?
These are just some of the culture and climate areas that have been being put more into the schools, being provided more support in the schools to have happen there. Understanding and activating restorative circles, those schools that have chosen to do restorative practices, we've actually trained personnel in the buildings to be trainer of trainers for their schools. So now they're going to be able to train the entire staff on restorative circles. We've had restorative training for years, but it kind of, when we had COVID, that training kind of on a regular went away. So we allowed the schools this year to choose what they wanted. Some of them chose to do the restorative practices, the social emotional learning. We have training for those school members and staff through the professional learning teams, going back and giving that training on a regular basis. And they're really focusing on those areas at their individual schools, hoping to improve the practices that they were already familiar with, but becoming more familiar with and actually utilizing them more on a regular basis at the schools. So these are just some of those areas. Some of the other things that some of the other data that you may be interested in, just so you have an understanding of what our student services staff are doing at the buildings each year. Approximately 4,500 individual sessions with our school psychologists per year. That's kind of an average. We have 8,500 behavioral consultations per year, 350 behavioral health assessments per year. School psychologists offer yearly professional development and presentations for things like avoiding power struggles, de-escalation techniques, and recognizing student trauma. So that's one of the big ones at the very beginning of the year. We try to have we do have all of our schools trained on recognizing what trauma looks like and how to identify so that they can make referrals to the necessary people in the schools for extra support. Our school counselors also are involved in class lessons. They go into the classrooms and provide different trainings on anti-bullying, mental health, social skills, and some of this information is also pushed through our health curriculum. They also have health curriculum for the older students that involves drug awareness, mental health, social skills, those kind of things go through our health curriculum as well. Some of the things that we need to make sure it's understood by everybody in our community is that we in student services provide the social emotional behavior supports to students that are focused on school functioning. We are not therapeutic per se. That's not what we do. We will provide sessions and lessons and give support to students, but we're not actually providing the therapy the students need to change their behavior. For that, we partner with certain groups that are in our building, and we also refer out to many of the different organizations outside of our building. We do offer mental health services to the students in support of educational purposes, and so our expertise in student services as well, I need to let you know, is not with adults. We don't have the certification to actually work with the adults in our building. So that also has to be serviced by an outside organization. So our Employees Assistance Program is who we would contact if there was ever a traumatic event at the school and we know that the staff actually needs support. We would call them. We would send our personnel in for the students. And we also help identify the areas of concerns and link them to certain professionals, again, and make referrals through various staff in our building. So our pupil personnel workers are very knowledgeable about the people who are the organizations that can help support. They're making referrals on a regular. Obviously, our school psychologists and our school counselors do the same thing. Our personnel, and this is really why we can't be therapeutic, we just don't have that many in numbers compared to our students. We have 92 school counselor positions, and I'm going to clarify positions because we do not have 92 school counselors right now. And obviously we have a shortage of different personnel in our system, but counselors were really hit hard this year. So we've been short counselors all year long, and we've been kind of spreading them out. So let's say a school might have 3 counselors assigned to them. They may be down to 2 at this time, just so we can make sure we have every school covered with at least 1 counselor. We have 45 school psychologist positions. Again, there's a shortage. It's very difficult to find and to make sure that we have all the positions covered. 23 pupil personnel worker positions. I will say that all of those are covered, and all of our, or almost all of our pupil personnel have a background in some type of mental health. So they're coming from the counseling field usually. We have a behavioral mental health coordinator, Ms. Bella Lugo. She kind of manages and facilitates a lot of the different programs and activities that we do with behavioral health in our school system. And then we have a student interventions coordinator. That would be Jen Conti. She does our PBIS program and other interventions. She does the training for restorative practices. She sets up training for CPI, which is our crisis prevention intervention trainings. So she does a lot of the different, organizes a lot of the trainings for the system in terms of the behavioral health, mental health needs. And then we just hired a behavioral health clinician who is at STEAM this year, and that was through a grant-funded position with the health department. We partnered with them, and we have that extra position over there this year. Here are some of our curriculums, because a lot of people, I think, don't realize that we actually have behavioral and social emotional learning curriculums in our buildings, and this is what is used in the school system. Our second step curriculum is our elementary, K through 5. Move This World is K through 6. Our base education, which is Move This World and base education, social emotional learning platforms are what we use. And schools can use them regularly or kind of at their discretion. They're not required, but it's available to them to use. Most of our elementary schools are using Move This World. Most of our secondary schools are using BASE. The baseline screening was new this year. It was something that we tried to get a voice from the students. It actually was a survey that allowed us to have some information about how they're feeling about their educational situation, their climate in their school, how they're feeling in their school. So we did get that information this year, and it's being given 3 times. We've already done it twice. The last one will be coming up, I think, in May. And then Zones of Regulation is another curriculum that is used through K through 6. This program, Aspire, is a program that is used to address some of our K through 2 students that have significant behavioral concerns. We have a support coordinator who manages the program at different sites. It's a regionalized program at 4 different sites, Barnhart, Jennifer, Gail Bailey, and J.P. Ryan. Each of these sites has one Aspire teacher and one IA assigned to the room. We also have 3 new behavior support teacher positions who are really centralized folks, and they can go out to any of the schools, any of the elementary schools, and help train staff or work with the staff to support the needs with some of our more challenging students who are showing more challenging behavior in K through 2. So this was a new, these 3 positions, the 3 behavior support positions are new this year, and the Aspire program, even though we've had it before, used to be where the children could only attend if they were actually in their home school. And we had the Aspire program in the school, and the kids who attended that school could be in Aspire. This was the first year we've regionalized that program. So now kids from other schools can attend those programs. Some of the other interventions that we have for staff and students, we do train mental health first aid, and we're expanding it to the community in next year. I do have a few numbers of how many I think we're going to be training close to 300 of our staff will be trained for just this year. But this program has been going on for quite some time, and any of our staff can sign up for it. They just have to look for those programs and that are advertised through our system for PD, and they can sign up for this mental health first aid. Our HEROES program is another mentoring program that we run through Student Services, but it's with Keith Elkins. He actually has a program where he mentors some of our students in these particular schools. We started off with 4 schools. We're up to 8 schools right now. He does this on his own, so it's a little bit difficult for him to expand a little bit further, but he does a wonderful job getting into the schools on a regular basis and meeting with groups of students each week. Signs of suicide is in our high schools. We piloted it last year in a few of our schools. It's in all of our schools this year. Again, when we have those signs of suicide, and I'll let Dr. Blanchard speak more to these programs. We always want to make sure that we have the extra support in our buildings should students have any kind of an after effect or need some extra support after having any of these programs introduced, or when they go through these programs. We want to make sure that we're providing the support, so we make sure who's having what go on and make sure that the extra personnel is always in the schools at that time. DARE is in all of our elementary schools, and that's an obviously, we've been around for a long time. We used to have it in the middle schools. It's now moved down to the elementary schools, but that's a partnership with our sheriff's office, and the sheriff's, the SROs actually teach those classes in the elementary schools. Truth and Consequences is the same thing, except in our secondary schools. Our SROs teach those classes in secondary schools. Handle with Care is an initiative by that was put out by our former Governor Hogan. It is a program that you could volunteer as a school system to join, which is really a way for our first responders to partner with us when they go to a home and there's a traumatic event at the home. Prior to any children coming to school, they notify us that they've been there and that the child is in the building or at home and may need some extra support the next day. So we're notified by our first responders of that, and then that notification comes to Jason Stoddard, who sends it to me, and I make sure it goes to the principal of the school just to say, handle this child with care. We're not going to ask what happened. We don't even know the situation. But what we do know is that child might be coming in the next day and have some trauma that they're not maybe even displaying right then and there, but just to kind of let them know that something happened at home the night before, and that child will need to be handled with care until whenever. If they do display some type of behaviors that need support, then we know why, and we'll be able to make sure that our staff is available for them. That program as well has expanded this past year. We made sure that we are recognizing our first responders who send us those Handle with Care notices, because we feel it's that important So we give them a challenge coin, and a certificate saying thank you for letting us know, because we feel it's that important. The Behavioral Health Conference, I want to say thank you to some of you who showed up to come see what that was about. It was our first one this year. Ms. Lugo put that on, basically organized the whole kit and caboodle. It was a really nice event where a lot of our partners came and provided training and information to our families. We had a lot of vendors there as well that supported that event, and were able to give information and resources to our community members, so that was nice. We're having another community event, which is going to be happening on May 18th. It's from 2 to 7. It's our pupil personnel worker community event, and that's another huge resources for families. We do a clothing drive. Families come out, they can just come through, pick out clothes. We do all kinds of, we had the health department, we had vaccinations even being given last year there. So there's different things that are happening, but all of our vendors are out there providing resources to our community. It was a very well-attended event last year, and hopefully will be again this year. These are just some other interventions. There's just so many that we provide for our staff. Our Mind Matters clubs we have at these 3 high schools, and our school psychologists run those, and any students who are interested can really come together and work with their other colleagues or their students to provide supports to other kids at school, just by maybe offering a little card, you know, a welcome card or something for somebody new, or just doing different types of event things for other students in the building. It's a club that is run by a school psychologist for many different activities. Trauma, this is a trauma-informed care book study that is run through Student Services through Bethany Goodwin's office. I think we've had, it's run by a national instructor, Cheryl Fuller. She's out of North Carolina. We had 40 staff members sign up for it, and we're going to continue with this book study again next year. The staff taking this book study can, they can get 2 credits. They can earn 2 credits for taking this book study. The Vector training is the training that is our safe school training that happens for all of our staff. It's mandatory at the beginning of the year for all of our staff. It encompasses things: child abuse, suicide awareness and prevention, sexual harassment, staff and student relationships, but one of the big ones was the student mental health awareness, intervention, and referral. So that is all staff get that at the beginning of the year. Bark for Students is a program where children who are using the 365 accounts, anything that they type, if there is a trigger word that comes out, we're notified of that. We are then making sure that that child is seen by somebody at the school. So if there's any indication that they could harm themselves or harm somebody else, there's a threat being made, and it comes through 365, we're aware of that. School-based mental health counseling, Tri-County Youth Services are in our buildings. We did have a difficult time this year making sure we had enough counselors on hand at all of our schools, so we have recently partnered with Center for Children so that we're covering all our schools to make sure there's somebody in each of the schools. Restorative practices, that is just ongoing in terms of the training that we're giving for especially those schools that are focused on that for their PLT. Adverse childhood experiences, that's also a staff training that we offer. It is also something through the mental health first aid that they automatically receive through that program. The CPI, the Crisis Prevention Institute, all school administrators receive that. Student Services receives that, the whole CPI training. But we also trained last year our bus drivers and some of our support staff. And this coming year, we're expanding. It's not Crisis Prevention Institute training, but it's the de-escalation information to all of our new teachers are going to be receiving that at their orientation phase this year.
So what does this all look like in our schools? And so here's where we bring in our principals to chat with us a little bit more about what they're doing in their buildings. And excuse me, I'm going to maybe sit in the back row and let our principals come up here with their staff members. But as they begin to transition this way, the one thing that I will offer that we didn't touch on that Dr. Navarro talked about a little bit earlier was regarding our Student Code of Conduct committee and the annual review that we do with it. And so in the past, yes, we have had a group of mostly central office people who would review that document and make recommendations for changes, and then we would go ahead and make those changes and produce a new document for the next school year. And so so this year we do have a bit of a larger group of people who are working, who will be working with us to revise the Student Code of Conduct. And again, we will use the parameters given to us and be sure that we are in alignment with the state code and all of that. But the teacher representative group will be the administrators, certainly folks who have been administrators at the central office level. Our communications person is typically involved in that. So a good group of us are going to be working very thoroughly on our Code of Conduct document, and then we will share with a parent group representative to be sure that we are all very comfortable with what that document will look like in the coming years. So I did just want to touch on that, even though Dr. Navarro had touched on it earlier. But now, the folks who you really came to hear from. All right, let me get out the way. Ms. Williams, you got Jessica McCoy with you. I see you. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Step right up. Let me get out of the way. We'd be a little bit crowded otherwise, so yes. And we'll start with the elementary principal, Mr. Hoffman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lucas, Co-Chairman, Vice Chairman Lee, Dr. Navarro. First, I'd like to introduce the person to my left. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Diane Sumler. I'm a third grade teacher and the co-chair for PBIS at Mount Hope.
So we work a lot with our students and our community. Mount Hope Nanjemoy is not a community school, according to Charles County Public Schools, but I firmly believe that it is. It truly is. Some of you have come out for different events, and the big thing that I try to push at Mount Hope is building a relationship with not just the teacher to student, but student to teacher and back and forth. I tell the students every year at the beginning of the school year that respect is my #1 rule. We have to respect you. You have to respect us. It swings both ways. That door swings both ways. And I want them to be aware of that, because if we come in on a bad day and we disrespect you and how you feel, then you have every right to say, you know what, I choose not to speak with you right now, or can I talk to somebody else? Can I talk to Miss Kendall, our counselor, things like that. We've gone through a lot of behavioral strategies this year with our school improvement plan. Our culture and climate focus was SEL, and we are working with Move This World. That is the MTW up there. But the one thing that I started to really look at was the brain breaks. My science teacher, Ms. Finnemore, my physical education teacher, Mr. Jenkins, are big with giving the brain a break and let the kids run around. So if they need to pause and take a break, we do that. So we've implemented that after PE, gym classes, as well as in the middle of a lesson. Mr. Jenkins will come down. I've rearranged the schedule where the PE teacher comes down to the classroom. The kids can do a brain break, but what that's also doing is giving a brain break to the teachers, because they can leave once Mr. Jenkins is in the classroom. He can take over, give that 5-minute brain break, and go through. Because our literacy block is 2 hours, our math block is an hour with flex time of 30 minutes. They're kids. They need a break. We need a break. We do have the signals in the classroom, the calming zones, the calming areas. Restorative practices is definitely county-wide. what we do at Mount Hope. And these are some of the things that I learned at Billingsley when I helped open Billingsley with Principal Robinson Taylor, as well as Jennifer Elementary School when I first started my vice principalship over there. We found it was good success at those schools, and restorative practices happen on early dismissal days. So on early dismissal day, I take recess off the schedule. They can play when they go home. Parents are totally cool with that, because that 30 minutes is we put the curriculum off to the side and we talk about what's going on this weekend. What are your plans? How was spring break? What's going on? And we put it in that circle where the kids talk about it. We call it pride time, and pride is positive, because we got the Beavers, positive relationships, including discussions with empathy. So when we look at empathy, we want to definitely know the difference between sympathy and empathy. So empathy is that one step further of going into that person's shoes and working with them and understanding it, even though you might not have experienced it or you did experience it. And every day, the students know the 3 R's for sure when we do our pledges in the morning. Incentives, the caught being good, the brag tags. We have our spirit sticks in our school. We have our PBS Beaver Bucks, our treats, our big events, PBIS. We do that every quarter. We have the table points, the individual desk tallies in our classroom, and we have the positive office referrals. So the students come down to my office or Assistant Principal Mary Finneran's office, and we talk about what they did, and it goes over what they did. We make that positive phone call, because sometimes we don't get to make those positive phone calls. We usually send the other types of messages, the messages that deal with the consequences or the referrals. Going through the consistent consequences on the right side, a lot of this is in the classroom, because we have, at Mount Hope Nanjemoy, we have determined that the classroom is where they need to be. So when the leader is in front of the students, that leader has all of these things that they can do and they can work on. Do you want to touch on things that most of us are in the classroom?
Sure. So many times, like Mr. Hoffman said, you have to build that relationship. That is first and foremost key. But giving them a little warning, cutting them some slack, talking to students on the side, and trying to figure out what's really going on is going to alleviate a lot of the behavior problems. I think when we don't spend the time to build the relationship and learn how to deal with each individual student, we run into more concerns. So that's with the warning, a little bit of time out. My students know to signal me. They put their finger on their nose when they feel like they're about to lose it. And I have a calming area for them to go. They have different places they can sit. They kind of know what to do, because we've established those routines. And then when they're calm, being able to talk to them about what's going on. Sometimes having them write. My students write sticky notes to me. They know they can come up to my desk, grab a sticky note, write a note, put it on my desk. They know I'm going to read it. They know I'm going to talk to them about it. It helps them to calm down. If I think they need a break to leave the room or go get water or something, I have an envelope in my desk that says nothing other than to the adult that receives it, please tell this child thank you so much, and I just send them with the envelope. Go to this person, it's really important, can you please take this to them? By the time they come back, they've forgotten about whatever they were upset about, and they feel important because they just took that envelope to somebody, that person read it and said, thank you so much, this was so important, go ahead and get a drink of water and go back to class. And they come back a different person. So sometimes those things are really critical, and you just have to kind of have them in your bag of tricks. Calling home, emailing home. We have amazing parents at Mount Hope. They are very involved. We are very involved. We do a lot of community activities at the school, and I think that makes a world of difference. Goal setting, conference time with them. We have an excellent guidance counselor who does lunch bunches with our students on a regular basis, just to talk with them about what's going on, We as teachers communicate with the guidance counselor. I think this person needs a little help with this, with that, and she'll pull groups of them at lunch just to eat lunch with them and talk to them about what's going on. At that point, if we've tried everything we can try, sometimes there's some loss of privileges. We might have to have a student conference a little bit at recess time. And then we move on to referrals. I think referrals tend to be the last resort for most teachers. I think developing the relationship and handling it in your classroom is the best thing you can do. So that's kind of how we go with that.
Thank you. So once they go through all that, the referrals are sent to myself or Assistant Principal Mary Finneran. We go through the steps, and the biggest thing with referrals is if I'm having a repeated offender, that's one of the families that I want to build a strong relationship with. When I have to get to that point of suspension, because I do suspend students, even I have 291 students at Mount Hope Nanjemoy, I have suspended students there for sure. It's not a back and forth. We have an agreement. We go back and forth. Sometimes I have parents that say, suspend them for the entire week. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. It could, let's how about a half day or a day? The other thing that we do, if parents are totally on board, I take away their recess because they rather their recess be taken away than math or writing or social studies subjects. I have parents that take away recess for 2 weeks, take away recess for, and I'm like, I don't think that's the right thing to do. How about just 1 or 2? Let's start there because we still have to remember that they're this big. So we do have amazing parental support because a lot of people say that it starts at home, but I tell my parents it also ends at home. It ends there. Even if it's a busy night, and you can't get to the dinner table and you can't eat with your son or your daughter, you still need to close out the day with your child. And that's extremely important. I have those courageous conversations with the parents, and I've learned that with Jennifer, with Billingsley, and at Mount Hope Nanjemoy is taking the time to work with them and be with them. And it goes a long way. Going through documentation, we're just implementing pretty much everything that the county's provided us, and we've worked a lot, especially with our SST, MTSS strategies and systems. Check-in and check-out is happening a lot. Teacher, peer, and parent mentors. I bring in the parents. Parents can come in. The next slide will go over, I had some pictures up there, but I had some pictures that were, we had a Super Dad event. Many schools do the Watchdogs. Unfortunately, we can't do the Watchdogs anymore, but we changed it to Super Dogs. That event, at that time, I had roughly 260 students enrolled at the beginning of the school year. I had over 130 dads or male role models. Like, I was taken back. Whoa. They signed up the days, they come in, they usually wear their Superman shirt or they wear Captain America. One, it was around the Christmas holiday, so one went back and changed and turned into the Grinch. So, it was a great experience, but I bring them in. Parent volunteers, I think having a strong male role model like Watchdogs was providing, I think is extremely important. They come into the classrooms, they come into lunch. I know all the guys want to go to PE class, but I say, you got to go into the classroom and work with them. But they're outside at recess, they're pushing the kids on the swings, and even the dads that are not the dads of the kids in the class. I have another father that came out and worked with pre-K students. He doesn't have any kids in pre-K, but he's out there running around with the pre-K students and our back. So I had pictures of our Super Dogs as well as other events that I bring in. We are a Title I school, so parental involvement is extremely important. We do that monthly. The parents come in. We have a lot of community donations and people that come in to work. And a couple other pictures where the kids working together. I think that's extremely important. Our other powerful instructional practice is success criteria. Success criteria is part of FAME, formative assessment for Maryland educators. It's part of a formative assessment overall. It deals with learning targets at the beginning of the lesson. It deals with success criteria at the end of the lesson, but also throughout the lesson. But part of FAME deals with self and peer assessment. Students have to be aware of working together and giving each other feedback. So with FAME and using that as the instructional model, we can also help the relationships in the classroom, because the kids have to get along to give that feedback or highlight that in red or highlight that in yellow and go back and forth. We have students doing that. We have students doing that in kindergarten at Mount Hope Nanjemoy. So our school, it definitely takes a village. Our community is strong. It's a wonderful community. They work as a team. We support each other from teacher to student, student to teacher, and then parents coming in. So those are pretty much our main things that we have done at Mount Hope Nanjemoy.
We're going to move on to Ms. Stoddard, Ms. Williams.
Right. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me today. I have with me the phenomenal Ms. Jessica McCoy. She is our academic mentor, as well as a language arts teacher here at Benjamin Stoddard. So you see it on the screen. We are the home of the leaders and scholars. When I came to Benjamin Stoddard in 2019, I was on a mission to make sure that Charles County recognized that Benjamin Stoddard develops critical thinkers. Let me say that again, that Benjamin Stoddard develops critical thinkers. Because often, to be quite honest with you, we're a community school, and our community, as well as our staff and our students, often feel like it's us against the world, that there is this cloud over our building. And it is far time that people realize that it's unnecessary and it's unfair to our scholars. So I was on a mission, and I'm still on that mission, to make sure that everybody knows, and you'll know today as well, that we are the home of leaders and scholars. So what does that look like? So it started off as making sure that our scholars believe that they believe that they have what it takes to compete at the highest level, to perform at the highest level, to be the leaders that they know that they can be, and that their parents know that they can be as well. So even though that was 2019 and the pandemic hit us hard, when we came back, it was like, okay, now is our time. This is it. Let's show what we know. We recognized really early on that many of our scholars, when we returned from the pandemic, exhibited what we often call just this impulsivity, this physical aggression, for no apparent reason at all. It's almost like they forgot just to interact, to know how to collaborate, to know how to talk things out, to recognize that when you step into a school, everything that happened in the community is null and void. It's time to be the leader and the scholar that we know that you can be. So we actually had to reframe our school day so that we start with just that mindset. So for us, that looks like stallion time. So every day of the week, there is a time for our scholars to reset and get that mindset shift so that they're ready for the day. It begins at 8:30. Our scholars walk in at 8:15. So at 8:30 on a Monday, they are setting goals for the week. That can be a personal goal. It could be, you know what, I have got to set my alarm clock and get here on time, to an academic goal. Here we go. I got this health quiz coming up. I've been studying. I can do this. They set that goal and they write that goal down on Monday. And then on Wednesday, they check in, see where they are. And then on Friday, they reflect. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, we do our social emotional learning lessons. And so for Stallion Time, that looks like using Reallyville, which are just small videos that look like preteen versions of TED Talks on a variety of topics such as stress or social media, because we know that is huge in middle school. How to deal with the image that you want to portray on social media. How to deal with making friends or moving to a new school or moving into a different classroom. To making sure you recognize that you are accountable for your actions, and what does that look like. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have that social emotional time. On Wednesdays, we do either binder checks, where they check to make sure they have an organized binder, or they do a GPA check to make sure they're on track with whatever that overall or overarching goal is for the week or for the quarter. So that is our Stallion Time, and you see the couple of points there, a couple of bullets underneath there. Another part that is essential for Benjamin Stoddard is our GROW program. So the GROW program, which stands for goal setting, restorative practices, organizational skills, and work habits, is an opportunity for our scholars who may have fallen short of those expectations to work on those things while they're in our in-school detention room. So they'll work with Mr. Brown and earn points for working on their binder, for getting their work done, for talking out situations and recognizing their role as to why they're in detention in the first place. They'll do all of those things and earn points and make their way out of the GROW program. We also are extremely proud of the opportunity to be proactive in our efforts to develop our leaders and scholars. So we have, for the second year in a row, a peer mediation program. We have trained 7th and 8th graders throughout the school year to take on those conflicts that often for adults may seem extremely petty. It could be something so small to us, but it's a big deal for them, and it's a deal breaker for them. It may be the difference between, can I focus in this class? Am I going to be a disruption? Or am I going to get into an altercation? And so what happens is a teacher will fill out a registration form to say, you know what, I think this is a job for our peer mediators. I'm going to request that the peer mediators handle this conflict between, could be 2 different friend groups or just some folks who are in the same classroom. They set up a session along with a staff member that is there to facilitate the peer mediation conference, and then they develop next steps to resolve the issue in real time. They have been trained so that they know that all of this is confidential, with the #1 goal of resolving this issue and getting back to the mission of being a leader and the scholar. We don't want them to be out of class for extended amounts of time. We need them to reset and get back on board. For us, it's empowering because it's like, wait a minute, these are our leaders and scholars that are doing this. This is their time to really show that they are who we think they are. For our scholars that are participating in the mediation, it's a judgment-free zone. It's a time where sometimes when the adults don't quite understand, as they always say, or we just don't get it, now it's just your peers in there to hear you out. And those are the folks who can relate to these conflicts the most. So it has helped tremendously. I think it's going to continue to grow again since this is our second year. We have about 8 peer mediators this year. Of course, next year we'll do another recruiting opportunity where we have our teachers actually nominate peer mediators, and then we have them do a survey and a questionnaire as well. But we're looking forward to those opportunities where, again, we have a chance for our scholars to become the leaders that we know that they can be. Our data showed this school year that we had a decrease in our minor referrals. I believe part of that is definitely because of stallion time and the ability to talk out their feelings. I believe that part of that is because of our peer mediators. I also think that our mentor programs have been significant in making sure that what would have turned into something huge is actually an opportunity to grow and talk things out. We are blessed to have 2 phenomenal mentor programs at Benjamin Stoddard. One of them is a homegrown program. It is actually our male mentor program where we have about 5 staff members now and about 30 to 40 participants now, because it's grown quite a bit, that meet once a week, every Thursday. And they tackle what our young men are saying are their everyday experiences. And some of these are things that have nothing to do necessarily with school. It's things in the home. It's things in the neighborhood. It's trauma that they have faced, that they have not felt secure enough to talk about. It's understanding that I don't always have to prove that I'm this tough guy. I can actually break that shell and be vulnerable for a second. Sometimes it's academics because they do a study hall during the mentor group. And so now they're targeting all of those areas of growth that they know they need to work on, but they just need some folks around them to encourage them to be awesome. We also invite members of our community to be a guest speaker for our male mentor groups. So every Thursday, it's a different member of the community. And we've had folks from all walks of life. We've had individuals that have been incarcerated, we have doctors, we have entrepreneurs, we have a little bit of everything. And our goal, our mission is for these guest speakers to show what their journey looked like. We want our scholars to see that it's not always going to be roses. It won't always be sweet. There's going to be some ebbs and flows in life, but how you handle it is what's going to help you to grow overall. And so our guest speakers talk about that. We ask them just to talk about your journey. I just put a couple of blurbs in our school newsletter to say, hey, we're looking for some guest speakers. Please reach out to us. And we started getting floods of folks who are interested in reaching out to our young men. They just went to a Wizards game not too long ago. They were super excited. It was a big deal because it was on a Thursday night, a school night. Oh my God. They had a bus take them there. For many of them, it was their first time just in Washington, D.C. So they passed, of course, all the monuments on their way down, and that was huge. That was a game changer for them to move out of the neighborhood, because for some of our scholars, all they know is their neighborhood and just their family, to now see the rest of the world and then the impact that they can have. So that was an amazing opportunity for them. Our other mentor group is our young ladies, which is our partnership through our Stella's mentor group program. Stella's Girls has been phenomenal. I think we're on now our third year, because we actually started with them before the pandemic with Stella's Girls. They also meet once a week. They tackle a variety of topics. Again, some things are just related to things outside of school. Others are more about what self-confidence looks like, what conflict resolution looks like, self-image, body image, what it means to be a boss, because a lot of them are like, I'm a boss. When I grew up, that was a big deal for them. All of those things, they tackle it all. Unlike our young men, our young ladies were initially a little bit, they were more willing to be open. Like, let's just talk about it, we'll put it all on the table. We didn't really have to say a whole lot to get them to start talking. But once they began to really speak about their experiences, it has in turn shifted at times the topics that they study during their mentor program, because we wanted to make sure we're tackling those topics that they felt like they really needed some support on. They'll be headed to CSM on April 17th for a college visit, so they get an opportunity to have that college experience. That's their upcoming field trip. I think these opportunities for our scholars have meant a decline in those impulsive behaviors, in the friendships that have broken up that now become this huge social media fight. It has been a decline in those things, because now they're seeing their purpose and their self-worth. Now they're seeing that they are indeed the same folks who we thought they were, the leaders and scholars who we knew they can be. And for middle school, these transitional years, that's actually what it's all about. They're just trying to find themselves. And I think the more positive we are, the more we pour into them, as well as let them see for themselves, like, you got to be accountable for your actions. The more we do those things, that's a game changer for our leaders and our scholars. You'll also notice, if you ever take a look at Sauter's data, that we had an increase in altercations or suspensions for altercations. But let me just put some context into that. This year, we noticed that we saw what we call like play fighting, hitting, running, all of those things. And while that may seem like something small, for us, especially when we noticed it was young ladies and young men, we decided to put a very hard stance on that. At no point did I want any of our young ladies to think even playing that someone hitting on them was cute or cool. And vice versa, for our young men, at no point did I want them to think that that type of relationship with anybody else was okay. So we didn't just say, like, you know what, you're out of here, you're suspended. Nope, that became a topic of study during Stallion time. That became a topic of study during our mentor programs. But we also started to lay on the consequences. And we were more strict, I would say, with those particular consequences, even with play fighting, because we're trying to move away from this idea that physical aggression of any kind is acceptable. We want our scholars to walk in that building and know, again, that whatever happened in the community, however things operate in the community, is different here. It's different in this building. We've got this brand new shiny building, but it won't shine unless they shine. And we needed them to see that. And so, yes, we saw a difference in our data, but I'm okay with that, because I need them to recognize that there are just some things that are non-negotiables, and that's one of them. I'm proud of the shifts that we are making at Benjamin Stoddard. I'm proud of our kids. I'm extremely proud of our staff, because although We have a young group. We have a ton of non-tenured teachers. We also have some vets in the house as well that have been there, and they've had a chance to see that shift as well. They've stuck it out with us when people thought like, oh my gosh, man, Benjamin Stoddard. Not at all. They have been our cheerleaders from day one, and we could not do it without them. We have been blessed with a phenomenal staff, even in staffing issues and sub-coverage issues. We still have that, it's us against the world, but it's a positive spin to that. Because now I think our staff really sees like, we're getting there. We're getting where we want to go. Ms. McCoy is going just to speak about that shift just a little bit more.
I just wanted to share how these initiatives put in place, how I've noticed that they affect our climate and culture in our school. This is my 17th year at Benjamin Stoddard. And in that time, I have seen a lot of change. I've seen a major change in administration. Ms. Williams is my 7th principal in my time at Stoddard. Most recently has been our change in our building, which is phenomenal, as she mentioned. And I could tell that Ms. Williams' vision, when we open that new building, this is our opportunity. This is our chance to rebrand ourselves and to put some things in place that really elevates our scholars. The initiatives listed by Principal Williams and the administrative team, with the thoughts and feedback from counselors and teachers and even students, have been very successful overall. These ideas and programs continue to raise the bar for our scholars, showing them that our expectations of academics and of conduct are elevated. And staff demonstrates daily that we're always there to support our scholars, even with these high expectations in mind. I've witnessed our admin team count tallies of dozens of behavior charts to ensure that scholars are meeting daily goals, rather than just revert to a minor referral. Teachers can rely on our admin team to respond to teacher emails, concerns, calls, advise and support teachers before a behavioral referral is issued. I see nearly every teacher, both experienced as well as brand new, conducting just informal check-ins of students, sometimes even a dozen, in the morning to ensure that our scholars begin each day with a fresh start and to know that someone is always in their corner. As a school community, we have intentionally targeted our conversations and positive relationships with our scholars. I'm certain that the relationships that our staff have built with our scholars impact their performance both in and out of the classroom. In our building, I work with several teachers who are brand new to teaching, and some who are being coached on how to teach because they come from an entirely different background. These teachers are embracing our initiatives in addition to learning all of the other fundamentals of the profession. So credit is due to everyone in our building as we continue to reinforce high standards in academics and behavior. Teachers, cafeteria staff, counselors, psychologists, secretarial staff, building service workers, instructional assistants, interventionists, library media specialists, school resource officer, our admin team, and anyone else who continues to raise the bar for our scholars.
Thank you, Principal Williams and Principal Roberts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am, again, Diane Roberts, proud principal of Westlake High School, and I'd like to introduce you to one of our dynamic staff members, Ms. Nelsie Avila. Ms. Avila is a world language teacher, and I thought about who could I bring with me because we have so many great staff members. But then I thought about, okay, let's look at it in particular. I wanted somebody who holds the line. She holds the line, and sometimes I get some phone calls in my office about Miss Avila holding the line. But this is also someone who stays after school, devotes her time to students, and her students do well in her class. She is small but in stature, but mighty in her impact on our building. And I wanted people to see that someone who's small in stature, but who has the heart of a lion or a Wolverine, is able to work with these tall, big high school students. So this is why Miss Avila is here, and she has a lot to say today. I'm going to start with our school improvement plan. We had an academic focus. first of all, because that's the most important thing. We are here when all is said and done for academics. And it seems like everything else tends to get in the way, but we had to keep that straight. One of the things we started with was secondary writing, because we know that that is a gateway. That is a gateway that can keep you in or out of higher academic standing or courses in our school. Also, we have extended learning opportunities. For our extended learning opportunities, and Ms. Avila is going to talk about one, I'm going to highlight one that she does, is the college workshop, college and career workshops. This is her time after school in which sometimes she'll get 30, 35 kids in her room that want to hear about what's the next step. And it's not just seniors. These are freshmen, 10th graders who are like, okay, what am I working toward? Because students need a vision. Also, we utilize FEV tutoring quite a bit. So there are many things that, as Dr. Jones and Ms. Kiesling talked to you about, there was a smorgasbord of things that the system offers us. But we needed to know what to use and how to use it so that we are not adding more to the plates of teachers who are already bogged down. So what we looked at everything, we said, okay, we need to synergize this. Like, this all works together if we can do it the right way. So with FEV tutoring, they are providing some remediation for our students in classrooms, and they're providing some advanced skills to students who are ahead. So for FEV tutoring school-wide, within our classrooms, there are times where the teachers, and again, that's that break time sometimes for the teachers, where they can stop and assist the students, but they are getting the FEV tutoring, one-on-one tutoring for math skills, which we saw that by our school report card. We need some help in our math skills. And sometimes our math teachers, we know that they have to keep up a pace. They have to keep going. Where our students, if you're not good here at the foundational skills, you're going to have some issues. So for FEV tutoring now, they have the one-on-one tutors during the school day, because we found that when you tell teenagers, hey, there's a one-on-one tutoring available for you when you go home, what are they going to choose, TikTok or FEV tutoring? So we decided, okay, we're going to create those opportunities in the classroom for them. We started off the school year with the Freshman Academy. With the Freshman Academy, they were taught the skills of how to do high school. That means the organizational skills, what it means, the social interactions, how serious the stakes are now at the high school level. Just really how to belong, because it's all about a sense of belonging. We utilize equal opportunity schools. We saw that was there. It was like, okay, we got the tutoring, we have equal opportunity schools, we have all of this, how do we make it work? For equal opportunity schools, they provided us with the data that we needed for our students to talk to students one-on-one to say, you know what, you're doing really good here. Why aren't you in an honors class? Why aren't you considering AP? A lot of the students were shocked and felt that because they came in the door on grade level, that they did not have the right to be in the AP class. And we wanted to change that narrative and that perception that they had, even about themselves. Also, equal opportunity schools exposed something to us, that our Asian American Pacific Islander population, because it wasn't like a whole lot of behavior issues, they were being ignored. They were being ignored, and it was showing up in our counseling office. A lot of our Asian American students were having difficulty because of the pressure. Because for them, if we talk about implicit bias, which our staff is working now, the bias is, oh, you're an Asian American student, you got this. Not realizing that they had pressure from all levels. And a lot of the suicidal ideations were coming from that population, which we did not. It was like, what? Really? You know, this is what's going on. And so we actually started a group for our Asian American Pacific Islander students. And we asked them, well, what do you want to be called? We want to be called the Elite Asians. And then we said, okay, that's what you're going to be called. And so, and I'll tell you a little bit about that later and how that came about. We did additional training for teachers. We realized that our teachers needed a little extra push also. And because at the beginning of the school year, they get so much in that first week pushed at them, a lot of that will go on the shelf, and then they feel like they're drowning, not realizing, like, I do have the tools here, I just didn't have time to get them, or it's right in front, my kids are right in front of me right now, what do I do? So we offer voluntary only. Come on after school. We have some more training for you. So we have some professional development. Workshop Wednesdays is what we call them. And the teachers come on their own. It's a chance for them to collaborate, to talk to each other and help each other with different issues. And the teachers come up with it. We had topics such as gamify your classroom. Why not have some fun with it? We've had topics such as teaching to the standards. A lot of our new teachers don't realize there are standards there. I mean, they see it, they get it, but they don't know how to use the standard, break it down into a lesson. So with all of the academics, first is what I wanted to deal with is because if the kids are not engaged academically, then they're going to feel lost and they're going to do other things. They're going to find other things to do with their time. Because at Westlake, we do everything big. And we have to make sure that's the positive that's being done big. The next area of focus is our, and I don't know if somebody, okay. Social emotional was huge for us. Social emotional focus. One of the things we did was we realized in our school improvement plan with our team is that we can't help the students with their social emotional issues unless we help our staff first. And a lot of our staff members, we're all coming out of the pandemic. We've all had tragedy. We all have issues that we're dealing with. So we needed to make sure we were okay first before we can help our kids. So we have our Mindful Mondays for the staff. That's voluntary to come on in and just for our own self, learn the mindfulness, learn how to regulate ourselves and stay in our upstairs brain a lot of times. Because kids, teenagers, stepping right in your face will take you to your downstairs area a lot. So we have to remember, we got to stay in our upstairs brain with it, with our kids, and to help co-regulate our kids so that we're both okay and we're all okay. We had school-wide social-emotional lessons, the AAA strategy, the AHA, the apology, just things that you're writing this also. So these are what we're doing school-wide for our staff. We have our Elite Black Men. The Elite Black Men is something you may have heard about. It is from the state grant, Achieving Academic Excellence and Equity for Black Boys. With our Elite Black Men, they have done, the wonders that have happened, because we realized we had to focus on our black boys because they're 41% of our population. They're black boys. And I'm saying black boys instead of young men because, again, we have to keep in mind they are children. And I tell our students, because they're like, no, I'm an adult, Miss Roberts. How are you going to tell me this? I'm just as grown. And I'm like, no, you're not. When you walk up the stage for graduation, you're a child. When you cross the stage and walk down, now I'll consider you an adult. So that is what I have to tell our children, that we're working with. So with the Elite Black Men, we have 43 young men who we challenge to be thermostats instead of thermometers. You change the temperature of the building. And like Ms. Williams said, for starter, the cloud hangs over Westlake all the time. When we do something wonderful, they don't say much. One negative thing happens with these press releases, and all of a sudden it's a big blow up, and you have on social media almost the adults bullying the children. And so what we're trying to teach them not to do is what they see the adults doing, and we have to model for our students that change that narrative. Yes, you made a mistake, and yes, I still call it a mistake because you have to hold kids accountable, but it is a mistake. Some things are deliberate. So when you're doing it over and over again, okay, now that's the deliberate thing. Now, okay, now we're going into let's change the behavior. What's going on? So our Elite Black Men, they are going to a convocation on April 20th. They will meet with every school in the state who has the pilot program. We will all be meeting in Baltimore. So they're going to come together and show up and show out for Charles County. We have, and again, the Elite AAPI because they said we want to be elite too. Well, based on that, we were like, you know what, it's in a lot of elite groups because we have our Gals Lead program. We have our My Sister's Keeper program for our girls. And so I realized, you know what, I need to talk to all the students. I need to talk to our student leaders because when we looked at our school report card, what bothered me the most was that the lowest score we had on anything was how our kids felt about themselves. That bothered me more than anything, because what they hear is what the community tells them. It tells them that you're no good, that they're bad kids at Westlake. So that's what they thought. So what I decided to do, and we're going to do this probably tomorrow, I think is scheduled, I am meeting with the elite nations. And that is everyone who has that sense of belonging. Our athletes. If you think about our athletic program, our athletes, for the first time that since I have been principal, were #1 in the county for their GPAs. That was our past winter athletes. When I told them that, they're like, we are? You know, it was, again, something good about us. That's what we needed to let them know. But they were #1 as an athletic team. So when our kids all join things, and the reason why, some people may say, well, you're separating the kids. You're putting them in all these categories. I'm putting them where they feel a sense of belonging. If you don't have a sense of belonging at the high school level, you find other things to do, and you're going to belong to something. So we have to give them positive belonging. And when I call together the elite nations of the Wolverine Nation, then they're all going to come together, and then they can advise us on what they need. And then we work together. Then that means they have that sense of not only belonging, but ownership of our school community. Guest speakers, we call them in, and we also partner with Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. They come in, we do Super Saturdays. So they come in the 3rd Saturday of the month, and they hold Alpha Scholars program. They just took some kids through the Alpha program on a college tour during spring break, and they were sending us photos of our students that were, you know, just at the different college campuses. Our college and career advisor, she said, can I just do a college trip? And I'm like, yeah, let's figure it out. Let's do it. So with our AVID program and the grant from the AAEEBB, with that grant, we got together and we were able to get the buses for our students to visit Howard University, University of Maryland College Park. So they were able to actually see it and, again, envision themselves there. I'm going to, calming rooms. Calming rooms also. We partner with the special ed department here in Charles County. They say, hey, you guys, let's get a calming room for this area in your building. And I said, okay, well, how about we pay for some of it too, and we do the calming room for all the kids. And what was so amazing about that is we now have kids who say, where's that room? They can be in the hall pacing, fist balled up, and I'm like, whoa, come on, talk to me. They'll say, where's that room? I need to go to that room. In the room are the special lights, it's special seating, there are fidgets, there are coloring, and you would think, again, these young adults, but they're children at heart. They just want to be heard. Sometimes they need a moment to calm down. Life is happening all around them also. Sometimes they're taking care of siblings, sick family members. They need to work. There is a lot going on with our kids. And so those calming rooms help them a lot. They stay in there for a certain amount of time. Our counseling department may peek in on them. Do you need to speak? Sometimes they need to speak to someone, and sometimes, no, I'm good now. I just had my moment. And you allowed me to have a moment where it wasn't a temper tantrum. It was, let me get myself together. So that's amazing things. Our growth opportunities. We need to duplicate ourselves and do more outreach to feeder schools. We need to reach out to our feeder schools and give our students that opportunity to be the big brother and big sister to our middle schools and elementary schools. Students in the hall, I'm going to tell you the truth. So we went down in major incidents, major referrals. We went down dramatically, but then we went up in little things. So it's the hall walking, the hanging out, and we're realizing, some of our hall walkers, you know, they're hiding it quite well, but I always ask the question, can they read? So now we're going to have some different things for our hall walkers also. Come on in. Let's start this. You're going to walk the halls. You don't want to go to class. Come on in here. Let's work on some literacy. So we're doing that. Opportunities for connections. We started off the school year great with Mighty Men of Westlake, and then it began to fizzle out because we got too busy to coordinate what we needed to do. So that's something that we need to work on. And expand on the social emotional training for our staff and students. We need more. We still need more, and more parent engagement, which would be not only the mighty men of Westlake, but all the wild women of Westlake, the wonderful women of Westlake. We also have those shirts for our ladies. So to expand that opportunity. I want to let Ms. Avila speak because, again, mighty roar.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ms. Avila, and I'm a second-year Spanish teacher at Westlake High School. Kind of bouncing off of what Ms. Roberts was saying, with the workshops, last year, as my first year, I really wanted to do an extended learning opportunity that was presented to me, and so I submitted my proposal, and I said I wanted to do workshops that, taught students about colleges and universities, because for many of our students, they have no idea about what it means to be applying, and much more, sometimes our families, our parents, and our guardians don't know how to apply either. So they're kind of stuck, and so I wanted to give them this information so that they were able to self-advocate. I'm really big about self-advocacy, and I think that they are in an age where, they have to learn to self-advocate, because once they cross the stage, right, they, it's all about them, right? They pave the path for their own, for their life. And so last year I started this mini project, and I didn't get a lot of students, honestly. I had about maximum 5 of them, but they were all students from different backgrounds, mostly people from Eastal, and so I began to do it in Spanish, and sometimes I would do it in English depending on the amount of students who would come. This year was very surprising for me. I began to market it more, and I'm doing more outreach to my families and to my students every single time in my classrooms. Those who are in my class, they think I'm so annoying because I'm always like telling them about this extended learning opportunity, but I have a couple of people in my classrooms who do end up showing up after school. So this year, the most I've had in one session was 35 kids. I had so many kids in my trailer. My trailer's outside of the main building, that I had students sitting on my floor, and I couldn't offer everybody a seat in my classroom, but they were there. They wanted to listen and they wanted to learn. And so what I did is I break down each workshop for every topic. So since it's a lot for them, so for the first session, for example, I talked about what it means to create a professional email, right? Because we all have that, funky email that we used to have before that, we don't want to show anybody. And so I told them, okay, what does it mean to create a professional email address, right? The importance of, checking your emails frequently, because that's something that I see my students struggling with, or I missed a deadline, or I missed a scholarship opportunity. And I said, what happened? They were like, well, they emailed me, but I never check my emails. And so I'm like, oh, there you go. Well, now you're never going to do that again. So that's part of, transitioning and growing up. In the second session, I talk about majors, because all the time the students are asking, well, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? And so I said, okay, let's break it down. Let's write a list. What do you love to do, right? A lot of the passions and the talents that we do, we don't even recognize that we love doing it. So sometimes we just have to sit down and just say, oh, I really like doing this and this and this. And I said, make that list your freshman year, make it again your sophomore, junior, and senior year, and follow those trends. I said, look at the things that you like to do, and then somewhere you will find a major that you will like. The third session that we talk about is on resumes. I am really big about resumes, right? Because we know that the average person, when they look at a resume, if they don't like something in 10 seconds, you're at the bottom of the list, right? And so I tell my students about that, right? So they're prepared. Okay, so the person is going to be looking at my application, my resume. Let's make things stand out. How do we make things stand out? Make it easy to read. There's flow, there's organization, and there's consistency. So I give them a kind of like a draft, and I said, okay, here it is. So in every session that we do, the students come out with a deliverable. So they have something in their Google Docs to work with already. It's already started. Whether they not to decide to continue working on it is on them, but they have the document open for them. Other ones that I've done is essay writing. This is something that my students have a lot of anxiety with, and honestly, it is very difficult to learn to become a very good writer, right, and essays, right? What does it mean to write an essay when you're doing a scholarship or when you're applying to a college or university? Essentially, you have to tell a story about yourself, right, a growth story. And so a lot of the students don't know what to talk about, and so what I did is tell them, write 3 aha moments in your life, things that radically changed your life for the better, or that you came out of beautifully. And so they have that list with them, and I said, do not ignore that list and do not think that any of these experiences are cringy. I said, keep them and add on to that, because when you are ready to write those essays, one of those stories will help you determine what you're going to tell in your essays when you're writing for these colleges and universities. The other things that we talk about is recommendations. I tell my students, be careful the way and look at how you act in your classes, right? If we're doing this the entire time, I will not write you a recommendation. What can I say about your personality, right? You are a carbon copy like everybody else. And with that, the kids put the phone down, right? Because they come to a realization, my goodness, right? I'm just like everybody else. I'm on my phone, right? And so I tell them, I said, when your teacher asks you to volunteer, give the answers, or even if you make a mistake, try. They will notice these things about your personality, and they will come out writing very strong letters of recommendations. So those are some of the workshops that I do. In terms of the other growth opportunities we have done for the staff members, I have attended many of them. One that was the most interesting for me was how to support our LGBTQ students, right? Those students also feel invisible in our school. And so we learned about, the pronouns and respecting how they would like to be referred to, and, also maintaining that privacy, right? When you're making a phone call home, and if the student has a different pronoun, making sure that you talk to the student, have you came out to your parents or your guardian, yes or no? How would you like me to address you in this phone call? That way we, respect the dignity and of the student. So those are some of the things that we've been doing. We're very big about self-advocacy, student accountability. So we like to work with their families and with their parents. First, we work with the student, and then, we try our best to mediate, conflicts with parents if they, don't agree with the way and the approach that we go to. But the biggest thing is that, natural consequences. There's a consequence for everything. If you decide to do this route, what will be the consequence here? So that's what we want to teach our high schoolers as they prepare for their higher education.
You can imagine how tough she is, can't you?
Well, we thank you. Thank you to our schools, our elementary school and high school. And we wanted you to know that none of our schools are perfect. Certainly we understand that. But all of our schools have challenges. And I think you heard a lot about what they are doing, because that's the big thing. We all have our challenges, but are we working every single day to do better? I think you heard that better than what Kathy and I could share it with you. We could give you the numbers all day, but to have our folks here to kind of share with you, the steps that they are always making and always thinking and always adjusting, to do better. Clearly, you're hearing it, and so we wanted to be sure that you heard at least some of that. We certainly want to acknowledge where the struggles that we, that we have. We wanted to be sure we did that. But it is important that you hear, some of what is really going on, some of what else is going on in our buildings as well, and a lot more of that. Remember the big green part of that triangle? There's a lot more of that that's actually going on. But certainly our folks are working day and night to ensure that we are doing nothing but getting better. And so we just wanted folks to know that side as well. And this took a lot longer than what we had planned, but how can you cut them off, right? They shared with us some really great stuff today, and so we truly appreciate all of you, all three of our schools, teachers and principals. Thank you so much. At this time, we are going to turn it back over to you for questions. Even though we went long, we apologize, but Ms. Kiesling and I can certainly sit back up if you didn't want the whole crew here, however you want to handle it, Ms. Lucas.
I think we probably want the whole crew there. Just want to thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Dr. Jones and Ms. Kiesling. Very, very informative and in-depth presentations. Appreciate all your hard work, and again for being here today. At this time, I'm sure there's some questions from board members. Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Definitely echo your sentiments in terms of how the presentation was organized. Very well done. Appreciate not only hearing from our colleagues at CCPS, but actually hearing from our educators and our building leaders who are doing the work every single day in terms of what it looks like in practice. Thank you for continuing to do what you do, and thank you for being here to share your insights with us. A few things I wanted to note. I was very pleased to hear Ms. Kiesling speak about the trauma training that's going on. I mean, although all of our anyone in the building, including volunteers, are required to be observers and reporters of neglect or abuse, but focusing on trauma, what that looks like, definitely wanted to give kudos in that respect. I'm glad to hear that there's additional training in terms of recognizing that. Did have a question for you, Mr. Jones, or Dr. Jones, in terms of the categorization of major versus minor. Who makes that delineation?
The schools make that delineation based on the administrators do based on the referral that they received from the teacher, whether it is a minor versus major.
And I did hear that the climate surveys that happen, that information is taken within the schools for you all to create your own sort of plans moving forward for the year. But that data is also shared with CCPS for more of a landscape understanding of what's happening within the system. Is that also correct?
Well, we certainly have access to research that data, and we pull it to look at it. Do we send the district data out to all the districts? Is that what you're asking?
Not necessarily sending or sharing the data, but you're able to tap into it to better understand sort of what's happening across the entirety of the system.
Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. Again, thank you so much.
So just to follow up, I want to make sure that I understood your question. When you asked about major and minor, and you said that the principal makes that determination based on whatever the infraction is, an infraction has a major or minor designation associated with it in the discipline matrix, correct?
So let me ask the principals to make sure I'm explaining the right incentive.
I just want to make sure I understood your question.
Yep.
And
I just want to say that the code of conduct from Maryland requires that there's major infractions, and I'm looking at Jason in the back. There are certain things that no matter what, a weapon is a major infraction.
Right, that's
Class
the obvious
cutting,
one. Yeah.
disrespect could have different levels, and so remember, our code of conduct has different levels, but class cutting, for example, could be a minor infraction as a first-time issue. It's the question of the principals looking at the continuum of events that happen. Diane, I don't know if you want to add to that.
That's correct. Also, when you look at the code of conduct, there are levels of responses. So when you look at the level of response, if that level of response is no more than a phone call home or something that can be dealt with in the classroom, then that's considered a minor infraction. But if it's something that's major, okay, the classroom teacher tried to deal with it, now you've cussed the classroom teacher out. And then from there, you're not listening to any, okay, so now we're it's always tell kids, and I used to do this even when I was a vice principal, I would say to the kids, when I show up on the scene, I need you to understand that what you do after the first thing, it can make it bigger, or it can keep it contained.
Right, and that level of response, depending on how far you go for the given infraction, that could then be described as a minor or major, depending on how far and the level of response.
Yes.
Okay.
Or depending on the repetitiveness of it as well.
Sure, because that moves up on the scale. Yeah.
And Synergy provides some guidelines there as well. So when you put the infraction in Synergy, it may have minor pushing or shoving. As to if it was a physical altercation, it may say like major deliberate hits or something along those lines. So it does kind of give some guidelines as well.
Okay. Awesome, thanks. Ms. Butler-Washington.
Yes, thank you all. I wanted to say thank you for providing for our student a sense of belonging. And I'm going to share with you that a sense of belonging for me, that's why I turned out how I was. Because someone took the initiative, just like you, to make sure that I belong. I felt needed, showed me the ropes of how to get to where I was supposed to get to. Because if this was not put in place for me, I could have probably wouldn't have been here. But what I want to stress is that I know a lot of people talk about, the fighting and all of that in the schools, but what people don't understand is that you're putting things in place. We forget kids are kids. I was a kid, you was a kid, we understand what they go through. But what you put in place for each child, that's the success of each child. And that's why all of us on this board is here. What you said made us all glow. And I got tears in my eyes just because I never imagined all the work you put in and what happened to me when I was young, you still striving to make it better. So thank you for that.
Ms. Creamer, and then Ms. Creamer, sorry. And then Ms. Morley.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I echo my colleagues' gratitude, and I think something that stood out was like everybody's passion in talking about what you're doing, whether you're a teacher or principal, and how it's impacting your students, and really just striving to make a positive impact wherever you can. And I think that's, the root of measuring success for these kind of programs is like, what are we attempting to achieve, and what is the purpose behind it, right? And so that just comes through. It came through in all of you. But I did want to just shout out Ms. Roberts, because I did get an opportunity to see the calming room at Westlake, and I remember she and I were talking about it, and I was just, towards the end of our visit, I was just like, I'm amazed at this. I just want to see this everywhere. And something that I do want to just mention, and just for everyone to keep in mind, and Dr. Jones, I don't know how much of this is happening, but something that pops in my mind is collaboration. So is there opportunities for principals or teachers who are doing something exceptional like Ms. Avila, or something unique, to collaborate with their peers and to collaborate with other schools? I know there are some initiatives going around. I know there's something, Dr. Navarro, maybe you can tell me what it's called, about the visits that are happening at elementary schools where they're going around and doing some kind of peer review of each other.
Actually, yeah, peer guided visits. Those tall high school students were the ones that guided us at Westlake.
Right.
And it's part of, I think, what the schools have mentioned, which is they're focused on not 50 things, but doing 5 things really, really well. And I will call out Westlake, because we were at the professional learning teams the other day, and her team said, I'm not going to the sessions because we need to hone in our writing, and I have been able to follow. I'm doing secondary reading and writing with the teams, and they needed to hone in, and they were like, we got it, but we got to hone in onto this work. So it's really important that if the school staff sees the importance of something, and I would even venture to say, while I am super proud that Kathy Kiesling does a really nice job to bring in evidence-based programs in the schools, to the school systems, to give our schools options, if the staff at the school don't go for it, and if it's top down and it's imposed on them, they're always never going to own it to the level of what you heard today. And so these are 3 different schools where I have seen staff, as a staff, say, here's what we're going to do. And because they believe in it, they actualize it, they make it happen. And so my job, or what I've said to folks, is, what do you need? Could you do these things? But they have a very tight perspective of what they want and what their students need. And so we try to accommodate that in many ways because of that alignment. And to your point, the guided visits, I was in a team with a Thomas Stone teacher who was in my group, going in and out of Westlake classrooms. And that visit to her, she had so many great ideas of like, oh my gosh, I've never seen a teacher do this. And we think teachers get out. They don't. They don't get out. They don't get to see what other people are doing. So absolutely, next year we want to do more of these guided visits, because actually schools have asked us for more of that. It can feel intimidating because the schools that went first were like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But if we really build a collaborative trust culture in this district, then people will see that as an asset building of great things that are happening in pockets that need to be in every school.
All right, thank you for that. So yeah, that's just something I would really like to see. So if we could really expand upon that, because I just feel like a lot of you are doing so many great things, and this is obviously evidence of that, but a lot of your peers don't know. A lot of the public doesn't know what's going on. The parents don't know what's going on inside the school building. And so it would be really great to just, like to your point, Principal Roberts and Principal Williams, to highlight the positive things that are going on, because we don't need to talk about the negative things, because they're going to get out. You know, they're going to get talked about. Somebody, if we don't talk about that, someone will, right? But like you said, the positive doesn't really get out enough, and we're doing so many great things. And so I'd just like to see collaboration, because again, there's so many great things, and sometimes they're going on in silos. But if you could just talk to each other, or someone could see the calming room, for example, because I just love that. I'm going to keep talking about that in action, then they could say, oh, we could do something like that. And maybe if something that you're doing at Mount Hope may not be exactly what that particular school needs, but they can kind of mold it and customize it to make it work for their school. And I feel like it could just make all the difference. So those are my comments on that. I did have a question for Dr. Jones, though, if you could just, for me and for the public's benefit, on one of the slides in the grids about types of disciplinary action, there was in-school retention and intervention, and then there was in-school suspension. Can you sort of explain what the difference is there between the two?
So we do have, that's a part of the topic for, I want to say next month's board meeting.
We don't know yet. Dr. Jones, can you come to the mic, though, because our friends in...
Sorry, my apologies.
In the cloud?
Yes. Yes. So that is something that we plan to discuss at a future meeting in greater detail, because we recognize that there are difference between in-school intervention, in-school retention, and in-school suspension. We recognize that, but I think what we've learned is that our definitions are different. And so it can look different across schools. What we do know is that the ISI and ISR are not suspensions, right? And so the in-school suspension is a suspension. The out-of-school suspension obviously is a suspension. So what the in-school intervention, in some places, it's more along the lines of students are reporting to a room where they are getting some very specific kind of intervention for the particular infraction that they had there. In the middle school level, it might be they're looking at the base videos that's related to the incident that they had that got them to that point. And maybe they have to go through the videos and take the quiz or what have you before they can go back to their class. The inter-school retention, it might be a room that they're simply not permitted to go back to their class with that particular day, but they get their schoolwork there. And if they are getting special services, then at some point the special educator comes through the room and ensures that they are getting what they need. It just can look different. What we've learned is that it does look different in different places. And so for the purposes of this slide here, we sort of lump them together as far as ISI and ISR. But we are working to gauge some more information so that we can report that a little more consistently, but then also to give some guidance to our schools moving forward as to what we think, now that we've gathered all this information, what it really should look like, so that it's the same thing, or if it's the exact same thing, then maybe we don't need to call it two different things. We're still working on some of that information gathering to be sure that we can give the best information, but we do know it's not a suspension, the ISI and ISR.
Okay, and the in-school suspension, what would that look like?
Those are considered suspensions. However, they are in a room at the school where they are receiving their work. And we typically don't do that at the elementary level, because we don't really have an in-school suspension position per se, whereas at the secondary level, in most cases, there is an ISI teacher, ISR, in-school suspension location and a person to do that work. But that is different. It's considered a suspension, but it is different in that respect. The only difference is that they really are not permitted to be with their peers, but they are still getting their work. So looks a little different, but that's the reason why we're working to get some clarity on what that should be. These terms came about even before me, and so I think just in, over the course of time, they look a little bit different depending on where you go. So we're trying to get some clarifying information on that ourselves.
Okay.
So we plan to report that soon, yes.
Great, okay, yeah, because I was thinking in-school suspension sounded like sort of a collaboration of what you're describing as in-school retention. And, from what I know from school, you would stay in school, you would get your work, all of those things would happen, but it would still be called in-school suspension. So I was just trying to figure out what were the actual differences there. So
yes, stay tuned for for some more clarifying information on that.
Okay, great. Thank you
Yes.
so much for that. And then I just have one additional question. When it comes to two things, restorative training and to the SEL curriculums, neither is required. Is there a reason why they're not required, the training for teachers and the SEL in the classroom? Because I brought this up before, and I know that it's not used with fidelity across, in all classrooms and all schools. And so is there, some reason behind why they're not made required?
Well, I think I'll invite Ms. Kiesling up, but I can tell you that years ago, the idea was that we would, at least for the restorative practices, we were going to train all of our schools and have a trainer in all of our schools in order to do that. But I do think that COVID kind of came around before we had a chance to finish that process. It's a scripted process to ensure that everyone is trained, and then there was turnover in the trainers. And so for one reason or the other, we never got every school completely trained 100%. Now, we do have a lot of schools who are trained and a lot of different trainers who work in different places who go out to schools and train and that sort of thing, but we do not have all of our schools, and at this point, it's not necessarily a requirement. A part of that was, at least this past summer, was that we wanted schools to be able to look at their own data and to determine what would be the most reasonable place for them to start as far as focuses for their culture and climate. And so we didn't mandate it. And some schools, as you saw, some schools thought that the trauma-informed care was an area that they really needed to do more work in, or the SEL, the social emotional learning. And so, so Ms. Kiesling, I don't know if you want to add something to that. This is your area.
Dr. Jones is correct. We did start off hoping to have all of our schools trained in restorative practices, and we brought in the group that was training, and we asked each school to send representatives from their schools to be trained, and we also invited anybody else who wanted to be trained to come to these sessions. And the professional trainers that were here to do this, it takes a few days. It's not just one and done training. You have to go through multiple sessions to be completely trained. And so we did have quite a few of our staff initially trained, but through matriculation, people left. We also had some trainer of trainers trained from each of our schools. They also left, and then COVID hit. So we haven't gotten back on track to have all of the schools trained in restorative practices. We do have people probably in each of our schools that were trained at one time or another, but they're not trainers themselves. We only have a few trainer of trainers at this point, except now that we have the PLTs. I believe there's 5 schools that have chosen restorative practices, and they did go through the trainer of trainers for those schools. Each now has their own trainer to train their staff. So hopefully it will evolve throughout the system where we'll have more of those in terms of people that we can spread out to actually do the training. But we don't have enough trainers per se to be able to do the entire system, and not everybody is focused on that. We have restorative practices strategies throughout most of our elementary schools, because Move This World uses those strategies. It's embedded in their program. So the circles and the way that they're used, them not just for restorative purposes but for instructional purposes, are happening in many of our schools. And there's many different things that go along with restorative practice strategies that you can see throughout the system, but it's not that full-blown restorative practices training that's happening every day in every school the same way. We're hoping that the 5 schools that have chosen to do this will carry that out, and we'll see some changes and see how it's working through their schools, and hopefully be able to put restorative practices as a regular training for many schools and offer those sessions for more people as we go along.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I would just like to see just more standardization, I guess, across the board with both. So just my thoughts on that, and I'll probably repeat that again at a later date.
I would like to say we are using a lot of the strategies to help schools and for different families, like through Title IX, whenever there's an informal resolution. I have Jen Conti go out to the schools and actually handle that through a restorative conference. She actually has both parties come in and they sit down and they do the whole restorative piece. We're also looking at putting restorative practices into place for a readmit conference. We used to have this in place when a student was suspended from school, so that when the student came back to school, there was that opportunity for the teacher, the student, and the administrator to all be in the room and have that conversation so that the child is welcomed back into the school appropriately and also understands the damage and the hurt that happened, and be able to have that resolved. So we're hoping to put that back into place very shortly.
That would be great. Thank you so much for that. Thank you all.
Yes, Ms. Morley.
In the interest of time, I'll be brief, but I absolutely had to thank you all so very much for this presentation, for your passion, for the joy that you clearly have in what you're doing, which we love to see, which motivates us, which motivates the children and the staff. So thank you. And as a parent of a first and third grader, I was doing backflips at the brain breaks. Thank you. Because they absolutely need that. Because that, even when we have them at home doing homework or whatever, 15, 20 minutes. You know, we know that they can't sit still for an hour at a time. Adults struggle to sit still for an hour at a time, so I can imagine. And thank you also for reiterating the fact that they are children. And yes, sometimes they make decisions that are completely inappropriate, and there need to be consequences for that. But we have to keep in mind that children's brains don't work like adult brains. And so thank you for that. I also love the focus on the staff's mental health in addition to the student mental health, because that's just as important. As forgive me, I can't remember who said it, but if the staff, was it you, Principal? Principal Roberts, if you're not using your upstairs brain, I think you said, then you're not good to anyone else. And that's true for everyone. I appreciate that. And also modeling the behavior. And there are absolutely examples of adult bullying online. And the children are seeing that, and they're repeating that, and sometimes they're learning that, unfortunately. And I appreciate also the transparency that, no, we're not perfect. We still have some ways to go. We still have some opportunities for improvement, but that doesn't mean that you focus on the negative. Because just like with the children, what you look at is all that you're going to see. And to that end, the life skills that you're instilling in these children is so significant. I just made some brief notes about the emotional intelligence, mediation, the self-esteem, the positive belonging, regulating your emotions. These are things that you don't automatically learn, and people assume when you get to a certain age that you have these abilities and these skills. But if you don't learn them in elementary school, and really in even pre-K, you don't automatically get to be 18, 25, or what have you, and have these skills. So please keep doing what you're doing. It's absolutely making a difference. Even if you're not always getting the positive reinforcement, know that on behalf of myself, I'm sure other board members will feel the same, that we support you and we salute you. It's very, very much needed. I had tons of questions, but in the interest of time, if you don't mind, Dr. Jones, I'll just talk to you offline. But thank you again. I appreciate it.
Anything else from anyone? Just had one quick question. Dr. Jones, you mentioned you're looking at the Code of Student Conduct, and is that for potentially changing it for the 23-24 school year?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We have several dates on the calendar for that committee to meet and to work on that document. It is, yes.
And and I'm looking at Mr. Schwartz. That has to come before the board, no, or not? The Code of Student?
No.
Does not. Okay. And when you have a timeline for that, I think,
yeah,
because it has to like get printed, right?
Yes, and that's our guiding timeline to get it done before, in time to go to print, to have two schools by August. And so typically that runs us through mid-May or so, end of May to wrap up and send it. Yes.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you all again for being here. Really appreciate you. Thanks.
So yeah, Mr. Lucas, I just wanted, if we could go to Ms. Miller. She has a PowerPoint that's available to everybody. She just wanted to know if there's any questions from the board. I don't see Ms. Miller.
She's back there.
Oh, there she is. Sorry. As you know, we submitted our application, our draft implementation plan. So I didn't know if anybody had any questions. We have not yet heard from MSD, and we're not scheduled to hear until later on. So I just wanted to see if the board had any questions for Ms. Miller.
Yeah, just I'm pulling this up. Hold on. Yep.
Hello, good afternoon, Ms. Miller. Hi. So it's less about sort of what CCPS sort of reported on the plan. I know that it was very extensive. Thank you for all your work. I know there was a lot of work sort of pulling all that information together. My question is more so on MSDE's process, or is it the AIB? I forget who the plan goes to.
Can you go to the third slide, Mr. Lowndes?
But in terms of the process for review, just in terms of like getting feedback to the system, but also getting a sense of what's happening in other jurisdictions and how we can enhance our plan.
We've already received one round of feedback that was just to make sure to acknowledge that we've answered all of the questions, that our artifacts worked, that the links worked, and that our data in our data tables was accessible. So we did receive some word over spring break, and now they have told us that they are breaking up the plans. MSDE is, and they are looking at the criteria for success. So I would say 90% of each of the questions that we had to respond to in the blueprint, there was a rubric per se, and I use the term rubric very lightly. It was not, on a scaled rubric, it's basically, did you answer the question? Right. And so what they're doing right now is they're going through each question and analyzing whether or not we've addressed the topics within each question based on the criteria for success. So they're hoping by the first week in May to give us actionable feedback if we need to make any adjustments or changes to our plan. And we're also, again, going to use feedback that we've received from our community as well. We do have a survey that's online. It's still open until the end of the week. So if stakeholders within our community go to ccboe.com, go to the quick links at the top, look for Blueprint, and the plan is there along with the survey.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Ms. Creamer?
Just real quick, so I didn't catch, did you say, have we received any community feedback from the online survey
We
yet?
have.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. It's been open for maybe a week or two now.
Okay, and at some point, are we going to receive sort of a summary of that
certainly.
information?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Great. All right. Well, we will look forward to your next update and to what the state has to say about
I know, right? Thank you.
our actionable feedback. Yeah. All right. Mr. Schwartz, are you ready?
Kind of.
Give a very brief legislative update. The good news is the session is over. It ended last night. The bad news is we're still trying to figure out what passed and what did not pass and what the impact is on public schools and Charles County Board of Education and public schools particularly. I'm going to highlight just very few number of bills that we've been following all session and I've been reporting on all session so you know where those ended up. And then we're going to hear more from MABE in the next few weeks so with their report as to what passed and what didn't pass. My first bill I'm going to talk about is Senate Bill 491. This is the bill that set up a task force to study school bus operator contracts and wages. This bill initially, as you may remember, was in a different form, but it was amended in the Senate to set up this task force to study school transportation in Charles County, particularly. It's a Charles County bill. The bill passed about 10 o'clock last night, the last night of the session, so it passed the House and the Senate, and it will go into effect. What the bill does is it sets up a task force to study issues related to student transportation, bus driver wages, and multi-year contracts for Charles County Public Schools, and to research the best practices for student transportation. The committee, the workforce is supposed to report back by the end of the summer and may set up legislation for next session. So that bill has passed. We are a part of that task force. The board will have a representative, as will the superintendent, as well the county commissioners, delegation, and bus contractors and bus drivers as well. House Bill 1219, Senate Bill 893, Maryland Educator Shortage Act of 2023. This was a bill that Governor Moore was supporting to address the teacher shortage. The bill did pass. We're working on the final form of the way it passed because it was amended as the bill proceeded through the General Assembly. But what it does is establishes the teacher development and retention program and fund to try to attract more teachers to Maryland public schools and to retain those teachers in our school systems. Again, we'll get more information on that bill in the next few weeks. Several bills that failed that you may want to note is one bill is House Bill 119. This is the bill that we met on and had that special meeting concerning curriculum in Maryland. The bill would have given the state superintendent tremendous control over curriculum in our public schools. The bill did not pass, which is, I think, good news. We opposed that bill. House Bill 85, Senate Bill 206 deals with collective bargaining of class size. That bill also did not pass this session. Going into the session, that seemed to be a high priority for the teachers union. We expected there to be a strong push for it this year and a lot of support for it. The bill just didn't go far this session. And the last bill I want to mention is House Bill 294, Senate Bill 926, dealing with special education due process hearings and burden of proof. This bill, as you may know, has been in numerous times over the years, and each year it gets a little closer. We thought this was the session it was going to pass. The bill actually didn't pass, but there was another bill that did pass I'm going to mention briefly for the first time, and this was a bill dealing with special education attorney's fees and related costs. So when a hearing goes to due process and the parents prevail, they, under this bill, would be able to request attorney's fees and costs to that special education due process hearing. That bill, again, is House Bill 1237. So having said all that, we're going to look out for MABE's report on the final session bills, and we can get that to you. But if you have any questions, I can try to address them at this time.
Does anyone have any questions on anything?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, all your fun ends now. Yeah.
That was funny.
All right, no, you're good. Let's go on now. We'll have to pick up the calendar after 6 o'clock hour, because there's no way we're going to get through that in 30 minutes. Apologies for that. So let's go to unfinished business. Okay, seeing none, is there any new? Hold on. Was your hand up to?
We were just going to say, Ms. Smith and I were just saying we think we skipped something else on the agenda.
Oh,
Project
Mr.
status
Heim?
update? Yes. Do we want to postpone?
Let's go through this. Yeah, let's go through this, and then we can come back to Mr. Heim. Yeah. Thank you, though, for pointing that out. Yeah. Unfinished business.
I was going to ask, what's the status on the board vacancy process?
Well, as you know, we met and we set up a timeline, and I still have not received things that we talked about from everybody on that meeting. So once we have that, then we can we'll continue, and we'll have another meeting.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Is there any new business?
Yes, as you know, Chairman Lucas, the bus operators have made a request to do a formal presentation to the board. So I just wanted to bring it forward and see if there's, interest.
All right, so that would be an agenda item, not necessarily new business, but that's okay. Yeah. So, well, I'll open it for discussion.
I was just going to ask for a point of clarification.
Yeah.
So in terms of what Ms. Morley just proposed, with it being an agenda item, is that something we have to vote on, or does it automatically go onto the agenda for
Does not
discussion?
automatically go on to the agenda, no. As from the very first meeting, we talked about people bringing things up and seeing if there was a consensus of the board for things to go on the agenda. I'll point out the fact that Mr. Schwartz just told us that that bill passed, so there will be a committee that is formed. And obviously there'll be representation on that committee from that entity. So I think, and I appreciate your concern, but I think that's kind of overcome by events by the fact that that committee is going to take place. And so your next question might be, who's going to serve on that committee? So I assume there's going to be a lot of interest. And so if you would like to serve on that committee, please email me and let me know that. And when is, Mr. Schwartz, when does that committee convene?
There's no date for the convening. It's supposed to report back by September, so it's going to be pretty quick.
Okay. You may have to do something in July, just forewarned. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'll get you in a second, Ms. Butler-Washington. I did have something to bring up under future agenda items. We had a retreat the week, not this past Monday, but the Monday before, and it was good. But I think, not speaking for all of us, but I think I can say it probably didn't hit all the things that we wanted to talk about as a board. And some of you may have, when we went to NSBA, may have seen Miss McCotter-Jacobs introduced and new. So she is the executive director of NSBA. She's former board member in Prince George's County, former president of MABE. Long story short, I reached out, and she would be willing to come down and meet with us to talk to us about, from a completely outside perspective, about things related to boards and provide her experience. So if that's something that the board is interested in doing, I can circle back, and she asks, provide some dates. So if that's something that the board is amenable to, then I'll circle back with her.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds great.
All right. Awesome. Yep. It's good. Anybody have anything else, Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman. So we had a town hall a couple weeks ago, and I know that we just had a presentation in regards to school climate, and it touched on a few of the things that we talked about, but I still believe we should, in my opinion, do some type of debriefing on the town hall. There were some major issues raised at the town hall, and I know that we do not vote on the code of conduct, but I think we should have a discussion on it, and I think we should have a discussion on how it's implemented, and whether or not it's implemented with fidelity, because I don't believe that it is. And I actually visited a school right before spring break and can attest that it's not implemented with fidelity. And I think we need to. Now, that presentation we saw was amazing. It talks about all the wonderful things that we're doing for positive reinforcements, which is amazing, and that takes a lot of work. But I would like to see something for the code of conduct. When it's time to use it, what can we do to make sure that it is being used in the appropriate way? And I don't know how we could put that on the agenda, but.
Well, again, if it pleases the board, we can look also at, which the board does vote on, the discipline matrix. If that's something that the board is interested in looking at, and we could do that in conjunction with the code of student conduct to have it all be presented at the same time. that's something the board wants to do.
Yes, I would agree.
Can I ask for a clarification, Mr. Lucas? The discipline matrix and the code of conduct. I'm looking at Eric to understand the terminology used for that. What's the difference?
Well, he walks up, I'll give you my, may be wrong. So the code of student conduct, right, is that, we talked about it, it's that printed sheet of paper that every student gets and that they gotta have signed off that says, you know, these are the rules, this is what I'm gonna do, what I'm not gonna do. The discipline matrix is just that. It's a matrix that outlines the consequence for certain actions with increasing levels of consequence for those actions. So they're two separate entities, but I believe that the discipline matrix is referenced in the code of conduct.
The discipline matrix is included in the code of conduct, and the matrix is based, our matrix is based on the state's matrix.
Yeah.
We have some flexibility on our levels of discipline for each infraction, but we pretty much mirror what the state requires us to have in place, or the guidance they give for us to have in place. The code of conduct is the entire booklet, which goes into definitions and other parts of what the code is. But the matrix is really what most people go right to the back of it, and has each infraction and what the levels of consequences are.
And I'd like to apologize, Chairman. I meant the matrix. I misspoke. So thank you for bringing that
Okay,
up.
okay.
And I just, for clarification, the totality of the document, including the matrix, is something the board votes on to change? Okay.
The board doesn't
Just wanted to
vote
clarify
on
that.
the code of conduct or the matrix. It's really the superintendent's authority, but our code of conduct matches what is required, what we take as requirements in your policy. So if you have policies in place that say that certain fractions lead to certain consequences, we will mirror that in the code of conduct. We don't have the board approve our matrix.
And
I thought, excuse me, I thought that we, well, it's been a while, I thought we voted on that when
I don't remember.
the matrix changed. So the matrix changed substantially in 2014.
Yeah, that's how
I
you-
believe 14, that's when the new guidance from the state came, because it was I remember it was the very first thing that the board that was elected in 2014, which would have started in 2015, the very first thing that they did when they came in. So whether it was required or not,
I think that
I'll take your word on that, but I know we discussed it, and I'm fairly certain we voted on it.
Yeah, that may be the case, that
Yeah.
you did vote on. I know you all had, the board at that time had input into a lot of the sessions that we had to really look at making sure that it aligned with the new guidelines and creating the new matrix. I don't recall if you actually voted, but it could well be that you did. But it was not a requirement, I don't think, at that time. But we wanted everyone's input on, because the state guidance had changed, and so we wanted everyone's input on just how far to go. Did we make ours look exactly like the state's? Did we
Right.
go, maybe this far when the state goes this far? So we wanted a lot of input from a lot of different, people. The administrators and board members were included in that process as well. So if you voted, it may well be sort of like the cell phone thing. I think cell phone policy at the time was something that you voted on, but I remember you all being involved in those sessions when we revised that as well.
Well, I think at a minimum, we can at least look at it and have a discussion on it, on the matrix.
So the reason I asked that question is important to understand what is required, because there's a timeline by which it needs to be issued. And to Mr. Lucas's point, if the board has to vote on it, then it has to go through a series of meetings, which we now need to reschedule to make sure we are on a timeline, because the board is not meeting in July.
That's
Thank
why
you.
that's how I know that we typically don't vote on it. Right.
So to Mr. Hancock's point, one of the follow-ups that we have to talk about is coming back once the committee that is involving more of the community, the students, the parents, beyond staff members, as traditionally has been done here, is that we come in June and do a presentation that looks at any shifts, how are we within still the required law, but there will be some shifts. You heard from the town hall and sort of my interest around looking at consequences in buses. What happens with buses and what is the levels of consequences. And so I do want to come back in June, Mr. Hancock, because you have brought it up before, to come back and say, here's how we will here are the shifts that are made on the code of conduct, the code of conduct, the discipline matrix, the code of conduct, so that it's very, very clear about what those are. And those are important ones also because we need to let our families know that starting next year, there will be these shifts, and they need to understand what those are. And so I do want to make sure that we do that. That's why I was asking if it is board required, then I have to shift a whole bunch of other presentations. But if it's not, I'm still committed to coming back and showing you the work of the committee.
And then we can work with the, our plan anyway is to work with the administrators on the consistent implementation of the new document, right?
And Ms. Smith and then Ms. Morley.
Just briefly, Mr. Schwartz, I think I also heard you say that there are board policies that then sort of support the discipline matrix as well as the student code of conduct. So, I mean, it'd be great if we can get a presentation or some type of understanding of what are those supporting policies, so we have a better understanding of what the leverage points are for the board if we don't vote on the discipline matrix or the student code of conduct.
So the cell phone is an example of that. So the cell phone policy you have in place is an example of something the code of conduct would mirror to make sure we don't exceed or we at least meet what the board's requirements are. Right. So that's one example. You don't have a policy on every single infraction that's in the code of conduct, but any policies you do have in place, we would match or at least conform with.
I would just want to tongue-tied, I'm sorry. Spring break. I would just want to ensure that the board as a whole understands kind of the triangulation of everything and that all the pieces that are supporting, that they're properly leveraged.
Ms. Morley and then Ms. Butler-Washington.
This is a little bit off topic, just to clarify. I know that we're going to be discussing the calendar options. Would that also be the time, and I believe that it would, it's semi-unfinished business, to discuss the possibility of changing the board meeting date? I believe that the two kind of coincide from previous discussions.
So the calendar does not address the board meeting date, but if the board wishes to discuss that, we can discuss that.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I believe to Dr. Navarro's point from many moons ago that we need to give advance notice to staff and all of that. If it's not the correct time, but Ms. Kramer and I had a discussion about that, so I wanted to raise that if this was the time to also possibly put that on the table.
Anything's up on the table. It's just a question of fitting it in.
Yeah.
So I'll look to the other board members for that.
Well, it's as I spoke to you guys earlier. It's not a big issue to me. I don't care one way or the other about it too much. So that's just my opinion on it.
We just talked about maybe the third Tuesday instead of the second Tuesday, just to avoid the constant conflict with the commissioner meetings.
So, no, we're not. Okay, so we're not discussing it now. So, what I'm looking for is there an interest to move the meeting date of the board? If so, raise your hand.
I would like to.
Excuse me. If there's an interest in moving the meeting date of the board, please raise your hand. So I don't see enough people. So, okay. So Ms. Butler-Washington, did you have something else?
Well, I was going to ask a question, but y'all already voted, so it impaired my voting when I said it. But I wanted to, are we on new business now?
We're still on doing future agenda items. But if you have a new business item.
Right. I wanted to see, because I know Dr. Navarro sent out the email. I spoke to you about the pleasure of the committee, of the board to put their events on the school board page. So I spoke to you briefly about it, so you said this would be the forum to see if the other board members would like for their events to go on to the school board Facebook social media platform. So I'm asking that question now.
So that is not, it's more of a, it's not a new business item. A new business item is you're looking for a vote right now, and that's not something that we could vote on right now, because it's not something that's imminently necessary. I think what you're referring to is having, if a individual person has an event, should it be publicized on the CCPS website? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, but we want to make sure that it's not just one person. If anybody want to have one, we won't have to have this discussion again. It would just be a merely you emailing the secretary, and she's putting it on the page.
Okay, so I'm looking. I'm looking to my board members. I'm sorry.
I have a question
Yes.
for Ms. Butler Washington. So would this be like a CCPS sponsored event, or is it like any of our personal?
Any of your personal, just like how the commissioner does it when they have their town hall. They put it up on the governments to get widespread people to come to their town hall meetings. So I was trying to see if we have any interest of doing that for this board. If you have your event, you can put it on the CCPS social media.
I would just want to clarify that, remove the term event if that's possible, and just if it's a town hall, because it could be anything. If I decide to do another event in the Indian Head community.
Yes,
So,
I got you. Yes.
So
would that amendment be accepted?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I would say is that the CCPS website is for CCPS events, and we need to have a discussion on what is a CCPS event. And that discussion, if the board wishes to have that, can happen at a later time.
I would agree with that. Let's further flesh out what event
Okay.
means.
Yeah, Mr. Hancock?
I was just going to respond to that, but I'll perhaps wait for a later time.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple more things. Sorry. Earlier you mentioned the Be the Difference Award, Dr. Navarro. So, and great that is happening again, because that's a fantastic event. In the past, board members have been a part of that. Is that still your intention? If it's not, you're not going to hurt my feelings. But I say be a part in that. So schools submit volunteer recognition, and essentially the board reviewed all of them and selected a subcommittee of the board met and selected winners in each category, elementary, middle, and high, for individual, business, and I think there was one other area. So if your intention was to have staff do that, or still have the board do that?
No, it absolutely is my intention to have a request to you to request a subcommittee of the board to go through all of the nominations. Obviously, we would acknowledge everybody who's been nominated by their school community, but then the board would pick those specific ones, and so I would need a subcommittee to go through and do that work on behalf of the board.
Okay. So, and when were the nominations due? Do you remember?
I'm looking at April 28th.
Okay, so.
And we tend to do the celebration in June, so we would be looking for support in that participation in the month of May to review everything and then be ready for recognition at the June board meeting. I think we do it.
We'll take care of that at the, just so everyone understands what they could be getting themselves into. We'll send out some more information, and then at the work session later this month, we can figure out who's going to support that. Okay, and two other things. Mr. Hancock touched on it, the town hall. I appreciate the feedback that several of you have given to me. Just gauging the interest. I'll look at the superintendent and step back. If there is a desire to have another one this school year or wait until next school year, don't need to answer now, but think about it. And the other thing, a debrief from NSBA. Again, several of you asked about that. It's difficult to do without doing in public because we'll start talking about things that could potentially be implemented in the school system, and that needs to be done in a public setting. But again, looking to the board if there's a desire to do that, it may be an extra meeting day, but we'll look at everything on the agenda and work it in. So I'm seeing heads up and down. Okay, good. All right. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think this is actually unfinished business, but you'll tell me if I'm wrong. So, sorry. So I think this is, like I said, actually unfinished business, but I just wanted to know if the board had an update a couple of meetings ago. I don't know which one now. There was a subcommittee established for the renaming policy that I know Mr. Hancock and Ms. Smith are on. So just didn't know if, for the public and for the board, if there was, if an update was ready to be shared or just where we are at in that process.
I'll look to Mr. Hancock and Ms. Smith.
I believe Ms. Smith and I are going to meet this week to hopefully finalize that, correct?
That is correct.
All right, yes. Perfect setup person. Yeah.
And thank you
Lucas,
both
just
so
for
much.
clarification, so then, once they finalize wording of a recommendation, then we need to make sure it gets scheduled into the board.
Roger that, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Just want to make
We'll-
sure.
We'll look at that next week when we get together.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back here for recognitions. All right, good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. It's good to see everyone here this afternoon. We're going to continue on now with our favorite part of the meeting, where we get to recognize some great students and people that work on our system, and little people, too. So we're going to start off with some resolutions. And the first one is teacher appreciation. Who's reading that? Okay, so we got a bunch of people accepting. If you don't mind coming up. I'm sorry, did you have some?
Want me to read the names?
I'll read the names, unless you want to. Okay, we're good. So we have Morgan Cundiff, who's a first grade teacher at Mount Hope Nanjamoy Elementary School. Tara Taylor, who's a kindergarten teacher at Arthur Middleton Elementary. Yeah, shout him up. Jordan Combs, a special education teacher at William A. Diggs Elementary. Okay. Asia, help me out. Catamaccio, who is a Spanish teacher at General Smallwood Middle School. Rita Koenig, who is a health occupation teacher at North Point High School. And Jill Bodemer, who's a health occupation teacher also at North Point High School.
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Teacher Appreciation Week, April 11, 2023. Whereas teachers contribute to Charles County Public Schools with their talent, discipline, and skill, which provide a strong base for the smooth operation of a classroom. And whereas the annual observance of Teacher Appreciation Week is an excellent opportunity for the community to recognize the countless contributions made by teachers throughout the year. And whereas teachers have made an impressive commitment to the youth of Charles County, helping to make a productive difference in their lives and educational experiences while acting as positive role models. And whereas teachers demonstrate the outstanding contributions as an educator, encouraging family learning and the involvement of parents and the community in the education of our young people while working with students of all backgrounds, abilities, and interests. And whereas it is fitting to recognize the competency, efficiency, and devotion of teachers throughout the designation of this week, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County does hereby proclaim the week of May 1st through 5th, 2023 as Teacher Appreciation Week, and calls on communities and management to join in recognizing these outstanding professionals. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By the order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 11th day of April 2023, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Michael Lucas, Chairperson.
All right, next we have Administrative Professionals Week. Come on up. Would you like me to read the names again? Yeah. I can do that. All right. Jocelyn Coates, Secretary to the Principal at Maurice J. McDonough High School. Pause and read. Tricia Briscoe, Secretary to the Principal at Malcolm Elementary School.
Oh, is that here?
Not here.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, was that you? Or no? No, okay.
Jennifer Bivens, a receptionist of the Office of Communications, Jet Sail Administrative Building. And Ms. Dorothy Johnson, Smallwood Secretary General Middle School. Ms. Creamer, you have that?
I do.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, April 24th to April 28th, 2023, Administrative Professionals Week. Whereas administrative professionals contribute to the economic vitality of Charles County Public Schools with their talent, discipline, and skill, which provide a strong base for the smooth operation of any office. And whereas the annual observance of Administrative Professionals Week is an excellent opportunity for employers and fellow employees in all office settings to recognize the countless contributions made by administrative professionals throughout the year. And whereas administrative professionals perform not only clerical tasks, but are often responsible for administrative and public relation duties. And whereas without their wealth of knowledge and keen awareness of procedure in the workplace, efficiency and effectiveness would drop dramatically. And whereas it is fitting to recognize the competency, efficiency, and devotion of administrative professionals through the designation of this week, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County does hereby proclaim the week of April 24th through the 28th, 2023 as Administrative Professionals Week and calls on management everywhere to join in recognizing these outstanding professionals and promoting their professional growth. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. Signed, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Michael Lucas, Chairperson.
Child nutrition?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next, Child Nutrition Employee Appreciation Week, and accepting is Tracy Newbold, who's the president of the Charles County School Nutrition Association. Gibson, who's the supervisor of food and nutrition services. Ms. Smith.
I'm not sure if you all want me reading this resolution since 2 of my 3 lunch accounts may be in the negative.
That means your kids are eating with us, so.
And they most certainly are, yes. I'll pay it by the end of the week. Salute to Child Nutrition Employee Appreciation Week, May 1st through the 5th, 2023. Whereas the school cafeteria and the service provided by its personnel to students, faculty, and other staff are an integral part of the operation of Charles County Public Schools, and whereas that over 2,764,886 lunches and 1,672,719 breakfasts are served in Charles County school children under the National School Lunch and School Breakfast programs from August 30th, 2021 until June 15, 2022, are only partial testimony of the valuable contribution made by school food and nutrition service personnel each year. And whereas school food and nutrition service personnel deserve to be recognized for their dedication and continuing commitment to feeding and educating students and offering a variety of nutrition services to the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of Education of Charles County, do hereby declare the week of May 1st through 5th, 2023, to be set aside as Child Nutrition Employee Appreciation Week in Charles County Public Schools, and commend this observance of all our citizens. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 11th day of April, 2023, signed Dr. Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Mike Lucas, Chairperson of the Board.
Thank you, ladies. Okay. Next is National Physical Education and Sports Week, and accepting, there he is, man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Marty Margolis, physical education teacher, Walter J. Mitchell. Ms. Butler Washington will be reading this.
Resolution, Board of Education, Charles County. National Physical Education and Sports Week, April the 11th, 2023. Whereas physical education and sports are essential to the development of all growing children, physical education, establishing healthy behaviors during childhood, and developing physical literacy to individuals who have the knowledge, skill, and confidence to enjoy a lifetime of health, physical activity, and whereas schools plays a critical role in establishing lifelong healthy behavior by providing a comprehensive education, which includes a high-quality physical education program for all children. And whereas physical education and school benefits children by improving their social and emotional development, readiness to learn, memory, attention, concentration, and academic performance. And whereas children who participate in physical education and sports are more likely to become more active and healthy adults. And whereas physical fitness adults have significant reduced risk factors for chronic diseases and premature death, and as adults are examples of all children, none thereof be it. Resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County does hereby support May 1st, hereby support May 1 through 5, 2023 as National Physical Education and Sports Week, and encourage its citizens to participate in physical education and sports activities. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By order of the Board of Education, Charles County, this 11th day of April 2023, Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Mike Lucas, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Margolis. All right. Next, we have Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Is it okay if I?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. All right. Good evening, everybody. Accepting the Asian American Pacific Islander resolution is our student Kay Gonzalez, grade 10 at Westlake High School. She's a member of the elite Asian American Pacific Islander group student group at Westlake High School. The inaugural student engagement group, Elite AAPI, was formed to bring together students with similar and common backgrounds, provide a safe space for resources, network, and support. The AAPI are an integral part of the American cultural mosaic, encompassing a wide range of diversity. AAPI communities consist of approximately 30 countries, 50 ethnic groups speaking over 100 languages, with connections to Chinese, Indian, Japanese, Filipino, Vietnamese, Korean, Hawaiian, and other Asian American Pacific Islander ancestries. AAPI make up one of the fastest growing racial groups in the U.S., constituting about 1/3 of 1 million legal immigrants who enter the U.S. annually. Kay joined the elite AAPI group as a way to show out AAPI Westlake style. She hopes to gain more recognition for the AAPI community within the school and wants to start an Instagram page for the group. Kay would like to have field trips and more guest speakers as part of the elite AAPI group.
And Ms. Warren, you have this?
Yes, it's an honor. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 2023. Whereas the Board of Education recognizes the significance of Asian American and Pacific Islander Month as an important time to celebrate the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the history of the United States. And whereas May has been designated as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the United States, and the theme for the year 2023 is Advancing Leaders Through Collaboration. And whereas the Asian American and Pacific Islander community is inherently diverse population composed of more than 45 distinct ethnicities and more than 100 dialects. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes the contributions of our Asian American and Pacific Islander students and their families through the history of a rich culture that enhances the experiences for all students. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes the outstanding contributions made by Asian American and Pacific Islanders and celebrate their heritage and culture, and be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be included in the minutes of the April 11, 2023 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 11th day of April 2023, Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Mike Lucas, Chairperson.
Next up, Mr. Capel makes his way. Here, maybe I should take the gavel for this one, right? Yeah. Mr. Capel, if you would, please.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for having us here today. North Point High School is happy to present our mock trial team who had a historic run this school year. And to tell us more, we have a teacher at North Point High School who also serves as a 7th Circuit Court coordinator for mock trial. And so Ms. Ashley Nadaski will tell you more about their accomplishments. Thank you.
Good evening. The mock trial program is a rigorous academic extracurricular activity in which students think critically and develop arguments as they play the roles of attorneys and witnesses in a fictional case. These students should be commended for taking on and excelling in an activity that enriches their own learning. Charles County mock trial teams compete within Maryland Judicial Circuit 7, which is comprised of Charles, St. Mary's, Calvert, and Prince George's counties. This year, North Point High School's mock trial team made history as the first team in Charles County Public Schools to win the circuit championship, beating 28 other teams in Circuit 7 to secure the title. But the team was not done. They continued to make history as the first mock trial team from Charles County Public Schools to win at the state regional level and to be named as one of the state Final Four. Ultimately, the team made history a third time, finishing as the first Charles County Public Schools team to become a state finalist in mock trial, beating 133 other teams across the state. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the members of the North Point High School mock trial team. Ready? All right, Aaliyah Davis. Camille Jordan Cotton. Olivia Robinson. Gabriel Telez. LJ Walker. Bryson Wingate. Noah Williams. And the following additional members who are not able to join us here this evening: Shreya Shada, Karina Elrod, Maxwell Gaynor, Adebola Oyede, Mahek Patel, Eris Pergasimi, Julianne Tanana, and we also have our teacher coaches here today, teacher coaches Frederick Sanford and Anna Newton. And the team is also coached by attorney coach Sean Williams.
You guys come up because we'd like to have pictures with people. Dr. Gill?
Good afternoon, Board Chairperson Lucas, Board Vice Chairperson Moore-Lee, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Today, it is my honor to turn the spotlight onto several Charles County Public School students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the areas of academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this afternoon are Otis Tucker, 12th grader from La Plata High School. Malia Cropper, 8th grader from Piccowaxen Middle School. Owen Kahonu, 5th grader from Berry Elementary School. Ellie Groth, 5th grader from Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School. And Rania Sanu Bing, 5th grader from Eva Turner Elementary School. And they brought their fans. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals: Douglas Dolan, principal La Plata High School; Walanda Thinstead, principal Piccowaxen Middle School; Leah McLeod, principal Berry Elementary School; Dr. Shannon Finnegan, principal of Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School; and Gary Lesko, principal from Eva Turner Elementary School. And they did not bring their fan clubs, evidently. So please welcome to the podium Mr. Dolan, principal from La Plata High School.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce Otis Tucker. He's a 12th grader at La Plata High School and is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Otis is a rarity. Throughout his high school career, after settling into the high school setting, he has increased his grade point average each year, including this year, his senior year. While in high school, Otis has successfully completed 9 honors level classes, and by the end of his junior year, has completed 3 years of Latin. Otis is an active member in the National Honor Society, National English Honor Society, and National Science Honor Society. While in 3 different theater classes, Otis was a cast member in at least 4 different school play performances and was involved in the ceremony honoring the class of 1969. Outside of school work, Otis works for a local restaurant and helps his family with running their restaurant. Otis is a student who exhibits the character and perseverance of a model student who has grown academically throughout his high school career and established a solid foundation from which to transition to Hampton University this fall. Otis may not realize all the fans he has at La Plata High School, and most likely it's due to him showing up every day as his true and authentic self, not expecting nor looking for any accolades. He may believe that he is not going over and beyond, but for the staff at La Plata High School, he is definitely a rock star. Here's just a few comments that people have shared regarding Otis. Otis Tucker is in the top 5 of my favorite students this year. He is so genuine, shows such sincere gratitude for any help he is given. Otis is one of the reasons I love to come to work every day. That's Ms. Batista, our registrar. He is a very nice young man. Every time he comes to the front office, he is very polite and kind. Mrs. Hall and Ms. Turner in our front office. Otis exemplifies the character we wish to see in all of our students. He is polite, considerate, and hardworking. I am honored to have him as a member of the National Honor Society, and accomplishment he worked very hard for. Mrs. Devers, the testing coordinator and sponsor of the National Honor Society. Otis is a kind of hardworking individual who always puts his best foot forward and always willing to try new things. He works well with his peers and teachers, and I have no doubt that he will reach his goals and aspirations after leaving La Plata High School. Ms. Joy, his choir teacher. Otis is a familiar face in our Career Center. He visits the Career Center at least once a week. His tenaciousness and determination to succeed illuminates me with pride. He spends countless hours researching and applying for scholarships to pay his college fees. All of life's obstacles he has faced and overcome while sustaining high academic achievement makes him a premier candidate for this award. He has been a pleasure helping with his life's journey after high school, and that's Ms. Hurley for our college and career advisor. I'm going to move on to his current school counselor. From the first interaction with Otis, I've always believed he was destined for a bright and successful future. He is a student that always stands out from the rest and pushes me to be my best each day for this graduating class. He is always steadfast and does not give up when challenges arise, nor in the face of adversity. He is a well-rounded student that has sought out and increased his rigor in his academics from 9th grade to his senior year. He exited middle school with a 3.2 grade point average and will end his senior year with a 3.9 grade point average. He was forward-thinking and has accomplished a lot his junior year, where he achieved his goal of making an all-A honor roll for the entire year. If a teacher or counselor could have a class or caseload full of Otises, it would be a privilege and a great honor. He is an unforgettable student, and those who follow have a very high bar to reach, and that's Dr. Golden, his current school counselor. I want to thank you, Otis, for being a great example and role model for all students at La Plata High School.
And that's just to start us off. From Piccowaxen Middle School, Principal Walanda Thinstead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to present to you one of our phenomenal Panthers, Miss Malia Cropper, for her amazing academic excellence. Malia has maintained a 4.0 throughout this school year, but it's not just about the grades or the GPA. Malia is the whole package. She goes above and beyond in all that she does to demonstrate excellence. Throughout her time at Piccowaxen, she has been involved in athletics and academic clubs. As a 7th and 8th grader, she played on the basketball and volleyball teams. This year, as an 8th grader, she picked up chess, yearbook, and student government, and chess meets at 6:30 a.m. Through her participation in these clubs and groups, her leadership skills have been elevated to the next level. Malia has also tried gymnastics and horseback riding. She uses her extracurricular activities as opportunities to nurture and build relationships with her friends. In her spare time, she likes to read, crochet, code, eat, and hang out with friends. Here are just a few words that her teachers used to describe her. Amazing, beautiful through and through, a heart of gold, genuinely kind, intentional about making others feel a part of the team, makes me smile, warms my heart, the best part of my day, a natural-born leader, values others and their opinions, unsung hero, the type of person every teacher dreams of having in class, engaged at a high level, upstander in difficult situations. In short, Malia is the epitome of Picco pride, respectful, responsible, a safe space for her peers, and pride demonstrated through her work. Congratulations, and thank you for all you've done to contribute positively, Panther style.
Representing Berry Elementary School, Principal Leanne McLeod.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce Owen Kahonu, a 5th grade student at Berry Elementary School. Owen is being recognized in the area of career readiness. Owen is an exemplary student in so many ways. His commitment to learning and naturally being inquisitive has cultivated a growth mindset quite exceptional for his age. He has a mature perspective and assessment of himself and others. He looks to better understand culture and community, not only for his benefit, but for the benefit of others as well. Owen excels in academics as well as personal responsibility. Since 3rd grade, Owen has consistently earned honor roll status each quarter. He is an extremely hard worker who always takes his time and ensures that the quality of his schoolwork reflects his commitment to excellence. Owen is an advocate for the power of diversity and strengthening the communication and relationships between members of our communities. As an enthusiastic cellist, he notes the cello's role as being the bridge of a musical piece, the same way he is a bridge among the people in our community. Owen recognizes the importance of cooperation in making strong ties with others and has shared that he wants to use these skills along with his passion for the environment to reduce waste in landfills in the future. Owen's 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Barraclough, shared, Owen is the very definition of an exemplary student and a constant role model for 5th graders. He goes above and beyond every day to ensure he is reaching his fullest potential. Owen always participates and contributes to class discussion, giving his very best. His desire to learn and grow mean a lot to me as a teacher, and I feel very blessed to have Owen in my classroom. Owen is a student that is always doing the right thing, even when it may not be the popular decision. Owen is an excellent example of how students can have a large impact when they recognize just not their own strengths, but the strengths in others. We are so very proud to name Owen our career readiness student.
Joining us now, Dr. Shannon Finnegan, principal from Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Finnegan, principal of Dr. Higdon Elementary, and it's my pleasure to recognize Ellie Groff, a 5th grade student at Dr. Higdon, as our exemplary student for personal responsibility. Ellie is the epitome of going the distance in all areas, but in particular the area of personal responsibility. Like young Hercules in the Disney movie Hercules, Ellie understands that grit and perseverance are needed for success and that success has no shortcuts. In the song, young Hercules sings, "Go the Distance." He reminds us that he will not look back, that he can go the distance. I'll stay on track. No, I won't accept defeat. It's an uphill slope. If I'd sing, I would, but you all would be very... But I will not lose hope till I go the distance and my journey is complete. Like Hercules, Ellie is relentlessly responsible and reflects as she strives to meet her own expectations for personal responsibility. Ellie's teacher states that Ellie takes her work and behavior very seriously, but also that Ellie will call herself out when she feels as though she did not try her best. Ellie is also very organized, and she turns in assignments in a timely manner. Moreover, Ellie demonstrates kindness and empathy to all she meets. Her teachers state that Ellie shows kindness and empathy in all areas. She's willing to work with anyone, and that she goes out of her way to help classmates who struggle. Outside of school, Ellie participates in dance, soccer, and she's also authoring a book about saving the earth. Ellie is extremely involved with MESA, band, and VEX robotics at school. Actually, Ellie's going to be going to Dallas because her team received the qualifying championship in VEX robotics. Ellie also plays in the all-county band. Ellie, I want to thank you for embodying the vision of Dr. Higdon, a place where students believe they can learn, build positive relationships, and are kind and empathetic. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Gary Lesko, principal of Eva Turner Elementary School.
Good evening. Rania Sanubing is a 5th grade student at Eva Turner Elementary School and is being recognized in the category of academic achievement. Rania's first quarter report card read straight A's. Her second quarter report card, straight A's, 1B in reading. Rania, for lack of a better word, was a no-brainer as our board recognized student. Her classmates and teachers alike all hold her in very high regard. Ms. Green, her teacher, sees Rania as a strong and dominant student with a positive work ethic who loves to read and question perspectives around her. She states that there is never a day that she is not ready to learn. Her classmates see her as really caring and someone who loves to help, and she's the best friend ever. Rania can definitely be characterized as an old soul. When asked how she likes to spend her time, she very quickly responded, I'd love to spend time with my family. That family includes a proud mom and dad, and who are both here, and 3 siblings, Russell, Raheem, and Jaden. Rania likes to read and write her own stories in her free time, with her most recent book being Conquered, being Philly's Big Test. She also did not hesitate to declare her intentions to attend Harvard Law School. She is very clear that she aspires to practice criminal law. Who knows, maybe she'll be part of the next historic mock trial team from CCPS. There are a number of amazing students at Eva Turner Elementary School, but Rania is certainly among the best. We are quite proud of Rania Sanubing, and we are honored that she is Eva Turner's representative to the board for student recognition in the category of academic achievement.
Congratulations to these students and to their families. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. Thank you, principals, for your great words about students that you're so fortunate to have. And thanks to all of you for helping to make Charles County Schools a great place. You should be very proud of yourselves. Continue to work hard. So, Otis, how are you, sir? I'm well, thank you. So you had a very, very nice upward, what we call upward trajectory since you started high school. Your GPA went up every year, and you took Latin every year. Wow, is that Mr. Blaine? Is that your teacher? Could have guessed. He's a good guy, and you in a lot of plays, and I was writing down so much stuff, but the one thing, someone said you're one of his top 5 students. That, I mean, for a teacher to say that is an extreme compliment. You should be very, very proud of yourself for doing that. And I always write this down. Someone said that you were a great example and a role model. I mean, when someone says that, you can't have a better accolade than that. And so you're going to go to Hampton, so you'd be kind of close by, not too far away.
I will. Oh, yeah, I'm going to Hampton.
That's good. That's good. Come home, do laundry in the weekend. That's all good.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Good. Well, congratulations on all your accomplishments, and good luck to you. So. Malia, how are you?
Good.
So when your principal said that you were at chess at 6:30, Miss Morley, who's not a morning person at all, just, oh my gosh, I could hear. Good on you for doing that. 6:30 is early for a lot of people, and you're involved in so many clubs and athletic activities at your school. And your principal said that you're genuinely kind, and that your presence just makes them smile. So good on you for that. Congratulations. Thanks his mom out there, whoever raised you did a great job, because I could see you up there. It's embarrassing when people talk about you and say all these nice things, but they're all well deserved. So congratulations to you. Owen, how are you, sir? Good. Excellent. So, Mr. Honor Roll guy, all the time, and you play the cello. How long have you been playing the cello?
Less than 1 year.
You like it? You going to keep it up?
Yeah.
Good, good. Excellent, excellent. And it says you're the definition of an exemplary student. That's what your principal said. And your principal also said that you're a role model. And like I said, when people say that about you, you can't ask for anything better. So keep up the great work, and congratulations on all your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie, how are you, young lady?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So, I had to write this down. Relentlessly responsible. So, boy, that just rolls off the tongue. And you check yourself when you're not doing, you think you can do better. You realize that, and you try to do better. And that's something that a lot of people, even adults, can't do. So the fact that you're doing it at such a young age speaks a lot about you. Kindness and empathy, and you like to help your friends, right? That's a great thing. And you're involved, as your principal said, in Mesa and Vex. And you're gonna, where are you going again?
World Championship, Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, nice, very good. Well, I have no doubt you and your team are going to do a great job, and congratulations on your accomplishments. Anya, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good, good. Boy, I always love writing this down when I hear it. You love to read, right? That is fantastic. And then when you read things that maybe you don't agree with, you say, hey, well, you know what, maybe that's not right. Maybe I want to talk about it. And that's good to have a critical mind like that. So congratulations, and your family's back there with you. Your principal said that you're caring, you're helpful, and I have no doubt that in a few years that we're going to see you at Harvard or some other great school, and you're going to be a shining example of what Charles County students can do. So congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right, so your principal spoke about you. I said a few words. Now it's your turn if you wish to say a few things. We'll start with Otis and work our way down.
All right.
You can put in a shameless plug for the restaurant you work at.
Can I stand up?
You do whatever you like, sir.
So first, I would like to thank my school for picking me for the recognition of academic achievement for the month of April. Second, I would like to thank my family for coming to see me today. And lastly, I would like to thank myself for working hard.
Hello. I would like to thank my school for choosing me for this award, and I would also like to thank my parents, my dad, for checking my grades all the time and making sure that I keep doing my homework, and my mom especially for being able to talk to her about things and just like being somebody that she's there for me. And also I would like to thank two of my teachers. One, Miss Linton. She is a person that I could talk to about a lot of things, and she's a person that I could trade books with because we're book people, and when I have a lot of questions, she allows me to ask them, and she gives me the best answer possible. And then I would also like to thank my Spanish teacher, Senora Fitzgerald. She is a great Spanish teacher, and she is like one of those teachers that you could really connect to instantly and have a good conversation with, and she really influenced me a lot. So I would like to thank them.
Well, thank you very much. You can stay there if you want. There's microphones right there. If you want to get up, you can, but whatever you'd like to do. That's right. Peer pressure now. Yeah.
I want to thank my school. I want to thank my parents. I want to thank my teacher, Miss Barraclough. I probably wouldn't have made it without her. I didn't even really think I would have got this reward. my principal, she said a lot more good things about me than I put on that list. And I'm not as consistent as she says.
I'd like to thank my principal and my teachers for selecting me for this award. I'm very blessed to be here. I want to thank my parents too because they pushed me to do my best and try new things. I really enjoyed my time at Dr. Higdon Elementary, especially my last year. Thank you for having me here today. I appreciate this recognition.
Thank you, Ellie. Okay, whatever you like, Rania.
I see you.
So first of all, I would like to give my thanks to my parents, especially my mother right there. She's the one recording in the pink dress, the yellow dress. She's the one who really inspired me since birth. She was always here for me, and she was always pushing me to try my hardest. She was always there for me whenever I was feeling down. She always made me feel better, and she made me feel like a bigger person overall. I would like to thank Miss Green, right there. She's the person who actually got me and invested in college conversations. If it wasn't for her, then I wouldn't know much about my academic careers. I wouldn't know much about the colleges I want to go to. And I'm really glad that she's in my life because if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't have came here today. I wouldn't have been here at all. That's all.
All right, we have a couple things for you. We're going to come down and give them to you, and then we're going to take some pictures.
Your sister? Oh, that's what's up. Thank you.
eyes open. All right, looks good. Thank you.
Families, we'll meet you in the lobby. Ellie, you want to bring your name tag? Mom wants it for the scrapbook. Rania, you want to bring your name tag? Mom wants to hang it on the refrigerator, I promise.
Thank you. All right, we're good.
Good evening, Chairperson Lucas, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and especially our family. My name is Shirlene Ogburn with the Office of Human Resources. Today, we will be acknowledging 5 exemplary employees. Our first recipient, Ms. Nicole Devers, a high school test coordinator at La Plata High School. Melissa Scott is a learning resource teacher at Piccowaxen Middle School. Courtney Swan, a 4th grade teacher at Berry Elementary School. Mary Bailey is a reading recovery teacher at Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School. And Mr. Christian Mendoza, a special education SOAR instructional assistant, is at Eva Turner Elementary School. Our first recipient will be represented by Principal Doug Dolan, Ms. Nicole Devers.
Good afternoon again.
Afternoon.
It is my pleasure to recognize Mrs. Nicole Devers as La Plata High School's recipient of the April Exemplary Employee Award. Mrs. Devers is our testing coordinator and does an outstanding job in that role. But she is always looking to provide supports to students and staff in other places in the building. In her role as testing coordinator, she is super organized and makes sure the staff has a clear understanding on how we will complete each assessment. She also communicates with our students and parents to make sure they are aware of the different assessments throughout the year. Mrs. Devers works with the administrative team to make sure each assessment schedule will work for the staff and the students. This ensures deadlines are met without creating additional stress for staff and students. In addition to her testing role, she is also the co-sponsor of the National Honor Society. She brings the same organizational skills into that role. This allows students to have a clear understanding on what they need to join this outstanding organization, as well as allows the organization to complete different service projects, including our Thanksgiving baskets for some of our families during the holidays. Mrs. Devers rarely says no to helping support students and staff. She is part of our veteran teacher mentor group, helping new teachers with support. She also is one of our school's grade recovery teachers to support students trying to get back with their grade level peers. Last summer, when we were creating our La Plata High School professional learning community, she was one of the first people I thought to ask to be part of our group. And of course, she said yes. Mrs. Devers is a graduate of La Plata High School. And you can tell she works hard to provide the students today with the same great experiences she has had as a student at La Plata. On behalf of La Plata High School, I want to thank you, Mrs. Devers, for all you have done for the students, staff, and community of La Plata.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Our next exemplary employee is Miss Melissa Scott, represented by her principal, Miss Wolanda Thinstead.
What do you do when there's a gap? Do you sit back and complain, or do you brainstorm viable solutions, roll up your sleeves, and go to work? Ms. Scott always chooses the work. This year, we have all experienced shortages, and during this time, Ms. Scott, who is our gifted learning resource teacher, stepped up in a variety of capacities, demonstrating her team player skills. First, she helped with technology, troubleshooting issues for students, keeping track of inventory, organizing and distributing laptops and chargers so that students could be successful and instruction could flow effortlessly. With the number of shortages across the county and various staff working collaboratively to fill the gaps, Ms. Scott also filled in, working with and supporting teachers to ensure that they had the materials needed for instruction, assisted administration when we lost one of our administrators, and has been a remarkable presence in the hallways and other common areas. When I tell you she stepped in, our reading resource teacher has to go to another school a couple of days a week. Our math resource teacher had to take over a full schedule. So when I tell you she has stepped in and taken care of the teachers in our building, supporting them in whatever they needed, that's what I mean. As the gifted learning teacher, she is also responsible for testing. With each and every testing cycle, she does a phenomenal job of creating a schedule that is conducive to students' needs, organizes the materials, and provides meticulous training to staff to ensure that we remain in compliance and minimizing impact to instruction. In addition to her daytime duties, she also coaches one of our VEX robotics teams, the Disco Ducks. They are headed to Worlds in a couple of weeks. Ms. Scott is also a major contributor to our professional learning team. She is prompt, succinct, creative, reliable, and has an awesome ear for listening. She always puts students first, and for these reasons, she is Piccowaxen's exemplary employee. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Thinstead. Our next exemplary employee is Ms. Courtney Swan, a fourth grade teacher at Berry Elementary, and she will be represented by Principal Leanne McLeod.
Good afternoon again. I'm thrilled to introduce Ms. Courtney Swan as Berry's exemplary employee. Mrs. Swan is a selfless leader that recognizes others before herself. She is a quiet yet influential leader that is a role model of integrity and reflective professionalism. Her commitment to our instructional program and meeting the needs of all her students is commendable. Equally, she is a genuine team player and a staff member that spreads positive vibes and constant kindness around our building. Even more, she is an example of embracing the daily responsibilities of this job with a positive and productive attitude. Through the struggles along with the celebrations, it is Mrs. Swan's natural character to be positive, calm, reflective, and driven. She is one of the most humble and reserved teacher leaders I have come across. She demonstrates professional commitment to her own professional growth with attending conferences and professional developments that are of her own choosing. She contributes to our staff and students, working as an ELO tutor, peer mentor, as well as a model classroom for visiting teachers to come and observe. Mrs. Swan is well respected by her colleagues. She gives up her time selflessly. She works collaboratively with our school-based resources and thinks deeply and reflectively about her student data, as well as the social, emotional well-being of her students. Her professionalism encompasses all layers of being an exemplary teacher. On behalf of the students, staff, and families at Berry Elementary School, it's an honor to present Mrs. Courtney Swan as our 2023 exemplary employee.
That's her family over in the corner. He's trying to take the baby out. Thank you, Ms. McLeod. Our next exemplary employee is Ms. Mary Bailey, and she will be represented by Dr. Shannon Finnegan.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you Mary Bailey as our exemplary employee. Maya Angelou said, "When you learn, teach. When you get, give." Mary has spent a lifetime learning and teaching. Mary spent 17 years at Piccowaxen Middle School, 5 years at Indian Head Elementary, and 15 years at Dr. Higdon Elementary. Mary is that unique individual who not only pushes herself to levels of great accomplishment, but she gives what she has to inspire others. As a reading recovery teacher, Mary demonstrates excellence on a daily basis. Mary is strategic and consistent in the delivery of high-quality instruction to each of her students. Not only does she deliver reading interventions to students, she also follows up with the teachers to ensure that the interventions are being carried out into the classroom. Mary readily extends her knowledge, her time, her heart, her blood, sweat, and tears to develop the capacity of teachers and the delivery of effective reading instruction to support student progress. Throughout her years, Mary has provided professional development to both staff and individuals. Now, I truly believe that Mary wakes up every morning with thinking this quote by Dr. Martin Luther King. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are we doing for others? Mary is that person who contributes, whose contributions improve the lives of others around her. Mary's not content with status quo, but rather she has to spur all of us on to do more. Mary builds positive relationships with students and teachers. She mentors students and teachers, and she avails herself to any and all supports for Dr. Higdon. Mary's desire to do for others extends well beyond Dr. Higdon Elementary. Mary's community contributions include 15 years of volunteering for Lifestyles. She's been a counselor for the Boy Scout Marriage Badge, volunteers for the Lion Club. She's worked in the Appalachian area, remote area, for medical supply distribution. She's worked with Catholic Relief Services, packing food for villages in Africa. She teaches CCD and so much more. Mary demonstrates extraordinary service for others. So if we're to agree with Gandhi, who says the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others, then we can truly conclude Mary Bailey has found herself. Mary, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Finnegan. Our final exemplary employee recipient is Mr. Christian Mendoza, and he will be represented by his principal, Mr. Gary Lesko.
Good evening again. I'm not sure if I'm correct with this assumption, but I feel that most external stakeholders' immediate thoughts when they hear the word school is teacher. That's a natural and logical thought. However, to assume that school buildings successfully operate with just teachers would be an understatement. I have the utmost respect and admiration for every teacher who has ever dedicated even a fraction of their life to the classroom. However, I also have admiration for another classification of CCPS employee. It's a classification that my mother served for CCPS for over 20 years. It's a classification that rarely receives credit or accolades. However, it is so vital to day-to-day operations of a school. The classification I'm referring to is instructional assistant. That is the role that Mr. Christian Mendoza serves at Eva Turner Elementary School. Mr. Mendoza is an instructional assistant in our SOAR program. I'm fairly certain that every principal would agree with the notion that I began with. Furthermore, I would also venture to say that every principal or school has those one or two instructional assistants that just seem to do everything. They do not seem to know the word no. Hey, Mr. Mendoza, can you... I get interrupted. Yep, I got you. Excuse me, Mr. Mendoza. No problem. If I've not made it clear to this point, Mr. Mendoza epitomizes the team player role and that invaluable support to not only teachers, in SOAR and Turner, but most importantly, students. He supports the instructional, physical, social, and emotional learning of all of his students. He also always makes sure to stop by my office and make sure he includes me when his now wife bakes cupcakes. That's appreciated. From a more tangible and objective standpoint, over the past 8 years, Mr. Mendoza has had 3 different principals, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this, but needless to say, has received glowing evaluations from all 3. His flexibility and willingness to assist and support Turner wherever the greatest need exists is both admirable and so very much appreciated. I have no doubt that his impact is felt by every student he's ever interacted with over the years, and I'm certain that Turner is a better school because of his presence. It is with a great deal of respect that we select Mr. Christian Mendoza to represent Turner for employee recognition for the April 2023 board meeting.
Awesome. That concludes our nominees. Mr. Lucas.
All right, thank you very much. On behalf of the board, just want to say thank you for all the great things you do for Charles County Public Schools and for choosing to work here. It's because of folks like you that, just before you, we had these great students that we recognized. And, every month, I never cease to be amazed of all the great things that are happening. And you're a part of that, so thank you very much. Ms. Devers, how are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So, boy, the testing coordinator, if you don't like to schedule, then that is not the job for you. But you obviously do like to schedule, and you do a great job. And I didn't know you went to La Plata, right? So that's
a long time ago.
It's great that you're there. And thank you so much for sponsoring the National Honor Society and all the things that Mr. Dolan talked about. It's very evident that you are an integral part of that school. And appreciate all the work that you do. So congratulations again. Thank you. Ms. Scott, how are you?
I'm wonderful.
Good. So we heard, yeah. So, congratulations. Going to go on a little trip with your robotics team. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes,
and
sir.
Great job. And, your principal just went on and on how you help with technology and not just, making sure it's integrated, but just making sure it works, which sometimes, despite all our best efforts, is a challenge. And in the write-up that got submitted, I don't think I heard that, but were you the Walmart Teacher of the Year? Is that right? Is that
No.
Boy, so I got to check the write-ups then. That's what it said. Okay, I looked at that and I said, I never heard of such a thing, but that's what it said.
I mean, I'll take it.
If that's somebody, is that somebody else? Oh, that was Miss Bailey. Oh my gosh. I apologize. Forget I said that. We'll get it when it comes to you. But I just want to thank you for everything you do, and congratulations again. And Miss Swan, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I am very well, thank you. I wrote down several things, but spread kindness. That's what I got a big circle around, and your principal said that about you. And thank you so much for doing that. You serve as a peer mentor, and when you're the person that they want people to come in to see how a classroom is run, that speaks volume about your expertise and your work. So thank you so very much for doing that. Ms. Bailey, I apologize. So you were the Walmart Teacher of the Year? Is that, wow, I don't know how. I guess I wrote it in the wrong spot or looked at the wrong piece of paper. Well, I didn't hear that, but congratulations. And amongst many other things that your principal said, I just want to thank you for dedicating your life to public education and all those places that you worked and the things that you do outside of school that this really speaks volume about who you are as a human being. So thank you so much for doing that. And everything you do it for the kids and all the groups that are well known in the county that you volunteer with, Lifestyles and Boy Scouts and Lions Club. They're very fortunate to have people like you. So thank you very much. Mr. Mendoza, how are you, sir? I'm well, thank you. And, when you have 3 different principals give you glowing reviews, you know you're doing something right. And the work that you do with that student population, I can't thank you enough for that. And it's very evident that you're there for the students. And to have people like you in our school system, we're just so very thankful. So thank you so much. You know, you can't say no. Good on you for that, but always take care of yourself. That's all I'll say about that. But good on you for always stepping up, and your principal said that you're a team player. So thank you very much for what you do. So now, if you like, you're free to share some words. So we'll start down here with Ms. Peters.
When I read, they said keep it to 2 minutes. I was like, I better write things down because I'm long-winded. This is where my thoughts go. So I'm long-winded by nature. So I do want to thank Mr. Dolan for this recognition. It is a very cool thing to be honored at the school that you did graduate from a long, long time ago. If somebody would have told me that I would be here back then, I would have probably had something snarky to say. Definitely had no intentions of going into education, definitely going into corporate finance, and I was never moving back here. So as you age and you mature and you reprioritize things, you learn that finding a career path that sort of fills your heart, maybe more than your pockets, is more important. And I've been able to balance family and work and things like that much better than I would have been able to on my initial path. So I also learned that I like kids much more than most adults, so that's good too. Teenagers provide a super unique experience, and I can't imagine teaching at any different level or being with students. I love high school. And all the craziness that comes with it. In terms of my current position, I am able to do the job that I do because of our staff. We have an amazing staff. I took this job, I think this is my 5th year in this position, and I took over for John Holmes, and he said, you know, no one does this job better than La Plata High School, and you'll keep that up. And I was like, okay. And after the first year, I thought, he might not have been right. Leslie Schreck and Karen Peters answered 1,000 repeat questions from me. So I will be forever grateful for their patience while I learned. Having not taught in a state-assessed content area, that was a learning curve for me too. And the difference between, oh, you met your graduation requirement, but you're still not college and career ready. And I'm like, what is this? So I had a lot of learning to do. I feel that each year does bring new and different challenges. I feel like I'm always going to face them the same way with, I'll never be able to make this work. And then I'm going to figure it out, like most puzzles. I have an awesome team that makes sure we figure it out. So I do appreciate everyone along the way who took a chance on somebody who didn't necessarily have a background in education and who provided the professional opportunities for me to continue to grow, who give me perspective that I wouldn't normally have. I feel like my views on the world have changed dramatically since starting in education. And they keep my attitude in check and keep my work environment fun, and they are all very understanding when I say I can't. Testing. I'll be in testing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Scott?
So I'm going to wing it. We're going to see how that goes.
Winging is fine.
I want to start by thanking my parents, actually. My parents both had a tremendous heart for service, and my dad actually, till the day he took his last breath, his concern was everyone else, never himself. And I think that the reason I'm sitting here is because that's what I try to do. Me last, everyone else first. So with that being said, I would like to thank my husband and my children because sometimes they're also last. And they've always been willing to take a back seat to, Mom has to do this right now. And that's something that anybody who's in this profession knows, that your family sacrifices along with you. And we couldn't do it without them. So I want to thank them. Obviously, I want to thank my administration because they took a chance on me and they have empowered me to try a million new things this year. They never say no to me. You know, I can do that. Okay, Miss Scott, go do it. So I couldn't be this dynamic individual that I am without them believing in me and trusting me to do the things that I tell them that I can do.
And I want to thank every single person who works in my school because they make me look good. You know, I mean, I can't, anything that I try to do, if they're not behind what I'm saying or what I'm trying, it wouldn't work. And finally, we talked about our team going to Worlds, and if I could just let you walk into our school building the week before spring break when we were trying to raise money to go on this trip, and how many kids came up to me. We sold little rubber ducks at lunch. And first of all, the kids were all about it. I did not expect the windfall that we had from that fundraiser. But we also had so many kids who came up and said, I don't really want a duck, but I really want you to go. Here's $5, here's $2, here's 75 cents. And just, I mean, wow. You know, what an amazing place to be. So I thank you for the accolades, but I don't live in a vacuum, and there's a million wonderful people around me every day, and they deserve just as much praise as I do. So thank you.
Thank you for your kind words. Ms. Swan?
So I wrote something down. I am the type of person that loves and enjoys my job without any recognition. I truly just love what I do and couldn't imagine being anything else but a teacher. So I'm grateful and thankful to have an administration team and IoT team that sees me. Barry is such a family with so many people that also deserve recognition, and I'm lucky to work with them each day. And I just want to thank my family and friends for always supporting me, and I'm truly honored to be here and receive the award. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey.
Full circle, and I know it's going to be hard for everyone to believe, but David Hancock was a student in middle school when I was teaching at that middle school. Full circle here. So a big thank you to everyone who was part of...
She looks exactly the same. You've aged very well. I've aged very poorly. You've aged very well.
So a big thank you to everyone who was part of choosing me as a recipient of this recognition. I sometimes wonder how the little girl who struggled in school and repeated the 5th grade and who wasn't encouraged to pursue college could be sitting here today with 37 years of service to CCPS. My passion has always been helping our struggling learners by giving them the skills they need to succeed and building relationships with them and their families. After 17 years in special education, I was blessed to be hired as a reading recovery teacher. I soaked up the knowledge the training provided and wished every educator could have the skill set my reading recovery colleagues have. I was disappointed to learn that the program had been eliminated, but I am grateful for and cherish the 20 years as a reading recovery teacher. My proudest moments have been seeing the accomplishments of my students. They say that one person who tells you they believe in you can change the trajectory of your life. I hope I have been that person for the over 160 individual reading recovery students I have been able to instruct over the past 20 years. The program is priceless to those children and their families. The staff at Higdon Elementary School, from building service to admin, have always supported me. They encourage and celebrate student success and collaborate to make sure our students are getting the best education. Every teacher I've had the pleasure to work with on the 1st grade team has valued what I do, and we've grown by sharing our knowledge with one another. Just as importantly, they are my friends. Late night funny texts, talking over Mexican food, participating in walks to end breast cancer, going to concerts, taking road trips, and plowing through the Muddy Princess course are just a few ways they are woven into the fabric of my life. My parents, like yours, always taught me to give more than you take, and I try to live up to that expectation daily. My husband and 2 sons have had to share me with schoolwork, and I thank them for understanding and giving to me unconditional love. Thank you.
Mr. Mendoza.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to Dr. Navarro and board members for allowing me to be here today. Thank you to my administration team for selecting me to receive this. And thank you all for allowing me to work with my amazing students over the last 10 years total. When they say teamwork makes the dream work, it's absolutely true. I wouldn't be where I am today without my amazing team. who have become family to me. They have always been by my side to help me through anything and everything, from helping prepare work for the next day, helping with a student, to even becoming ordained and officiate my wedding. My mother, who has worked in the program for the past 25 years, I believe, has been a big inspiration to me. She even inspired my sister to start working in the Achieve program at Benjamin Stoddard. I also want to thank my wife, who always pushes me to do better for myself and tells me to go past my comfort zone to discover what I can do. I tell myself every day is a new day. Don't let something that happened yesterday ruin your day today. I hope I can keep providing my students with the support they need to better their future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Stay right there if you will. We have some gifts for you, and we're going to take some pictures.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schwartz, if you would, please.
I will read the rules for public forum. Statements, speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address the speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. Our first speaker this evening is Derek Terry.
Greetings, Chair. Greetings, members of the board, and greetings, Superintendent, as well as student board member. I actually had another speech prepared, but after hearing those young scholars speak and those teachers be recognized, I decided for this particular board meeting to be less critical and short. But what I will say is that 7 of you, with the exception of the chair, live and represent your respective district. Unfortunately, since approximately, I guess, January 30th, 2023, District 1 has not been afforded the same attention of representation. You know, I get it. You're busy. I'm busy. I'm sure everybody's busy. But you volunteered for this position. Although the law does not require the board to hold public discussions of applicants or make the final selection of the member to fill the vacancy of the elected member at a public meeting, my charge to you is to expedite this process and also make it open to the public, specifically those residents in District 1. Remember, you ran for this office on the platform of accessibility, transparency. Let's ensure that District 1 is fully represented like all other districts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Beckman.
Good evening, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Morley, all other board members, and Dr. Navarro. My name is Jessica Beckman, and I am the Vice President for Stanley Bus Company, Incorporated, which is one of your 24 bus contractors for Charles County Public Schools. My grandfather, Edward Stanley, started this business in April of 1983, which means this month my company will be serving Charles County Public Schools for the last 40 years. My grandfather started this company with 1 bus, and since my mom and I took complete control over the company in 2010 when his health went downhill, we've added more buses to our fleet for a total, as of today, 11 route buses and 5 spare buses, which are non-paid spares that I conduct field trips for our elementary and middle and high schools, and I mainly do sports for North Point High School. When I heard that Dr. Navarro was looking into expanding her fleet of buses for the school system, I became extremely upset. I became upset for many reasons. One of the reasons is because she had previously told the bus contractors that her intentions was to not take over the school buses, and that is exactly what she has indicated that she wants to do. I just don't understand why the school system wants to put out 24, yes, 24 small businesses that are majority minority owners out of business. I just don't understand why the school system thinks this is a great idea. I understand that the school system wants to save money, but let's be realistic. You will not be saving any money. By the time you hire all the drivers, purchase buses, purchase a big lot big enough to hold all the buses and the employees' vehicles, and maintenance garage big enough to work on more than 1 bus at a time, because we all know more than 1 bus breaks down at a time. Oh, yeah, the office building for the new office workers that you will need to hire and the equipment to run the business efficient. Everyone knows that there is a shortage in bus drivers, so the question is currently, the Transportation Department doesn't have enough drivers to cover their current routes that they have acquired, but you still want to go after more buses and more drivers. I will tell you from talking to my drivers and a few other drivers, they do not want to work for Charles County Public Schools. They want to stay with the contracted system. The contracted drivers just want to be treated fairly. Both county drivers and the contracted bus drivers do the same job, and they get different hours and different wages. The contracted drivers want the same 8 hours that the county drivers get, and that is fair since they do the same job. Please keep the contracted system here in Charles County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Eva Grimes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eva, and I have been a school bus driver for the last 12 years. I have a couple points that I'd like to discuss with you tonight. The first one is about the contractors. It's been said that the superintendent plans to get rid of the contractors in the Charles County school transportation equation. I personally feel that this is a horrible idea. I can only speak from my personal experience, as that is what I know. I lost my career many years ago in what they called the Great Recession. I was in the construction industry, and it was hit before and after everyone else. I'd been searching for work high and low, and no one was hiring. My contractor reached out and helped pull me out of the ashes that was my life at that time. When others were saying, we're not hiring, or we're hiring within, or you're overqualified. I honestly had no interest in becoming a school bus driver, but I'm glad I did because I found a career that I absolutely love. My contractor introduced me to my second family, and honestly, I don't know where I would be some days if it weren't for my second family. There's a personal aspect and relationship that you can't get with a large employer or corporation. By getting rid of the contractors, you are tearing families apart, and that's what it is at its core. I also feel that it's been forgotten what an important role these contractors play in Charles County Schools transportation. We go to our contractors first for any issues that we're having with our bus, a school, or anything. If it's something that they can handle, they take on that task to eliminate the transportation supervisors having to increase their workload. If you take the contractors out of the equation, all that work falls back on your transportation supervisors. Are they willing or even able to take on that added workload, going from 20-something buses to 400-something buses, and getting those few calls a day to help out to hundreds and hundreds a day? Have you even asked if they're able to do that? Does that seem fair to just push that on them without asking anyone if that's what they want? The second topic I'd like to talk to you about is pay. I have been a bus driver for 12 years, and every year I hope and I pray that the pay will increase in a way that will benefit me and my family. I'm a single earner of a family of 3. I can't even afford to have a home of our own. If it wasn't for my family, we would be homeless. Then we have this great thing called Section 8. Now, for a family of 3, you cannot make any more than $64,000 a year to qualify for Section 8. That's almost $40,000 more than what I make. And you can't even apply for Section 8. The waiting list doesn't even have an opening anymore. So that's not even a viable option for us. I can't afford for my car to break down. I can't take a weekend trip. I have to ask for money sometimes just to purchase groceries or pay my car insurance. And I've been in this position for 12 years. I love this position. I love my kids, but I am now faced every single day on if I'm going to stay here or if I have to find other employment, because I have to be able to afford to live. I would love to be able to live in the county that I was born and raised in. I've been here my entire life. So not only do I work here, but I would like to continue to live here as well. But as it is now, that's not going to be an option. But you guys have the ability to change that. You have the ability to make things better.
You need to finish up, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
You need to finish up, please.
Okay.
Your time's.
You guys have the ability to make this better, not just for me, but for all drivers and attendants in Charles County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Sylvie Acevedo.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Acevedo, and I'm the Title I Parent Liaison and Spanish Interpreter at Jennifer Elementary. Charles County Public Schools will be hosting an early learning launch for children birth to age 5 this Saturday, April 15th, from 10 a.m. to noon at La Plata High School, located at 6035 Radio Station Road in La Plata. The event will feature school readiness activities, resources from community partners, a school bus tour, and more. Support for pre-kindergarten and kindergarten applications will be available. Students currently enrolled in a CCPS pre-kindergarten do not need to re-register for kindergarten. The child must be 4 years old by September 1st, 2023 to register for pre-kindergarten. For more information on the documents required and the tier system, visit ccboe.com and scroll down to the Early Learning Launch section. See you this Saturday at La Plata High School. And now, Mr. Chairperson, in the balance of my time, I'd like to state this message in Spanish for our Hispanic and Latino families. Las escuelas públicas del Condado de Charles han organizado un lanzamiento de aprendizaje temprano para niños desde nacimiento hasta los 5 años este sábado 15 de abril de 10 de la mañana al mediodía en La Plata High School, escuela secundaria de La Plata, localizada en la 6035 de la Radio Station Road en La Plata. El evento presentará actividades de preparación escolar, recursos de socios de la comunidad, un recorrido de un autobús escolar y más. Las inscripciones para pre-kindergarten y kindergarten estarán disponibles. Los estudiantes actualmente inscritos en el pre-kindergarten de Charles County Public Schools no necesitan volver a inscribirse para kindergarten. El estudiante debe tener 4 años de edad para el 1 de septiembre del 2023 para inscribirse en pre-kindergarten. Para obtener más información sobre los documentos requeridos y el sistema de niveles, visite la página de red del sistema escolar en ccboe.com y desplácese hacia abajo hasta la sección Lanzamiento de Aprendizaje Temprano, Early Learning Launch. Nos vemos este sábado en La Plata High School. Intérpretes estarán disponibles. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you very much.
That was our final speaker.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. If you'd like to leave a copy of what you read with staff, or if you'd like to email it to the board, please feel free to do that. And in the future, we will also, as we did last month, have town halls that you could participate in as well. But thank you again for coming out tonight. All right, so we're going to pick up now in the schedule, in the program, in the agenda. Yeah, let's do the calendar, please, with Ms. Gill and Dr. Gill and Ms. Mackey.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Gill, and this is Shelley Mackey, and we're here to report to you from the Calendar Planning Committee. When we last met with you, we talked about what our process was going to be. We formed a committee of stakeholders. We considered all of the things that you had shared with us, and so in the interest of time, I think we're going to jump ahead to slide 8 and share with you the 3 proposals that the Calendar Committee has created. There we go. Perfect. All of our proposals, all of our proposals do include a student and staff holiday for Veterans Day. We heard that from you at our last time that we presented to you. We did not include any virtual options. We'll circle back to that in a couple of slides. And in the calendar proposals that we're presenting today, no inclement weather days are reflected, so we would need to add those on to the end of the school year. If we have snow days, we would just have to make them up.
Shelley. So this slide features a summary of the highlights of Proposal 1. The committee developed this draft with an earlier start date than usual for Charles County Public School students, with students starting on August 19th, which would shift things back for teachers as well as our new teacher orientation week. Rather than being closed on that Friday the 13th for Fair Day for students and having a full day of professional development for staff, the committee built in a 2-hour early dismissal instead, with professional development planned for that afternoon for staff, and then students would still be able to get out early that day. This model includes Veterans Day, a closure for students and staff. Winter break includes 2 full weeks meaning 10 student and teacher days. Semester break in this model occurs before the likelihood of winter weather. This model also features a soft reopening for spring break, which would be an extra day of closure for students, but staff would come back. That would be a staff workday, professional development built in. This also includes 3-day weekends for students, mostly each month in this particular model. As I stated, the first day would be August 19th for students, shifting the last day for students as June the 5th. Again, this does not have any inclement weather days built into it. Proposal number 2 is similar. It has that earlier August 19th start date for students. However, this model includes a full closure on September 13th for students with professional activities for staff. Veterans Day is also closed for students and staff. Winter breaks, a full 2 weeks. There's a couple of 4-day weekends for students and 10-month staff in February, a 3-day weekend in March. This model also includes that soft reopening day for staff coming back from spring break, and the students' last day would be June the 10th. Calendar Proposal 3, the model is similar to what we have in place for this current school year as well as the 23-24 school year, where students start the 4th week of August, which would be August 26th of 2024. Fair Day, however, in this model is not a closure for students. It is a 2-hour early dismissal. Veterans Day is closed for students and staff. Winter break in this model is 8 school days versus 10 school days. So models 1 and 2 had that 2-week comment. This model would have students and staff returning on a Thursday. So they would come back Thursday and Friday. There's a teacher workday closure for students in March, which would be dedicated for a professional development day for our teachers. And our students' last day would be June the 9th. So something to consider that I wanted to point out in all 3 of these models is that Veterans Day closure. So in the AFSCME negotiated agreement right now, there is not a holiday for AFSCME staff for Veterans Day. The AFSCME contract currently has a floating holiday. Typically that floating holiday is put during winter break or during spring break for AFSCME staff. So if we look at closing the system for Veterans Day, that's likely where we would have to currently in the current contract pull that day for those support staff to be off that day. So that's something to think about.
So the committee had several recommendations for you. They are proposing these 3 calendar proposals, and we do plan to continue meeting. We want to share with them whatever feedback you provide and work on any adjustments that you suggest to us. Some of the thoughts that they had was to not build in those weather days throughout the year, but to just make it up at the end, whatever we owe, so to speak, to get 180 student days. They heard your conversation from the last board meeting that we presented at about Fair Day, how some people really said, yes, let's keep Fair Day as a student holiday, and then some of the board members said, I think we should come to school on Fair Day. So one of the thoughts from the committee was for you to think about an early dismissal on that day as sort of a compromise between those 2 schools of thought. The other conversation or suggestion from the committee was they really had a lot of conversation about virtual options. And again, we talked about your conversation at that calendar meeting about sort of virtual would be nice, but do we have the the support network, is it something that we can do? And so one of the thoughts that they had was perhaps the board should consider a virtual option just for one day. Let's try it. We did have some conversation around virtual learning strengths, and that would be that it's flexibility for professional activities. We can provide more professional learning, training for staff, conferences, family engagement opportunities, flexibility for families, if we can have a virtual day. They did recognize that there were some challenges to virtual learning. Some of those that we talked about was meeting students' learning needs, providing internet access for those who don't have internet, those who need specialized instruction, early childhood, where virtual is probably a less than ideal way to learn. We talked about meal service. If we are virtual for a day, then we are not providing meals for students. I mean, we could provide meals. We certainly did in the virtual learning. However, we wouldn't need as many food and nutrition service employees doing that. And so some of our lowest paid workers were saying, we don't need to pay you that day, or you don't need to work that day. Or we could provide some kind of professional learning for them. So we talked about the loss of wages for food service and bus drivers who would not be providing those services. And if we're not serving meals and charging children for meals, it would be a $60,000 a day food service revenue loss. And that was just, I think, a side conversation mostly, that they do recognize that there is more conversation about virtual learning, but we didn't feel like it was our charge to make those decisions.
So this slide is really a review of the board approval of the calendar process. It's that three-step meeting process. Today is our first report to you on the 24-25 school calendar. Dr. Gill and I are presenting options for questions from you for your review. Typically, staff do manage a calendar survey to solicit that community input. The process follows. The second would be an information item again on the May 9th board meeting. Again, it's time for staff to answer any questions that you might have, review of actions requested of the board in case a survey is discussed today, and also allowing input during public forum. And if we follow this model, the board would choose to take action on the calendar at the June board meeting. And I think that's it.
Mr. Lucas.
Thank you. It was a very concise presentation. Any questions, Ms. Smith? Ms. Butler Washington.
Well, one, thank you for this and pulling all of our recommendations together and kind of bringing forward this information. My question is just the fiscal impact of the three options, mainly the first and the second with the extended spring break. Do we know kind of what that would be? Would it be an exponential increase to our budget to kind of make this shift? Is it a nominal change? Do we have any idea?
I don't think it would.
Are you talking about the winter break if we expand it to 2 weeks?
Yes, bless you.
Did you?
So options 1 and 2.
You said spring, and then she said winter. I want to make sure.
Excuse me, yes, winter break. So
Okay.
options 1 and 2 have that expanded winter break. So thinking about the impact, the fiscal impact to the system, I'm curious if we have just any early numbers or general thoughts on what that may look like.
I don't think there would be any.
I don't think that there would be any because we're really just taking those days where we had pushed them out in the calendar in different places and adding them at that break time.
Okay.
Can I just add, so I think there would be some slight increases, but I don't think it's monumental for 12-month employees.
Okay.
And I'm looking at Karen, and she's looking at me. And so we need to think about that because for 10 months, it doesn't make any difference because they still work 190 days and kids come 180 days.
I'm not clear on whether we're saying we're closing the whole system. We're just saying.
No, we would be closing, for students and teachers, and the holidays built in for 12-month staff would be the same. I think the current contract has AFSCME folks, and I think EACC for those 12-month certificated staff have Christmas Day and either the day before or the preceding day. We have that floating holiday that we've built in, so it's usually been 2 to 3 days during that winter break for students and teachers. That certificated 12-month staff and support staff are off as well. That wouldn't change, but we would be closing buildings for a few days additional for students and teachers.
because I wasn't certain if it would impact. I know students have to be in buildings learning for at least 180 days
Yes.
within the school system.
Correct.
And since I presume we're opening schools a week early, and then we're adding a week on to winter break. So that kind of balances everything out.
Right.
So there wouldn't be an additional number of days that teachers would have to teach.
No,
Okay.
all three of the models have the 180 student attendance days and the 190 contracted teacher work days.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thank you again for that. Did we look at what Calvert and St. Mary calendars look like?
We did. That was part of the process. We looked at Prince George's. Well, we don't have their school year 24-25 calendars yet. So what we did look at is their current calendars for Calvert, St. Mary's, King George, Prince George's, some other districts around Maryland and across the country. For the most part, the biggest thing that we looked at for Calvert and St. Mary's and King George, or Calvert and St. Mary's, was what week they're off around Easter time. And so their spring break is generally, or has been for the past couple of years, before Easter, which is ours mirrored that this year.
Okay. I see they didn't have after September, the Labor Day in there. Well, what was the reason why we didn't do a one?
There was no representation on the committee that suggested a post-Labor Day start. I think the consensus of the committee was either to start at the regular time or even earlier, and that's why two of our models have what I would call an early start. They like the idea of starting earlier and getting out earlier.
Well, what would be the what would be the what I'm trying to say? The impact if you start after, because I know when you start after, because when you come back to school, the kids are out the very next day.
Right. So if we start post Labor Day, then we would either have fewer days off at winter break, or a shorter spring break, or we would go later in June, and then if it snows, we would go even later in June.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Creamer, and then Mr. Hancock, and then Ms. Moore. Sorry.
Oh, did you want to
The
call
left
Ms.
side's not
Abujamah?
so good, so we'll go with Ms. Abujamah.
Okay, so I have a question. So I was going through some of your earlier slides talking about your process, and I
Yes.
noticed one of the slides is talking about how you identified other major holidays, so like Eid al-Fitr and Rosh Hashanah. So I want to know, how did identifying those holidays shape the way you drafted these calendars? Did it have any effect on it, or?
Not particularly. Most of those holidays, many of those holidays are on Saturday in the 24-25 school year. We heard the council at the last time that we met with you saying that we couldn't necessarily just take holidays off, but look for a difference in attendance. One of the things that we wanted to talk about as a committee, it's probably a little further along than this particular meeting, was taking a look at big countywide events in relation to those holidays. So it was not our concern for this particular at this particular time, but as we continue to build the calendar and schedule things like All County Chorus and All County Band and the art show, our committee wanted to be mindful of those. So not necessarily school attendance days, but other kinds of required opportunities that students and parents and teachers might want to participate in, but might be prevented from doing so.
All right, okay, I understand that. And then if I could just give a suggestion, like in the future, let's say you're scheduling like teacher work days, or if you ever do want to do virtual options, if you can find a way to allow that to coincide with one of the religious holidays, I feel like that would be a great way to be inclusive and really like represent all cultures without like doing anything that's too excessive.
That's a good point, thank you. So, Ms. Creamer, and then Mr. Hancock, and then Ms. Morley.
Thank you all for coming back and presenting. This was quick. I didn't expect for you to be back so soon. So I think this is great. And to Ms. Point, being able to take the plethora suggestions that we made and work with your committees to get these options together. I think you should, that's a great feat that you've accomplished, so we appreciate that. I do like the options presented. I do like that Veterans Day is included on all three options as a closed day for teachers and for students, and I know that was the general consensus of the board last time, and so I'm glad to hear that the committee supported that, and I think that will be a win for teachers as well. I did have a question just about the 2-hour early dismissal days. So I noticed they're kind of scattered sometimes. So is there any sort of rhyme or reason where we put 2-hour early dismissal days? And I'm only bringing that up because one principal and vice principal that I spoke with said if they had any recommendations, it would be to make them towards the end of the week sometimes. And that's just, not anything major, but just something to consider. And if there is a reason, if you could just share, I know it kind of usually coincides when the quarter is ending. So if that's, that's the reasoning, then that's totally understood. But just wanted to pose that question.
So we found, and I think Shelley already knew, but there are a lot of parameters. And so for the 2-hour early dismissal days, they do fall at the end of the quarter for report card preparation. They do fall around interim time so that teachers can prepare interims. And then the contract also calls, the negotiated agreement also calls for them to be about once a month. So the ones at the end of the quarter and at interim time, midweek makes sense. We could certainly take a look at some of them there was more flexibility. I don't know what the thinking might be about having a 2-hour early dismissal on a Friday, and so for staff who perhaps like to also have long weekends, taking off that Friday because you're not missing as much instructional time. It's not as many plans to make and what that might be. So we didn't have a lot of conversation about that.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to ask, and do like, I think it was option 1 that gives a 3-day weekend in almost every month. I think that's a good option to have breaks on a more regular basis. So do like that, and also just wanted to comment that I would like to see a survey done if the rest of the board supports that, but I would be in support of a survey, sort of like what you did last year on the options, just to get some input from the community, from the parents and students as to what options maybe they're leaning towards, so we can kind of see if we align as a board. So thank you all again.
Can I make a note real quick too about another element for 2-hour early dismissal day planning? In a survey probably 2 years ago, or maybe right before COVID, we heard from a lot of specials teachers at the elementary school level that if we had those early dismissal days on Wednesdays, they had students who came to that rotation on Wednesdays consistently missing that class more than their peers. So that was another element, another piece of information that we just try to be mindful of when picking those dates out as well.
Excellent point and consideration, of course. Thank you for that.
Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. Ms. Butler-Washington asked a question that I was going to ask, and she got an answer about making sure that these were, one of our discussion points was making sure they were in line with their surrounding counties. I know we always hear that from the public. I also agree with Ms. Kramer about a survey to see what the public feedback is. Just some input from me in regards to the 2-hour delay for Fair Day. As everyone knows, I'm a strong advocate for having Fair Day off, and that has to do with the 4-H program. I know it's not a school activity, but we do have a lot of students in the county that participate in the 4-H program. On that Friday, their entries are judged on that Friday, and it starts early in the morning. So a 2-hour delay is not going to help the students that are they're going to miss school. So I couldn't support, personally can't support a calendar proposal that doesn't have Fair Day off. And unfortunately, the only one that has it off as option is proposal number 2, and that's a very, very long school year. So that's my input is I would like to see, personally, Fair Day off in all 3 options. Just my input.
Thank you.
Ms. Morley?
Thank you, ladies, and thank you to the committee for all of the thought and effort. And as you mentioned, I'm sure there are endless parameters that went into this, so I definitely don't take it lightly. One of my concerns, and I know we experienced this a lot when we had to be virtual for, it seemed like 1,000 years, right? The students that have food insecurity, with being out potentially for the 2 full weeks, as much as I love that time off, has there been any thought given to that? Is there an option, and I have no idea what the impact to the budget may be, to still maybe be able to provide, if it's as we did virtually, where they could come and pick up a meal potentially? And I imagine that's probably a good portion of our population, that to be home for that long time might cause some stress for their family.
So in our last calendar committee meeting, one of our supervisors of food services, Crystal Richardson, is a member. We started to have those conversations right as our meeting was wrapping up. We do have a meeting with our committee tomorrow in which we could further explore that topic and talk specifically with her about how that could work, what it would cost the system, and be able to bring information about that back to you next month.
Thank you.
Sure. I think one thing that, and Karen's coming up, I think one thing that we also need to think about is what happens during the summer, because food insecurities happen during long extended periods of time. And this is an issue that I think we need to talk about as a county. I understand there used to be more food resources prior to the pandemic, and some of them shut down for Charles County. And part of what we could probably take a look at is how do we increase, because I know that some of the folks in food and nutrition have partnerships with local agencies who are also feeding families and so forth during those long periods of time where we don't have schooling. Karen, I don't know if you wanted to add.
The only thing that I wanted to add is that if we have that 2-week break, the food and nutrition folks are not scheduled to work. They would not be working. There is no way for them to provide food I mean, they're part of this calendar as well. It's not a work day for them, so it's something to consider.
Thank you, Ms. Upton. Another question. I am curious, and I'm not sure if this is a question for Mr. Schwartz. If I'm hearing and understanding correctly, around the religious observances, it's more of an attendance issue rather than the particular holidays. Just curious, do we see lower attendance on Easter Monday? Because, you know.
So. While he's
Yeah.
coming. Well, no, while he's coming.
Easter Monday is not a good example.
Yeah, I'm just
I was going to say,
curious.
in the one of the mandated Maryland public school holidays is Easter Monday. So that doesn't have preference with the committee. The first thing we did was kind of blocked out all of the mandated holidays, and there are some like President's Day and Labor Day. So some we get to choose, and then some are mandated. But you want to talk about the rest of the religious observances?
So I think I've made the point before that we're not allowed to close for religious purposes. If there is an educational impact or educational reason to close schools, we can do so. When I did a quick look at, for example, some of the religious holidays, our attendance did not dip on those particular holidays, which would justify a reason to close as a school system. In fact, in a couple examples, attendance was even higher on those religious holidays. So I don't think we had the justification to close for any other reason other than the religious reason, which is not allowed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And I just want to say that I echo Ms. Abujima's sentiments that if we could consider perhaps some of those being virtual days or early dismissal, something to allow some flexibility for the people that, you know, are of different faiths. And I know the answer to this question, but for the benefit of the public, I'm assuming that we're not building in the inclement weather days because we're not utilizing them. Would you consider, or have you had a discussion? So I know in the past sometimes they converted early dismissal days rather than extending the calendar. Have you all had that conversation, or is that not a consideration? So in other words, if, let's say hypothetically, we get a huge snowstorm, and so instead of going on, for example, calendar proposal 2, going to June 10th, we may have to be looking at maybe making up 2 or 3 days. Would you consider some of the early dismissal days being converted to full days? Or either in any model, you would keep the virtual days, and any model, we would always make up those days?
So since students have to come 180 days, lengthening those days doesn't add us on new days.
Okay.
So they have
There
to
wouldn't be
come.
enough of that.
Right, there, so I don't think we have a problem with hours, meeting the 1,080 hour requirement. And you're right, in Virginia, they do that. If they have a really snowy winter, then they add 7 minutes on to every school day for the last 2 months of school, and it all works out. They don't have the 180-day requirement that we have.
So I just want to add, there was a proposal that didn't, a bill that did not pass through legislation that decoupled the seat time into the hours like Virginia. And so part of that would have opened a whole bunch of range of opportunities for us to think about some of those things like in Virginia. But it didn't pass in Maryland this time around. I have a feeling that it'll probably be again at the next legislative piece. So something to think about as we begin to plan for legislative breakfast, if there's an interest in that from the board. When we host the legislative breakfast, maybe it's something you want to bring up to our legislators.
Thank you, Doctor. I was thinking about that, so that would have been nice. All right, thank you so much.
Questions, comments? I had a couple. And to Ms. Morlees, so you said, and I'm looking at both calendars, there's no snow days built in to either P1 or P2?
For none of the calendars have snow days.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so, no, that's fine. You can tell which ones I'm interested in. So, so would,
At the end.
right, so would there be any thought to, I'm looking like for the days, to converting days off, and we talked about this in a previous iteration, right? So we have, like, for instance, in March 14th, schools closed for students. Is there a thought that conceivably, if we had a snow day, that could be used for school rather than lengthening the year?
So we could, absolutely, we can do
Yeah.
anything that you want to do.
Yeah.
We had these conversations
Right.
about building them in, and the challenge of communicating to families.
Yeah, same
that you had it
conversations
off,
with
but you don't have it off, and now you don't
Okay.
that's challenging.
Yeah.
And then we also talked about, so if we did make that into a snow day, and then we need to move the teacher workday to the end of the year, there was input perspective from teachers and from instructional staff that professional learning would have more impact earlier in the year than the last day of school, like after the kids leave, and then, okay, now we're going to do some professional learning.
Okay.
And launch you into the summer. So that's why that is. I think all three of these calendar proposals reflect a winter with no snow days. Everybody on the committee was very opinionated that we need 3-day weekends, and we need days off, and we need long breaks, because we just haven't had those this year.
Yeah, no, I understand
It's
that.
just the first time in a
Okay.
really long time.
Two other things. One, I believe, maybe Mr. Schwartz knows, if it's final, the primary election date for Maryland was considered, or in fact has been moved to April, the 23rd. So that's, now I don't know if that's only for next year. Obviously, this doesn't affect next year, but going forward, we might want to run that down.
For 2025?
Well, I guess for whenever there's an election year, because this doesn't go into effect until 24, 25.
So what we do know in 24, 25, in November, it's a presidential election.
Talking the primary.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, in 2025?
Right. So we might want to look at that. I thought it was finalized and that it got moved to April, which would obviously impact any calendar.
From June, right? Because
From
it's
June.
typically in
Correct.
June.
Correct.
So,
Used to
and
be
I
in
think
March.
it would impact the calendar because
Yes.
our schools are used as polling places, and we wouldn't
So-
open them up for
Right.
a full day for students with.
So, well, there's not, but this is going to be, presumably this will be in effect after that. So, no,
26 would be the next part.
correct. This, as I said, it wouldn't affect this, but presumably this is the jumping off point and just consideration going forward. Just might want to run that down. And the third thing, to Mr. Hancock's point about the 4-Hers, so there are, it doesn't happen often, but it certainly, kids miss school to do things, and it's not just to go on vacations or things, but there are people who are actors and have auditions, and they go to school, and it's counted as an unexcused absence because it doesn't fall in line with one of the reasons you can be out of school. So I think, however we craft this, we need to be mindful of that and not just think about the kids going to fair days, but if we're going to go that route, if we're saying, well, it's real important, I believe it is, then we need to think about these other students who are missing school, not just to go on a vacation or go to see a family.
I have to jump in
Yeah.
because I think my staff's looking at me.
Sure.
I would be interested in the board revisiting its attendance policy.
Yeah.
And so, and also the eligibility policy. And perhaps at a later date, the grading policy. But the attendance policy talks about what and for which reasons, and I think it's an important conversation to bring in our administrators who deal with this on a daily basis, enforcing the policies, and our own internal interest in that. So I just want to say this is an area of control for the board. There are 3 major policies that that influence this conversation, and I would, I think it's important for the board to take a look at those as it makes some decisions moving forward.
Okay. That was a great segue. It's all good. Okay. Thanks. And so, Ms. Thomas.
How long have we had this fair day in effect for Charles County?
At least 38 years.
Forever. Yeah, forever.
More than that.
Yeah, more than that.
More
I
than
can
that.
vouch for 38.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah. So again, thank you, Ms. Thomas. All right, so you'll be back next month with.
So, do you have any comments or feedback or directions for us about what you would like for us to do next?
So I heard Ms. Creamer talk about possibly a survey. I mean,
Mr. Hancock.
The will of the board?
what? Yeah. Is that okay? And now when we say that, that means you'll put options online for people to say, I want
Shelley will do.
1, 2, or 3. Well played, Dr. Gale.
The drafts are done, that part's easy.
Okay. All right. Everyone good with that?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Mr. Bujima? All right.
So we can do a survey and then bring back survey results to you.
Perfect.
And then regarding virtual days, I know the state right now is asking for school systems to submit plans for the 23-24 school year regarding virtual days. But that also would be something for the board to consider if the board would like for staff to request of the state virtual days for calendar year 25-26. And I don't think the state will start that process for that calendar year until next spring.
Okay. All right.
Do you have any other feedback for us or anything else you would like to see other than survey results for these 3 proposals?
Anybody? Mr. Hancock and Ms. Morley.
I don't know if this is the will of the board or not, but would it be possible? So for me personally, the only option that shows fair day off is on one of the options I don't like. Is it, as we do this, as we do the survey, is there a way? I really like option number one. To be honest with you, I think it's perfect. If it had fair day off instead of a 2-hour delay, is there a way, if it's the will of the board, that while doing the survey, could we ask, would you like to have fair day off, but under another option? Because it's only listed as the one option, and a lot of people may vote on that because they are pro or anti-fair day. I don't know. I don't know if that's that's what you guys want to do.
Is that okay with everybody?
I had a question about it, yeah. Did they want us to create another option?
You said you had a question, or?
I was just asking if it was will of the board if we could put that on the survey.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I'm.
if that's okay with the board.
Okay. Yeah, so we can ask that.
So just for clarification purposes, the actual calendar doesn't necessarily, would change by a day. And so we would just have to think about whether the day is just added at the end. I'm just thinking for when you're a parent and you get this survey, to be able to go through every single month is an important exercise for you to make a decision as you guys are going through it. And I'm just wondering if maybe the ask, Mr. Hancock, might be, can you build in a fourth option, which is option 1 with a fair day off, and maybe an additional day at the end or something like that, that is built in. And that might be easier as parents are trying to look for options, just an option, because otherwise the question is, where does that day fall?
No, I agree.
Yeah, and get you a minute, Ms. Smith. Yeah, because I think it's how you phrase this, right? Because ultimately the final answer might be none of these and some combination of these, depending on the board. So
it sounds like how we're phrasing it is with a picture, kind of a calendar with that option in there, so that you have more of a picture instead of words that say, do you like option 1, but would you rather have fair day and then go on June? Yeah,
I think it has to be simple. And Ms. Smith.
I think that was going to be my point, which was, is it a fourth option, or is it just a question around, would you prefer to have fair day off or have it be a half day? I think similar to the conversation we were having about some of the religious holidays in terms of having student participation or teacher participation or absence from the building. Would fair day affect a high number of students today? Like, would they be absent from the building?
Is that your?
Are you asking a question?
I'm sorry, it was a question and a statement.
Yeah.
So yes, if we could add it to the survey as more of a question rather than a fourth option in a calendar, if we just keep it to the 3 calendar options we presently have, and just ask the question around, would you prefer to have fair day be a full day or a half day? And then if
So the options are, would you prefer to have fair day as a half day for students or a day off for students? That's the question to families. Okay, and make up the day at a later time.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can figure out how to.
That's an easy way.
And I think communication is pretty good. Like visually, they shoot it through their team to figure out what makes sense for people to.
Yeah, all the previous surveys have been very simple and easy to follow.
Yeah, because those 3 models, you're talking about 3 different files with 12 months laid out. For me, I like to see the visual month to month, but it could be a lot, and especially with 3 options for some people to digest. So.
And they're probably not printing them out.
Right.
And again, however it's worded, do it such that again the end result may not be 1, 2, or 3. If make that clear to folks. Was there a question over here?
Okay.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
My wish list, such as it were, and regarding I really have concerns about the food insecurity and the additional days off, as well as the nutrition service workers. And I believe one of you, and forgive me, I'm not sure who mentioned about maybe 1 or 2 of those days potentially being a professional development day for them. I just want to balance that as much as possible, because I know it's going to be a hardship for a good portion of our population. And also, in a perfect world, I'd love to have a virtual option every quarter if we could. I don't know what percentage of our student population may be disenfranchised by that, if that would in itself present a hardship, but I'm very much in favor of virtual options because I think it represents a much needed, even though it's a school day, in some ways for some people it's also a mental health day because it's a day without travel, it's a day, you can maybe sleep in a little bit and, that type of thing. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to add on to what she's saying because when I was able to do school visits, a lot of things students brought to me is that they wanted to see asynchronous days brought back. They wanted an opportunity to do their work at home, not really be in a stressful school environment, be able to do the work on their own. So I feel like she said, it would serve also as a mental health day. So it is something that I would consider implementing at least 1 or 2 days into the calendar just to try out and see how it affects students.
All right, so those, what I heard were two different things, because to me, virtual and asynchronous are not the same thing. And so I need to make sure I understand both of what you're, well, so for me, virtual is an issue because we know without a doubt that a not an insignificant part of our population cannot participate virtually. So, that, when I say now again, when you say virtual, are you talking a teacher teaching online?
Live instruction through
Yeah.
Zoom.
Which is different than
Right.
Correct.
Which is different.
Asynchronous
Which is
would be,
different.
I'm taking work home that my
Yeah.
teacher has assigned me, right?
Yes. Yeah. So those are two different things. I want to make sure we're
I have
talking.
a question. Does
Yeah.
asynchronous count towards the 180 days?
It does.
Okay, if it does, then asynchronous would definitely be the better option.
So, we did not talk as a
Right.
calendar committee much about inserting virtual days because we had not gotten that charge from the board, because that's a board decision, whether you're requesting that from the state. So because you would have to request from the state the permission to add in some virtual options.
Same thing with asynchronous.
That was my next question.
Yes.
It's the same.
And that's what you would put in the plan that gets approved by the state superintendent.
Okay. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a question for actually the superintendent. How do you feel about the quality of an asynchronous education being built in?
So it's interesting. A couple of school districts this year piloted either asynchronous day or a virtual day, and we're looking to see what their ability was. So when I talked to my peer superintendents, some of them went really well because it wasn't a connectivity issue. But I do have concerns about special populations, early childhood, where the kids are very dependent on a structured environment. I think high school students can have, an asynchronous day, they can have a virtual day and be fine. And I think I think the state has made that option as well. We don't have any, we have some data, we do have some data through the pandemic on regions of the county, areas, obviously, Nanjemoy, Cobb Island, Hughesville, where our chief technology officer has maps of areas where connectivity was an issue. I don't know how much better they've gotten because the county is trying to make sure we put a lot of connectivity, but they've been slowed down with just trying to figure out land, who owns which land, and all that other piece. As Shelley mentioned as well, there is an option to request to try to see it for this coming year. So one option that the board has to think about is, even though the calendar has already been approved by the former board, we can amend one of those days potentially for the 23-24 school year as a potential trial, and gather some data about Charles County. What was participation like? What did it look like? Asynchronous means that you send you're not there virtually, so you're able to send work. The reality is, if the board wanted to try a virtual day, for those hubs throughout the county, we would still have to send work, preload and send work with the students, because it necessarily wouldn't work. So it's up to the board. It's something interesting. I have some nervousness about it. Again, high school students, middle school students, one day, I get the teacher piece. I think this committee, one of the things they said is, let's build in breaks throughout. Like, one thing we don't want, as Diane Roberts said so eloquently, is to go a month without any breaks. And I think all of these options, I remember her saying, this is why we're all needing spring break. And she's 100% right. Psychologically, every single month has those breaks built in for children and for the adults. So I still do have some concerns for certain subsets of populations.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Butler Washington.
When you say the asynchronous, what you mean is like when students volunteer. Every kid is not going to do it, and we're not making everybody do it. So
we have to.
They have to be. It's a school day.
No. Oh, I'm saying it's a school day, but can't it works like the federal government does when you say they say they're going to take it, right? So they give them the work. They go home and do their work for that day, and the next day they come back to school and they're fine and everything is fine.
That's asynchronous, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying that way we can do it like that, right?
Yeah, that would be, if the board says let's do an asynchronous day, then we put it in the calendar. Everybody knows, teachers plan. Kids go home with their devices and their assignments, or there's posted. The students right now post all their assignments and get everything virtually, so they go home. The little ones go home with something, and they are to do that asynchronously by themselves, and then come back to school physically the next day.
But what I'm saying is not everybody have to do it. Can it be only to the high school students?
I'm not sure
either
if the state will. I think we would have to ask if the state would allow just for high school, perhaps, and I think this is Ms. Butler Washington's question. What about just high schools being asynchronous and the rest of the school district being in person, like little kids and everything?
Right.
I don't know, Linda.
I saw one school district, and I don't know where it is. It might have been on the eastern shore of Maryland, and I think that's what they did. I think they did have. High school did some things, or elementary had asynchronous, so parents could come for conferences. I don't remember. It seemed to be a split to me. So I think that's why Mr. Chowdhury wants to approve those individual plans, because I think he's interested in what people come up with.
So if there's an interest in us researching that, we can absolutely research to see if there's an option where certain grade levels and whatever our interests are, again, older, more independent students, if there's an option to do an asynchronous high school day, for example, and then make everybody else in person.
Be interested in that.
So we can figure that out.
Yeah, Ms. Morley.
Related question, Dr. Navarro. How would that impact other things such as nutrition or transportation? I'm assuming that would all be part of the study, because presumably middle school students are independent enough that this may be an option for them as well.
Yeah, we would have to take a look at that. We can look at a couple of options. For a couple of last year, when we didn't run school because we had emergency closures, I asked the board to give me permission to still pay the bus drivers 180 days. Because again, we're talking about, and it's just a cost to the school. So the school system assumes a certain level of cost, and we're talking about and food and nutrition folks. So we did take that cost when we had those emergency closures where we didn't have school because of the year that we got a lot of snow. And I did ask the board, and they approved me giving those I think it was 2 days that we paid contracted bus drivers, and then contracted food and nutrition employees for those days. So yes, it would have an impact that I would probably put into the proposal so that we don't see any lowering of wages. That would not be my interest. Yeah.
Ms. Smith?
No, I was just going to second Ms. Butler-Washington's point around perhaps just looking at the high school. I mean, I'm curious if this could be another question on the survey, just to ask parents and students if they think this is something that their high schooler might be interested in.
Ms. Creamer?
Agree that if we did look at it, I would also be in support of it just remaining at the high school level. But I do share concerns with Mr. Hancock about equity even at the high school level, because we saw from the pandemic what happened, and that was everyone from pre-K all the way up through high school. And so we still have high schoolers that live on the western side of the county, and we still have high schoolers that maybe don't have the most supportive environment at home for studying and things like that. There's still going to be food insecurity issues. So those are just things that I think we really need to consider, because if we're just doing it because you need a mental health day, then we have that built in. You can, as we saw recently, with one of the situations we had, that is an approved absence that parents can write a note for their students if they feel like they need a mental health day. So I think we just really need to look at why we're doing it as a board if we do decide to do it, because there will be negative impacts, and we've already seen that. So that's just something that I just wanted to make clear from my perspective.
So can you give a recap from the notes you've taken? Because we said a lot, and I want to make sure that
we have 3 calendar proposals.
Yeah.
Communications is going to draft a survey and ask questions like, which of these calendar proposals do you like? They're going to ask questions like, what if you saw proposal 1 with fair day off or fair day on an early dismissal?
What's your preference on fair day?
What?
Open or closed? Yeah.
Open or closed, and then
early
make up
dismissal.
make up that day later. What are your thoughts about asynchronous virtual high school?
Okay. That's what I got too.
Yeah, that's what I
We
got.
all good?
It's good to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you next month.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right. So, in a perfect world, we'd be doing the next action item right after public forum. But we had a great presentation earlier, and I think it was worth hearing that presentation. But now, we're here for board correspondence. We did have Mr. Heim, sorry. I know he's been waiting patiently. We needed Mr. Heim.
He's used to it, I think.
He wanted to earn his paycheck today. Thank you, Ms. Morley.
Good evening, everyone. There's nothing happening in the school system in regards to maintenance and construction.
Every building is
So we have
perfect.
nothing to discuss this evening. Now, I would like to highlight, it's not stated specifically in the project status update, which is uploaded to board docs, but this document contains over $150 million worth of projects that are ongoing currently within the school system. And that's at 15 different schools. So let me state that again, that's at 15 different schools. We have projects that are occurring at this time, and each of those have at least a value of over $300,000 of those 15 projects occurring at the school. So there's lots going on in the school system in terms of construction, renovations, systematic upgrades, such as with La Plata High School and if you were around during spring break last week and you saw the cranes over La Plata High School, that's part of the 2-year project to upgrade and replace their HVAC system. Keep in mind that system was designed for that school when it opened in the late 1970s for an open space school, and that school is no longer an open space school. So we're very excited about that project, hopefully finishing up this fall, which is going to increase the efficiency of that system over there. It's also going to provide better indoor air quality and just be more energy efficient. So we're excited about that project, which is a combination of federal funds, local funds, and state funds. And then we'll be also beginning a similar project at McDonough High School to replace and upgrade their HVAC system as well. Our folks in planning, construction, and maintenance, contrary to my snarky comment at the beginning, are very busy. They're, a number of them are managing several projects at one time. If you think back in the old days, we used to have a construction trailer that we would put on site when we had a project going on, and we'd have a project manager who was pretty much there the entire time that project was occurring, because that's the only project they were working on. But because we've been very aggressive over the last several years in seeking out funds from both the state and the local governments to fund these projects, they are very, very busy. So I'm very thankful of the maintenance staff and planning construction staff for managing these projects totaling over $150 million that are ongoing. And the last thing I'd like to we'll be sending out sometime here in the near future, in the next couple of weeks, an invitation for our groundbreaking ceremony for Elementary 23, which is another major project that is set to begin within the next month. So we're very excited about that project to address some enrollment concerns in the schools, elementary schools around the St. Charles and Plata High School areas. Entertain any questions at this
Ms.
time.
Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Heim. Question for you. How would a school get on this list? I've just been in conversations with several different schools that have varying needs. I'm thinking specifically about Mount Hope Nanjamoy. And while they have a very capable population down there who are ready to move to improve their own school, which I know, of course, they cannot. Just curious, how would a school get on this list? Like, what's the rubric, what's the scoring matrix that needs to happen for a school to rise to this list?
Sure. So that's a combination of our planning, construction, and maintenance staff who work in coordination with each other. When you talk about an older facility such as Mount Hope, monitoring the number of work orders that are submitted, keeping an eye on the major systemic systems in that building, and keeping an eye on the life expectancy. If it's a roof, we get about 25 years out of that. So they monitor the life expectancy of the major systemic issues. If it's a smaller scale thing, the principal can submit a building and grounds improvement form. So currently, to speak specifically to that school, Mr. Hoffman, who was here earlier this evening, has submitted a number of building grounds improvements. One is to replace the gym floor in the gymnasium. So that is something that's on our list. To get into a little more detail with that, there's some mercury that is contained and encased with the original gym floor. So that would add to the cost of the project. So that's something else we have to consider. Some of our older buildings, when we do projects, if they have asbestos or other items that were acceptable materials to be used during construction at that time, but are enclosed in case they're not a risk to the public, the students and staff there. But when you do remove some older gym floors, or remove some of the plumbing in schools, or some of the duct work, there's again some abatement has to be done with those projects, so it adds to the cost of that. So we have to balance that with our operating costs and our budget. But the major projects, if we're doing a complete renovation of a school, that's something that's decided in coordination between the folks in planning, construction, and maintenance, just looking at the age of that facility and the major systemic systems that keep those buildings going. The smaller scale can be submitted by the principal of building and grounds improvement form.
Just a quick follow-up. Mount Hope also has a pretty significant ditch that runs along the school, and sort of the grading and the water, that becomes an issue, especially with little kids trying to play. They gravitate toward mud, so that's always an issue. But also thinking about Crake, that doesn't have any doors at the very front of their school. In terms of doors for classrooms. So just curious again if that, safety would be a factor in terms of getting on this list.
So I'm glad Craig will actually be appearing on this list in the near future. It's the third school in our open space enclosure project. So we asked the county, and they graciously are funding 3 open space enclosure projects. The first project is going to be Piccowaxen, which is in design right now. That'll be going out to bid within the next month, and that work is going to begin this summer. It'll be a 2 to 3 year project because it's going to be occurring while the building is occupied. So it'll be mostly summer work that will occur, but we're going to be enclosing those open space classrooms in Picco. The next school on that list is Craig. The next school is Indian Head, and then Craig Elementary School would be the third. So off the top of my head, I think Craig is scheduled for 25-26.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Kramer?
Thank you, Mr. Heim. So to piggyback off of that, because Ms. Smith actually asked one question that I was going to ask about the open concept schools, because I recall several years ago, I don't even remember now, I think it was like 2019, that Indian Head was actually on the list, because I think that Mr. Stoddard, who I think is not here now, that was one of his early recommendations in terms of safety, improving safety in the schools, was to basically enclose all of those schools that we had that were open concept, like we did at Eva Turner and whatever the others were. I can't, those names escape me now. So how did Indian Head, or how do schools get bumped, I guess, for lack of a better term, from the list? And wouldn't safety be sort of one of the higher priorities?
Well, those schools got bumped from the open space enclosure. It was just a matter of us securing the funding. And last year, the commissioners approved that funding for those 3 projects. So the order of them has not changed. No other schools were bumped from that list. Just they can't fund all those projects occur at the same time. And also our staff wouldn't be able to manage those 3 projects occurring at the same time. So they were placed in priority order, with Piccowaxen being first, because Picco did receive additional students through redistricting. So we wanted to try to help out with that, not only improve security there, but also instructionally with the additional kids and additional movement in the hallways between classes with that.
Thank you for that. So to clarify, it was a separate list to enclose for the school enclosures from the list that you provided us of all of the projects. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
So once we complete those 3, then we will not have any truly open space schools. So I mentioned earlier with the HVAC work that's occurring at La Plata and McDonough, those were originally designed as open space schools, but within the last 10 to 15 years, we enclosed them through storefront. And then we've done some other major renovations, such as mentioned, Eva Turner and Stoddard being former open space schools.
Okay.
So once we take care of those 3, then we will not have any truly open space schools that are left.
Great. And so
have
you
some
said
type of walls and/or doors. We don't have permanent structures like you see, in an originally designed school with, block walls, but they would have, either drywall or storefront walls and doors, lockable doors.
Okay, and so one last thing, Picco is next, and then when is Indian Head expected to begin?
Indian Head is expected to begin the summer of 24.
24, okay,
Yes.
great, thank you.
You're welcome. And that would probably most likely be a 2-year, and the same thing at Craig would be a 2-year. So you'd probably see the work occurring, or projecting the work occur at Craig during the summers of 25-26. And again, we have limited windows, because we can only do that work when students are not occupying the building. Mm-hmm. So if you remember, for your paying attention, we did a totally county-funded enclosure project several years ago at Middleton Elementary School, which took 2 summers to complete. It is very disruptive, and they're difficult to complete in those compressed windows of time. We were fortunate with Brown, the one we completed. This previous school year, we were able to relocate them to the transition school because that building was not occupied. We won't have that flexibility to do that with Indian Head and Craig. As we've discussed in past meetings, we anticipate that building, the transition school, being occupied as a pre-K center once the T.C. Martin renovation is complete.
Understood, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Butler-Washington?
I just want to know one thing. We're going to all get nice hard hats with our name on it for the cutting.
You may not get we can maybe put the old school labels on it, but you will get a hard hat, and you will have a shovel for the groundbreaking ceremony. And you actually get a real shovel, because we don't have enough of real shovels. So my own staff, we get little plastic, like Tonka toy shovels. So if you've actually been in my office, I have one on display.
Perfect, yeah. All right, anything else? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, now. So now, board correspondence. Yeah. So just for future reference, this will be in the same spot going forward after public comment. Allow for more time during the day. But if anybody wants to say anything, I know it's been a long day, but if there's any comments, Ms. Smith?
So a few things have happened since our last board meeting. I had the opportunity to serve at Thomas Stone as one of their senior portfolio interviewers. Was invited by Ms. Ava Morton, who I believe was recognized before the board in February. So definitely appreciate her reaching out. Would encourage all of my fellow board members and anyone from the general public to support our high schools in this way. It's not only a very fulfilling opportunity, but it also helps to guide our high school students in preparing for college interviews, preparing for military interviews, preparing for job interviews, just helping them to hone their skills as they're prepared to exit high school. Also had the opportunity to tour Dr. James Craik and speak with educators and watch them engage in their practice, which was very fulfilling as well. I want to thank you to Principal Dial for that opportunity. Attended the middle school basketball tournament, which was a nail biter through and through. Definitely, there were moments where I was looking to my fellow board member, Ms. Washington, just to say, like, this is middle school? Definitely felt like a AAU tournament or at least high school level. Very gifted student athletes. So congratulations again to the Summers Middle School boys team, as well as the Mattawoman Middle School girls team. Although basketball season is over, I encourage fellow board members, as well as the public, to continue to support our student athletes. It is track and field season, lacrosse season, baseball, swimming. The list continues, so definitely encourage folks to get out and support those activities. Also had the great fortune of attending the National School Board Association Conference for Public Education Leaders about 2 weekends ago. Chock full of really great sessions, opportunities to connect with fellow board members from across the country, opportunities to hear from national leaders about things that we should or we could consider here in Charles County. Some of the sessions that I attended were around fairness in our school policies, especially policies that are closest to students, but perhaps furthest from justice. Innovations that are leading the way for preparing kids for life beyond high school, thinking about industry, building community-centric talent pipelines. Some of the sessions I supported or attended, rather, focused on responsibility for creating and supporting conditions for learning and what's the role of the board in supporting the superintendent and her team and educators and really ensuring that conditions for learning are optimal for students in our schools. Sessions also focused on, you know what I love, early education, early care sessions, especially as we're thinking about expanding our 4-year-old programs and things that we could look at here in the county, especially around our kind of early math and early literacy data as those 4-year-olds begin to move throughout latter grades. Thinking about building community and authentic two-way parent engagement and parent councils, and how we can continue to tap into the talent and the pipeline, well, not really the pipeline, but the interest of families here in our county to continue building our schools and the student experience. Overall, my first conference, but in terms of how conferences go, I thought it was very well organized, a great use of my time, and I believe my board colleagues' time as well.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Creamer.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, so much has happened. It always feels like it's been a lot longer than a month when we come back, I feel like, because we're just so busy. And a lot of that the public does get to see, and some they don't. So I really appreciate this time to be able to share some of the things that we've been doing, so that for the public benefit, that they're aware how much we're invested in these roles. And it's not just when we're here at the board meetings, but there's a lot of things that go on during other times that you may or may not see. So really appreciate this time. So I wanted to first just take another opportunity to thank everyone who had come out for the town hall last month. I know that that's something that the community really wanted and asked for, and I think it was something that was agreed upon, in almost every one of our stakeholder groups, that it was needed. Teachers, students, parents, community members, all alike came out and shared their thoughts with us and their concerns, and even some suggestions, which I truly appreciate, on how, we can move forward. So I know that we didn't get to respond or sort of have much of a dialogue because, in the interest of time, and there were so many attendees, which we're grateful for because we got an opportunity to listen. And I took a lot of notes that day, that evening, and I think Mr. Hancock mentioned that he had never been here until 10:30 at night. But it was certainly time well spent, and I just appreciate everyone that came out, and certainly, like I said, have a lot of follow-up items and a lot of notes and a lot of takeaways from that. So appreciate you all for that. I also had an opportunity to attend the Special Education Expo at North Point High School. That was my first time attending the Special Education Expo. I've attended, many other events, as you all know, but that was my first time for that particular event, and it was very, very well organized, very well put together, so many resources available for families. And I even took away some charts to take home on behavior strategies, for my own 11-year-old, and really just appreciated that. I was just fully enthralled in the presentations. It was amazing. So thank you to everyone who put that on. Dr. McKinnon and her staff, and I'm sure many others that I don't know that were involved in putting that together. Truly appreciate it. I, like Ms. Smith, had attended senior interviews at Thomas Stone, and certainly want to thank Ms. Morton, Ms. Ava Morton, for inviting me and for all the coordinating that's required. And that's just one of my favorite things to do. I've conducted senior interviews at several schools, and I just really enjoy hearing the students' dreams and what they aspire to be and what they can see themselves becoming. And that's truly inspiring to me. So it's truly one of the, my favorite things to do, and also encourage our business community and, just anyone in the community that would enjoy doing that too. Or even if you don't think you would enjoy it, just give it a try, because I promise you will. It's time well spent. I also got an opportunity to attend the Equity Task Force meeting, the combined meeting that was held here at the Starkey Building, and then also I'm on the Family and Community Engagement Subcommittee. So I had an opportunity to attend each one of those. Really appreciating the groups they've already been established and for welcoming me in and kind of showing me the ropes and telling me where they've kind of been working and what they're working towards. So do appreciate that and look forward to the products of those subcommittees, which I think are coming before us very soon. So looking forward to that. I also attended the Years of Service ceremony with Chairperson Lucas. I think it was just you and I there, right? And Dr. Navarro. Really enjoyed that. I couldn't believe that there were employees that have been here for 45 years. That was just amazing to me, the same school system for that long. So that was incredible. And then there were others 40, 35, which is also truly incredible. But that was amazing. And thank you again to all of our staff who has been dedicated to Charles County Public Schools for some longer than I've been alive. So thank you very much. I also got to attend the Aladdin play with Vice Chairperson Maura Lee and her family, and I brought my son as well at Thomas Stone, and that was truly incredible. So it is spring play season, so I'm just going to put a little plug in there for our spring productions at all of the high schools. Please, if you have not had an opportunity, at least attend one. I'm going to try to attend all of them. But please at least attend one, because it is truly amazing. You essentially get the Broadway talent for much less cost, and your family will enjoy it. It's a family-friendly activity, or it can be a date night activity, whatever you choose to make it. But it is truly incredible. I attended some last year as well, and I mean, these kids are just really talented. These students we're sure to see some of them on the big screen or stage at some point. I also am continuing my school visits, so I want to thank J.P. Ryan, Principal Barnett, At Mattawoman, Principal Blue, and at Jennifer, I actually met with Miss Acevedo, who was here earlier, because the principal was actually tied up, but appreciate her showing me around and letting me participate in the kindergarten egg hunt. So that was a lot of fun. The kids were not paying attention to me. I'm like trying to tell them, help them where to find the eggs, and they were just gone. They were, and then some were picking flowers instead of eggs, and it's just whatever they wanted to do. But I love doing that. I love seeing the students in action. I got to sit in on some classes and see teachers do what they love and practice their craft, and see the students, just really engaged, and so I truly enjoyed that very much. And finally, and then I'll stop, I did attend the NSBA conference with most of my colleagues here, except for Mr. Hancock, and we did miss you, Mr. Hancock. We truly did. We talked about you quite often, so in a good way, in a good way. And that was great. Again, like Ms. Smith said, my first, National School Board Association conference, but truly thought the same, that it was well organized, so many options for sessions for us to attend, to just learn, especially as new board members, and to attend with some of our fellow board members and with the superintendent to kind of work on our interpersonal relationships and how we work together. Just looking forward to doing more of that work and to debriefing with my fellow board members and seeing how we can put all of that knowledge to work for Charles County. So thank you all for listening to me.
Ms. Morley and Ms. Butler-Washington.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. I'd like to say welcome back from spring break. I know we're officially in the countdown to the end of the school year. I think we have roughly, 2 months left. The parents are crying while the teachers are dancing, so we're like, what are we gonna do? No, we're excited about the summer school options. Yes, so that's something to look forward to. Also, again, happy Assistant Principals Week. We appreciate you. We value you. I also was able to attend the Thomas Stone interviews. I know several of us did that. That was phenomenal. One of the very first students I interviewed, ironically, I then got to see as the lead in the Aladdin Junior play. And if you could have seen the way his face lit up, because I was like, what do you want to do? He's like, I'm going to be a Broadway star. And I was like, tell me more. And I was so just enthralled and engrossed because the level of confidence that young man had. And then we got to meet his mom, and she's just so grateful and supportive. And I can't tell you, that made my entire day. I also got to speak with several students who are English as second language learners. And so some of the interviews we conducted partially in Spanish. They were very grateful, and they were like, yes, of course I understand you. They're probably thinking, I don't know what you're saying. But yes, please. But they were so gracious, and that was one of the absolute highlights for me. It was fantastic. Attended a MAPE training on crisis communication, which interestingly enough occurred right before we had our own little crisis. So it was very timely. And also the MAPE Legislative Committee meeting, which I'm looking forward to the debrief, I think in about a week and a half, 2 weeks, where we'll learn all of the bills that pass that will affect us. So I understand that there are several. Thank you again to those who attended our town hall. Got so much feedback, and even the folks that aren't necessarily happy with the school system, the opportunity to be heard cannot be, the value of that cannot be emphasized enough, because for many people, and you saw some people say they've been struggling. One of the young ladies that shared, she'll be happy to me calling her a young lady, about the challenges with her special education students, has been in contact and received support. So it's great to see the other side of that people do feel heard. Sometimes they may be reaching out to the wrong person. They just truly don't know where to go. So thank you all. I know we were all here quite late. I understand some of you had to make alternate arrangements as to where you were staying that evening and maybe didn't go all the way back home. So thank you for staying with us and for being willing to answer so many of those questions. And also, of course, school safety, special education resources, mental health are the things that we continue to hear over and over again. So I'm glad to know that these are things that we're all considering and taking seriously. I did also attend the NSBA convention. It was amazing. In the interest of time, won't go into details, but I think it was Mr. Lucas that suggested we do a debrief. I really like that idea because there were so many great lessons and resources and networking that resulted from that. And finally, the day of my flight, I was at Career Day at John Hanson, and that was fantastic. I got to present to 3 classes. They had some great questions. I shared with them about running for office. There was some like, yeah, maybe. So you never know. There were several that were interested in potentially becoming attorneys, so that was time very well spent. And we also talked about alternate careers. We talked about the trades. We talked about military. Just the main thing I wanted them to take away is that just have a plan. Whatever that plan looks like and whatever works for you. They were very receptive. At least the students invited me back, so I'm going to take that as an invitation. So thank you all.
Ms. Paula Washington?
Okay. Yes, I attended the Thomas Stone Senior Portfolio also. Very impressive students. I had the pleasure of interviewing one that was going into computers information systems. So we had a conversation, so he started drilling me, asking me, what is the money like? What is the career like? What was my ups and downs in the career? So he can get a feel for when he do go in there. So I appreciated that. But then we got back on task to do his portfolio. But it was great. And after that, I got to visit with Principal Pearl during lunchtime. Because right after my interview, it was lunchtime. So she took me around the building because she is a lunch monitor. I think all the principals are, because every visit I've been on, it's been lunchtime, and they are lunch monitors. So they walk around the school. So I got to meet the students, got to meet some of the staff. The student was she was walking with me, and all of them asked, may I ask, who are you? And she said, well, she's one of the school board members. What? Well, can we tell you what happened with this? I said, I tell you what, I'm coming back just for you all. So they have a lot of input on how we can better assist them, pretty much. And I visited Summers principal with Principal Taylor at the same time. The week later at lunchtime, same setup. They are lunch monitors. They walk through. You meet the staff. You meet the students, and it's great. The kids are exactly as we think. They are students. They are kids. So there was no difference. No out of bounds anything. It was a pleasant because I got to actually know her and what her vision was, and with both of them. Attended the basketball tournament between Davis and Summers with board member Smith. I was gonna get it. And one thing we noticed was they were AAU students. We forgot they was middle school students simply because the way they played. It was exciting. So many kids were there. Even parents were there. So it was very exciting, just like a high school game it was. I also attended the MABE Christ communication with Vice Chair Morley. Very informative, and she's right. Something right after it happened, we have this training, so it was very good. Of course, the NSBA conference, my colleagues have already stated, great, but I want to take one takeaway. I met this guy, this company that was there, and they actually did the Black History books from all the way from elementary all the way to high school. It was phenomenal, and then I ordered one for my grandbabies because I wanted to see it. So it was age appropriate. It was with them. It was stuff I didn't know. So it was very impressive. So that's one of the, they're going to be their Christmas present every year. Get one of those. And the teacher, Melanie Soko, who came, when she came from General Smallwood, when she asked for us to come visit, actually, I came and walked in. Chairman Lucas was in there. And that was a pleasant, and I will let him tell you, well, he's going to tell all of us in a group how the students actually had feedback for us and wanted us to consider, which was very good. So I will let Chairman Lucas share that with us because we all took notes, and I think some of the stuff they was asking, it was pretty good. So we told them that we would share with the board, and then we'll go from there. Last but not least, Oh, I'm on Saturday. I will be having my Let's Listen and Talk communication on the 15th at Thomas Stone High School from 9 to 1, and our very own superintendent will be on the panel to answer questions also. So we have a whole load of people. So I hope people can come and share and get in the community, and so we can be able to come together as a community and talk about some of the things and bring them into the fold of everything. Thank you.
Mrs. Bujamin.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So, a few weeks ago, I attended a 3-day conference held in Ocean City for the Maryland Association of Student Councils. While there, I assisted with presenting workshops, as well as meeting student leaders from across the state of Maryland. I was also able to give a report on the behalf of the Charles County Association of Student Councils, so obviously I talked about all the great things that we were doing as a Board of Education. So just like my fellow board members, I also attended the NSBA conference, and out of all of the sessions I attended, my favorite one was titled The Power of Student Voice, presented by current student board members also from Maryland. And while I'm a little biased, I found that they effectively communicated the important role student board members play in the decision-making process, hence why I enjoyed it so much. And then aside from all this, I would like to add that the election for the 2023 through 2024 student member of the board is beginning. So currently we have 3 candidates in the running. Last month we had our SMOB candidate town hall where each candidate answered 10 questions asked by middle and high schoolers across the county. So I'm excited to see how the election will turn out and who my successor will be.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a few things. I'll be very, very brief. As everyone has stated, I want to thank everyone who came out to the town hall on school safety. That was a big turnout, and that just kind of, as I had stated at the town hall, speaks volumes to how big of an issue it is. And I want to thank the public and the staff for staying so late for that. My son and I had the pleasure of helping out with the Plata High School mulch sale, and we actually cooked hamburgers and hot dogs for the volunteers, and they had a big turnout. I mean, they sold a bunch of mulch, so that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. I also, the day after Chairman Lucas and Miss Dottery Washington went to Miss Sokol's class, I had the pleasure to stop by Miss Sokol's class at General Smallwood as well, and essentially had a town hall with the students, which that sounds like is what you guys may have had. And they had legitimate concerns that need to be addressed for sure. And also had the pleasure of visiting Steedham, the Steedham Center, the day before spring break. And Mr. Lou D'Ambrosio, the principal there, for those of you that don't know him, his reputation it precedes himself. I mean, he's the right man for the job there. And he spoke at our town hall about how it offends him when people say that school is the bad school. He's absolutely right. I mean, you go to that school, the classrooms are small. There's so much there to offer. It's essentially like what you would want in a perfect world for your school to be. And he takes a lot of pride in what he does, and he's changing people's lives. And he is one heck of a leader in this community, and he's doing a great job there. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Ms. Warren.
Yes. Good evening. I also attended the conference. It was very good. I also did an interview at Thomas Stone High School. That was very refreshing. I met 2 wonderful students. And I look forward to doing more things like that. I look forward to debriefing from our conference, and that is all.
Thanks.
Okay. I was here when the art show was here at the board. I was on one here, but they had so many beautiful pictures out there on the wall. They were really, really nice. And also, I went to Smallwood. And yes, they all told me all kind of stories also. So like we said, we're going to let Mr. Lucas go ahead and tell us all about that. And that's all I had to say.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Just have a couple things. As Ms. Butler Washington mentioned, we did both go to Smallwood, and I'm sure Mr. Hancock heard some of the same things. And we can share that another time. And the teacher had a very prescriptive list of things that the students had comments on. So it was a very worthwhile trip. Like many of you, I'm enjoying the summer sports. I like the winter sports because they're inside and the weather's always good. But when it's when the spring, I said summer, when the spring sports, I like when the weather's nice. So been to a lot of track meets and baseball games, a couple of lacrosse matches. So continue to do that. I echo everyone's comments on NSBA, and something I am going to bring forth to my colleagues. And actually, Ms. Butler and Washington and I were at the same meeting. There was a presentation about the effectiveness of school boards. And when I say effectiveness, I mean as measured in student outcome. And I've seen a lot of presentations, but this was the first one that I saw that dealt with school boards, and it used real data that was available publicly and through questionnaires. So it's something that I am going to bring back to my fellow board mates for consideration, because I think it's a worthwhile tool. And the other stuff has already been said, so I won't belabor it anymore. But we are very busy, and part of this job is being in the schools and being in the public. So I thank all my board members for doing that. Good on you. So, all right, that's it. We're going to move on now to action items, and we've got some minutes to approve. First minutes are from our March 14th board meeting.
Motion to approve.
Okay, it's made by Mr. Hancock and seconded by Ms. Smith. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. That is affirmative. Next is from the board retreat of the 27th of March. Looking for a motion to approve.
I move to approve.
Made by Ms. Butler Washington, seconded by Ms. Thomas. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And then the work session we had also on the 27th. Made by Ms. Thomas, seconded by Ms. Smith. Any discussion? Seeing none, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. And then the minutes from the town hall the same night. That was a busy day.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Hancock, seconded by Ms. Moore-Lee. No discussion, or?
Are you voting, or?
No. I will. All those in favor, please raise your hand. We're all Pavlov's dog here. This is going. Okay. Need a motion to approve personnel? Okay, made by Ms. Morley, seconded by Ms. Creamer. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Awesome, thank you. And last, motion to adjourn? Made by Ms. Morley, seconded by Ms. Smith. Raise your hand, please. Thank you so much.
See Ms. Thomas put her hand up so fast in my life.